And a very pleasant good afternoon, senior forecaster Mike Estwick, along with meteorologist Austin Stance here, Ohio Valley Weather Watch with a severe weather alert. We'll give it just a moment or two here for people to hop on the stream and get going. And we will go ahead and get into this. It looks like this is going to be a pretty long, challenging evening. So we'll give it just another minute here. We'll start watching as we get the notification. There we go. We're starting to get the people tuning in now. So we'll
Perfect.
give it about 20. We'll give it about 20 seconds here, I think, Austin, kind of talk to let people get settled in here, and then we'll let them know what's going on because it's basically it's go time. I hate to put it that way, but that's essentially where we're at now. It's go time.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
without a
so
doubt. The activity has started. We've done what we could to warn people ahead of time, and now the time has come where you have to be prepared to take shelter at this point. And we are having an active day. Have that plan ready, and and now we're going to do our best. Like I said, we've done our best to prepare you. Now we're going to do our best to warn you.
that is for sure. So let's take a look here. The first graphic you see there, we have tornado watches, and that should be a telling sign right there. As I zoom out, you don't see any yellow with the watch boxes. You see red and then you see purple. We will get to those here in just a second. The first one that we have here, we've got a tornado watch for central and eastern Illinois and western and central Indiana until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Primary threat, several tornadoes likely, a couple of intense tornadoes possible, widespread damaging winds likely with isolated significant gusts up to 80 miles per hour. So we're talking better than Category 1 hurricane. Scattered large hail events to an inch and a half in diameter possible. So that's basically not quite baseball sized hail. And that's just one of a few watches here. So let's go ahead. We'll take a look at the second one here. We have a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, and that is this one here, the purple one. That is not something you see very often. And as I say so often, if you see that, sit up and pay attention. Here it is. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch issued by the Storm Prediction Center for portions of eastern and south central Arkansas, southern Illinois, southern Indiana, or excuse me, southwestern Indiana, western Kentucky, southeastern Missouri, and northern Mississippi and western Tennessee. So you see this thing goes all the way back to Arkansas, and this is effective until midnight Central Daylight Time. So we're going into Thursday morning. Primary threats, several tornadoes expected, a few intense likely. Widespread damaging winds and isolated significant gusts to 80 miles per hour or better. Scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events up to 2 inches in diameter. So we're talking golf ball sized hail. We could even be getting up in the territory of perhaps tennis ball sized hail, Austin. So this is, as we've been saying the last few days, this is 100% not something to play around with or fall asleep on by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, that's right, Mike. And I think what's important to note here is that purple area. We're starting to see storms move in from that red shaded tornado watch into that PDS tornado watch. And here's what would be a good example, right? That red tornado watch area. It, you have the parameters for tornadoes, but as those storms continue to move east into that purple shaded area with the PDS tornado watch, what that tells us is there is more in the atmosphere. So what's already a dangerous situation in the red shaded area is even more enhanced in that purple shaded area. And so as those storms move into that purple region, the storms are going to have a lot more fuel to get stronger, to become more intense. And the SPC and Paducah National Weather Service, both using language saying in that PDS watch, expecting tornadoes could be as strong as EF3 or higher if we see some of those long track tornadoes, Mike.
Absolutely. So this is again, you do not want to get caught out literally or caught not paying attention because if you don't pay attention and take this seriously, and this is language that I almost hesitate to use, but today it could be a life-changing decision or a life decision if you choose not to take this seriously today. And just to round out the tornado watches, this one right here, this small one right here where I've got where you should be able to see with the cursor, that's until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Several tornadoes, a couple of intense tornadoes likely, widespread large hail, scattered very large hail, 2 inches in diameter, up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that's basically where we're at. So we've got 10 p.m. here, we've got midnight here, and we've got 7 p.m. here. Okay, so 10 p.m. is all of this one right here. Midnight, the PDS watch in purple. 7 p.m. for this smaller one right here. So let's go ahead and get a little bit closer. We'll get the radar data in here for you too, and let you see what's going on with that. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, let me bring this in real quick. This is the visible satellite image. We got basically no rain across the area today until these storms started moving in. And on top of that, you see the dark gray. That's clear sky. That's sun. We
Right.
normally you don't fear sunshine. Today we feared sunshine. That combined with the fact that we did not get any significant showers or thunderstorms really going this morning to kind of take some of the energy out of the battery. This that we are literally sitting on a powder keg right now, and somebody's standing close by the fuse with a lit match, ready to do it. Okay,
Yeah,
so I
that's
just
exactly right, Mike. And a lit fuse, ready to explode. These are all terms that are acceptable in this PDS tornado region area. And as those storms, like I mentioned, continue to move eastward, will just continue to intensify with all that fuel that is out there as they head into that purple region. Now, that was something that we talked about last night. I mean, we hit the nail on the head last night when we had the viewers telling them that, listen, the HRRR model is showing rain coming into the area this morning, but we had a high confidence that that would not happen. And sure enough, it did not. That primed our area even more, which is one of the main reasons that the Storm Prediction Center not only went to a high risk for portions of Western Kentucky there, but to extend the PDS watch as far north as into southwestern Indiana and into southern Illinois as well, Mike.
Yep, let's go ahead and drill down here because we've got and let me just take you on a quick spin here. Let's do this. So there's showers and thunderstorms as far north as the south metro of Chicago, coming through Kankakee, coming through Central Illinois. That's basically between I-55 and I-57. It's going through Bloomington Normal, there through the state capital, Springfield, down to St. Louis, coming through Missouri, and on back. Okay, and we do have one active tornado warning here. Let's take a look at that. So, and that's a tornado warning until 4:45 Central Daylight Time for northwestern St. Clair County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Millstadt, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Tornado and quarter-size hail. That's the only game in town for tornado warnings right now. It doesn't matter. You want to be making your plans. If you haven't done it, the only other thing that Austin and I could think of to do if we had the time would be to teleport to your house, ring your doorbell, be on our knees and say, please take shelter, come with us, let's find you a safer place if you're in that mobile home or in a place that you just don't feel safe. I'm going to open this up here and zoom in a little bit so you can see some of the communities that are in this PDS watch. Really, I really shouldn't even be making a difference between the PDS and the standard tornado watch because it's all potentially bad news this evening, Austin.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's if you see the purple area or the red area and you are in there, you need to be prepared to take shelter today, tonight. And again, this PDS watch, I'll pull it up here. PDS watch until 12 a.m. What you're seeing right there in the tri-state area, shaded in purple. So these storms are beginning to move in now. It's going to be very quick. It's going to be very intense, but we are still looking at supercells developing off to the south. And what's concerning here, Mike, if you zoom out a little bit, you'll notice that those supercells off to the south, and then that line of thunderstorms off to our west. So what does that tell us? Well, that tells us that we have two different directions of storm movement. When those two converge, you're going to have multi-directional wind shear as those storms connect. And when that happens, that will be a prime time for tornadic development, Mike.
Absolutely. And what I was doing here while you were talking about that, I'm trying to see if we can find a satellite loop before with the visible satellites. That way you can kind of see the difference in the cloud directions like we did a couple of nights ago, just so that way you can see just exactly what we're talking about and why we're so concerned here. So I think I've got one here. Let me see if I can. Okay, yep. Let me slide this over into the screen here so you guys can see. Now this is just like what we had last night. What I want you guys to kind of take a look at, you've got upper level winds. You see these clouds right here? You've got the upper level winds. So if you follow the mouse arrow there, moving basically due east almost, or maybe east southeast. Underneath that, you can see all that warm, moist air just streaming into the tri-state via Tennessee and Kentucky and points further south. And that's where we've got these like lines of clouds, the cloud streets as we call them. So this is what Austin is talking about. You've got the line of storms exploding off to the south and east of the tri-state. Those are moving northeast and coming and kind of coming this way, along with the lower level, and the thunderstorms occupy all levels of the atmosphere, so that makes sense. But then you've also got the upper winds that are moving east to east southeast. So this is why, and everything's going to converge right over the tri-state, right over southwestern Indiana, far southern Illinois, and western Kentucky. So this is proof positive here of why we're saying that this is going to be a long afternoon and evening.
Yeah, Mike, and even in that corner there that you were showing on that screen, you could really see the development in the left-hand corner, right out ahead of that line of showers and thunderstorms. There's already some convergence being there, and you can see that it just absolutely explodes out ahead of that because of that convergence.
Yep, and what Austin is talking about, he's talking about these clouds right there. That's because this thing right there, that's a freshly developed thunderstorm, supercell storm, and this is the main line right here. So that's what Austin is talking about when he says the convergence and watching the storms form out ahead of the main line, because you can see there they go right there, basically southwestern Tennessee. If you watch, see how those things puff up and kind of get together right there, and there's a gap between the back of those storms and the main line that's still out here in Arkansas and Missouri. So that's what we're talking about. When you see that, that also gives that elbow room that we were talking about for the storms to really kind of stretch out, stretch their arms, stretch their legs, and get loose there. So for the moment, most of our tornadic situation is out of the area, other than the regional forecast area where we do the temperatures, but that's about it. Nothing is immediately in the coverage area just yet, but we anticipate that it will be within the next few hours. So I would say take the time now. It's 20 to 5 in the central time zone, 20 to 6 in the eastern time zone. Get yourself a bag around. I would say if you're in like a mobile home or a trailer or something, call a friend, find a hotel. Matter of fact, our managing forecaster and page owner, Tony Merriweather, he made the decision early this morning that he's removing himself and his loved ones to a hotel for the night because it offers a little bit better protection than his own personal residence. And Tony's been at this for quite a few years, as long or longer than I have been and Austin have been. So if a seasoned forecaster is opting to spend money to be in a hotel, that should tell you something, Austin.
Yeah, that's right. And again, that kind of goes to directly to the point, to the question that we have here from one of our viewers: is Evansville going to get hit really bad? Well, if we have our own forecasters getting out of town, or getting, I shouldn't say out of town, but getting into a more structurally sound building to keep themselves safe, you can bet on it. And again, if you're in this purple area, it shouldn't be a doubt. There should be no doubt in your mind that at some point tonight you will have to take shelter. So that is something that I cannot stress enough. Evansville, you are in this PDS Tornado Watch, which means at some point tonight, prepare to take shelter. There is no other way to put it. There is no sugarcoating it at this point. We've tried to prepare everyone since Monday. So, we want you to stay safe out there. But again, just because you're not seeing storms right now, just because it's absolutely gorgeous outside right now with the weather, high temperatures here in Evansville recording into 83 degrees right now, with a really nice breeze out there with that wind advisory. These are not good things. These are bad things because we're having the wind shear, we're having the high temperature, the high moisture. This is something that is going to really impact us as we go into the next 2 hours here. Storms are going to explode as they move into the region. So again, if you see yourself in a shaded area, don't question it. Have that plan ready to go.
And here we go. And since Austin said something about the temperatures, which I actually hadn't taken a look at, goodness gracious, will you look at? Let's see. Sturgis, Kentucky, 86 degrees. The set on August. I'm sorry. Why am I saying August? I see a
Because it
summer-like
feels like
temperature.
August out there, Mike.
Absolutely. It feels like that. It's a summer-like temperature. I'm thinking summer just looking at that number. It's April 2nd. It's the day after April Fool's Day. This is still spring, and you've got summer-like temperatures here. 86 in Sturgis, 84 Evansville, 82 Harrisburg, Lewisport, Round Tell City there, 82. French Lick, 81. 81 in Huntingburg. Let's come out a little bit here.
Take a look at this,
82
Mike.
Vincennes. What you got? I'm in Vincennes. Been sunny and windy for a bit off and on. Feels like storms. Even a few businesses closing early. That is an excellent call by those businesses there in Vincennes because this is going to it's going to get crazy. I can just tell you that. And let me keep going here. Barkley Regional Airport right outside of Paducah, 83. Metropolis, Illinois Airport, 82. Now, let's change this up. Let's take a look at the dew point temperatures. And you see, you don't want to see that on a day when you've got tornado watches and a PDS tornado watch underlaying your temperatures. Everything is well into the green here. And the way that our computer system is keyed, is programmed, is that it goes into the green when you get into these 60s dew points. Because look at this. We got 68 Murray, basically Paducah 60, 64, Madisonville 63, 62 Evansville, Lawrenceville, Vincennes International 64. Let's see here, Mount Vernon 63. The storms will be chomping at the bit to get loose here, like a pack of wild dogs. And I'm not saying that to stress you out or to scare you or for hyperbole. The conditions are right there. You've seen the lack of cloud cover. You see the watches on the screen. You see the high dew points there, and you saw the satellite loop illustrating what's going on right now and what's coming our way. And if that's not enough to convince you, let me take this temperature data off here, and I'm going to even take the radar data off. That should tell you something right there. Look at all of those severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings, including a confirmed tornado right now. Oh my goodness. If you know anybody in Jackson, Tennessee, text them, call them, let them know they need to get down, because Jackson, Tennessee is under a tornado warning, and that is a confirmed tornado warning based on it being purple. So I think I we Austin, you and I, we can't paint it in a picture any more plainly than this, my friend.
No, we cannot. And I can't stress enough, guys, that this system is just starting to move into that purple shaded area. Just starting. So these storms have not even hit their full potential yet. So we've already got confirmed tornadoes out there. We've already got tornado warnings, ample severe thunderstorm warnings. make sure that you are ready within the next 2 hours to get to your safe place. Do not be caught out in this storm. Do not be caught off guard. Make sure that you have a safe place. Make sure you have a plan that you can execute quickly and effectively to keep you and your family safe. Because, as Mike said at the beginning of this, we don't use this language often, but there will be a point today where you could find yourself in a life threatening situation. And we want you to be prepared for that. So this way you can come out on the other end of that. Okay.
Absolutely, and where I'm just looping how the evolution of the watches as they were issued by the Storm Prediction Center here. Hey, while we've got a minute before we end up having to have our eyes glued to the radar and potentially take our own precautions here. Um, and speaking of precautions, I'm going to say one other thing too for the support staff that's making this possible for all of you all and for Austin and I to focus in here and try to keep you safe. And this goes for anybody here. If you come under a warning and you need to take shelter, you do it. Ohio Valley Weather Watch staffers, we were talking about this behind the scenes. I'm going to put it on the air publicly so people understand what we're about. We do not expect any of our spotters, any of our admins, any of our forecasters, because we are not all in a central location like a television studio, like what Austin is used to. We're spread out. The expectation is that if you come under a warning, you just message us, let us know, and you abandon this page. You get the heck out of Dodge and you take care of yourself because we can't do it without you. So we need you safe, and that goes for you followers as well. Okay, if you come under a warning, you do the right thing. You go to safety and you take us with you so we can talk you through it. But we are not interested in reading about you or hearing about you on the news tomorrow morning. So I'll let that soak for just a second. Let's take a look at some of these questions, Austin, that are here in the chat, and that are coming up here in the chat. See if we can maybe pick off a couple of these here.
Yeah, sorry about that, Mike. I was kind of lagging there for a second. You still
You're
have
good.
me?
Yeah, I got you. Yep.
Okay,
Reading you
perfect.
loud and clear, my friend. Yeah. So let's go ahead here. I just socialized and told our staffers, reminded them of what we of the expectations, and I wanted the followers to listen to that as well. That's how seriously we're taking it. We don't expect our staff to put themselves in danger over this page because the page will be here many days beyond this event, but they're not any good to us, hurt or otherwise. And that goes for our followers as well, because we care about you guys. We can't do this without you. That's why, that's why we're here. So let's
Yeah,
take a
and
look
that's
at some of these
exactly right, Mike.
questions too. I'm
Oh
sorry, go
yeah,
ahead. Finish your thought. Yeah, finish your thought.
absolutely.
Finish your thought, Austin. And Austin's lagging a little bit because with the traffic, there's lots of people pulling lots of weather data. So the infrastructure, the web traffic might be a little bit of a premium, and the places that we're pulling weather data from, they're running wide open too, and even having problems keeping up because this is such a dynamic situation. So, and Austin, if you end up dropping off for whatever reason too, I'm happy to take over. We'll get the backup stream going here and keep on moving. But if you've got a minute and you're able to pull it up, let's go ahead and we can take a look at some of these questions here, and I'll just try to read them as they pop up in the sidebar here in my studio view. You guys can't see them here. Let me take a look here. Okay, I can put them up. Jeremy's asking, he says that since Vincennes is so close to the purple, is it safe to say it's close enough to the PDS to be concerned? The fact that your county in the city of Vincennes, Indiana, has any shading in it is cause to be concerned. Don't discriminate between a quote standard tornado watch and the PDS tornado watch. All that's telling you is that the Storm Prediction Center is thinking that one county south of you, right there, Gibson County, that the tornadoes could be a little bit stronger down there because the dynamic support is going to be a little bit better. But you know what, Jeremy? Here's the deal. Tornadoes and storms, period, could care less about these maps or the color coding that we're looking at. They don't have to follow roads or streets. They don't have traffic signals to deal with. So you need to just Have your plan ready, have your supplies and stuff ready. And when we call you and say you're under a warning, it's time to go. That's a great question, though. So thank you for sharing that. Let's see here. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at some of these other ones here. Go ahead, Austin. If you got one picked out, go for it.
Oh no, Mike. I think a lot of people are already having questions about what's going to be the time on that. Listen, those storms are already
Austin, I tell you what, my friend. So your internet connection's unstable right now because you're sounding more robotic than Austin. So, give you a few minutes here to kind of check that out and get it stabilized, and then we can go from there. So let's take a look here while we're
because we have
doing
bad
that.
signal right here.
Go ahead and reload that and see what's going on. And I think Austin is actually, I believe Austin is probably out in he's going to be heading out in the field to kind of take a look at some things too. And he also has an amazing family that he has to look after as well, too, everybody. So please bear that in mind too. Let's take a look here and see. There's a question. There's Joy. Joy is in Birdside, just outside of the purple and the red. Is the risk greatly reduced? So there you are, right there, Joy, right there, just to the east southeast of Jasper. Absolutely not. All this means is that the Storm Prediction Center is not going to warn and have a or watch, rather they're not going to put out a tornado watch and have it sit out there for hours and hours and hours, and then A, nothing happened, or B, people have forgotten about it by the time the storms get there. These will move. As a matter of fact, I'll show you here, because you see the storms were back here, they were here, and then they started adding them. Okay, so what's going to happen is you're going to see that these colors are going to change and move, and the counties that are illuminated with shading to indicate that they're under a watch is going to change and move. I think that right there, that was a computer error, or somebody accidentally made it too large, so they pulled it down and then reissued to change up what they wanted right there when it changed right at the end. So just because you're not lit up right now, this is where we're at right this second as we talk right now. Just because your county's not lit up now doesn't mean it's not going to be lit up for something later. Okay, so hopefully that answers that here. What's a PSD? Miranda, I'm thinking you
Yep. So I
got those
think
letters transposed. I think she means PDS. There you are, Austin. I think she's meaning PDS.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation. It's a great question. What is it? What does it mean? We kind of hit on it a little bit last night that we could possibly see a PDS tornado watch issued today. Basically, what that tells us is that there's growing confidence not only for tornadoes, but long track intense tornadoes are definitely going to be an option for today for a particularly dangerous situation. And they don't hand those out like candy. I just want to say that as well. Those are, exceedingly rare compared to your standard tornado watches. And again, if you're in a PDS watch, there's also a chance that you could also be under a tornado emergency at some point today. Those are things that are not thrown around lightly. So you want, again, that's why we say make sure you're ready to take shelter today, because you are not just under a regular tornado watch, but a particularly dangerous situation with tornadoes ranging from the EF3 plus strength, exceeding winds of 170 miles per hour. Mike?
Yep, and there we go. So, particularly dangerous situation. This is literally the text of the watch, and anybody can look at this. That's one of the few things that, or one of the things that's great about the National Weather Service right now, even in the midst of all the chaos and everything that's going on. And I'm not going to go political. Don't worry about it. But a lot of countries, this information is restricted to internally to like government emergency managers and government officials, and this isn't widely disseminated to the public other than when it gets pushed out through those channels. Here you can hop on the internet just like this. This is the Storm Prediction Center's website, spc.noaa.gov, spc.noaa.gov, and just take a look at it. And there's the tag right there, particularly dangerous situation. So that's the Storm Prediction Center upping the ante and telling you you need to sit up and pay attention. This is beyond a normal threat. This the Storm Prediction Center is essentially saying that they are very concerned that any storms that form could have significant or even life-altering implications for people tonight, Austin.
Yeah, Mike, that's right. And I think there's so much that I want to tell the viewers, and there just isn't enough time, right? Like the storm's already here. We've tried to communicate since on Monday, and the storms are making their way in at this point. So all I can say at this point is that we will be here to track the storms, to guide you through the severe weather, and to help you through. But at this point, you should have your plan ready. You should be ready to take shelter at any point from, I would say, 6 p.m. throughout midnight tonight, Mike.
Yep, because that's when that tornado, the PDS Tornado Watch, is set for now as we sit now. As we move further east, depending on how this threat and how this system evolves, we could see we could see more red counties, so more tornado watch counties. We could see more purple counties, right? So this is how we're set now. The Storm Prediction Center is watching everything, and they will determine when it's time to move these warnings off to the east. And then as the line gets passed, they will start to trim counties out of warnings. And you guys have seen that all the time, right? We see that all the time with these events when I go back and say all clear, or we take a look and then as the polygons come on and then they turn off and go away. Okay, so that's what you're looking at right here. Let's see if we got a few other questions here. Uh, Megan, you get a gold star for the day. Love it. Love what this says right here. Now's a good time to get medications, money, emergency bag together. And that is a fantastic point here. And we actually have had a graphic kind of running on the site here, and I've run it before. So let me grab that up here, and I am going to go ahead and slide that over so we can take a look at it. And I need just another minute to do that though, to reconfigure it, and then we'll take a look at it here. So we'll
Yeah,
bring this
Mike, if
up.
I can step in just for 1 second,
Yeah,
I just want to tell the
absolutely.
viewers that if you do hear my family in the background at this time, that is because I'm actually in the process of getting my family to their safe place for the day. So I will actually be out in the field as well a little bit later today, but I will also have my family in their safe place. But I will have a driver for me, so I will be able to focus on the radar, focus on the stream here. And if I do see anything while out in the field, I will make sure that I give you a live view of that while Mike continues to track via radar as well, guys.
See, and there you go, guys, and that points to the gravity of the situation today. That's our second, our new friend and colleague here, Austin Stance, very experienced meteorologist as well as managing forecaster Tony Merriweather that owns this page. They have made the decision that they need to elect to leave their home, their home that's got so much stuff and so much stuff in their family. That's where their memories are made. That's where they live. I mean, that's where you leave there, go to school, do whatever, you come back, put your head down there at night, right? Just like your house. They've made the decision that they're safer to leave that and go someplace else to try to get out of the way of these things somewhat, or if they can't get out of the way, that they'll hopefully fare a little bit better here. So that points to the gravity and the significance of the situation tonight. And something else I'll say, I know there have been a few people on our page and on other pages that are saying, you guys are full of crap. You don't know what you're talking about. It's going to be a bust and all that. So here would be my answer to that. We're not going to argue with you. You're entitled to your opinion. You- You're still entitled to your opinion. It's still a free country. We will disagree with you on that. But with that said, if everything were to somehow fall apart and we take a bust on this, we've got the receipts. We've shown you the computer data that all of us have been looking at here in the weather community. But if this falls apart and we get a busted forecast tonight, I will not complain about that at all. We'll certainly look at it and see what happened and what changed, or what, I really don't think we overlooked anything, but what changed. But a busted forecast tonight, I'll take it, because that means you guys are safe. Okay. So I'm going to just kind of leave it, and I'll leave that there at this time. Let's pop the radar back on here, take a look at the radar composite. So right now, we just got a line, a long squall line, three states worth of squall line of severe thunderstorms warnings, and we've got a few out ahead of the line. These are the ones that Austin and I are saying you have to watch for, because I'm sure that we're going to get that here in a couple of hours, starting up here in Kentucky. You've got these line of storms forming out ahead of the main line. These are the guys that have the elbow room, okay? Because, to use my wrestling analogy from, I think, last night or 2 nights ago, there aren't a lot of wrestlers in the ring right now. So these guys can get loose and really do their thing. And you can, if I zoom in there, goodness gracious, I would say that Jackson, Tennessee just took a hit taking a look at this right here, because there's
Yeah.
your hook, clear as day. Wow.
And Mike, I think one thing we should point out too is that earlier today, one of the main reasons that we didn't see storm development is there was actually a cap there, right? And so with that cap there were a few sporadic showers that tried to pop up, but then dissipated very quickly. And so what that told us is that, okay, there's a cap here. Now, what you're seeing as you start to see these storms develop out ahead of that line, that cap is now eroding. The lower level jet is starting to intensify, and so we're going to start to see that multi-directional wind shear start to increase, which is going to increase our tornado threat here very shortly. So don't be surprised within the next 60 minutes that you start to see more of those discrete cells pop up near Paducah, near Evansville. They're going to start popping up out ahead of that line and then eventually converge with that. And again, that is not good news once they converge, because you'll notice too that the storm isn't very linear at the moment. It has that line to it, but it's very broken. So with that being said, those broken areas could definitely have some rotation within them and produce a significant tornado as well, Mike.
That's for sure. And here's what Austin's talking about on this image, guys. So basically, let me pick a color that'll kind of stick out here, and I'm just going to kind of number these things, so that's kind of congealed together. So we've got, oh, that's not going to work. I guess we'll have to use yellow. So let me go back and try that again. We'll go to yellow. So we've got one, a couple small ones there. So I'll call that kind of multi-cluster there. I'll give them an A for effort. So we'll go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll call all that guy right there. We'll say maybe 7 there. And then way down there at the very bottom, we've got 8. So that's basically, you've got 8 kind of still discrete storms or storm complexes. And then we're not even talking about this guy here. And Austin was talking about the spin in the air. Look at this, guys. All of these storms, as soon as they go up, they're turning. What do we mean by that? All these storms have a kidney bean shape. They're turning like that. They're rotating. All of these storms have that kidney bean shape as soon as they go up. That's what you see before a significant tornado outbreak event. I would have to look at the images and refamiliarize myself with them again, going back to, say, like the 2011 super outbreak, or I believe the 2008 Super Tuesday tornado outbreak. But this is what you're seeing. These storms are going up, and as soon as they go up, they're rotating. And look at these guys here. Kind of got that kidney bean, that banana shape almost. Look at that. That shows you how much spin there is in the atmosphere right now.
Yeah, Mike, we got Krista asking about Newberg time frame earlier, and it got lost in the comments. Well, Krista, I would say that if you have to go to your safe place, now would be a good time to do that. Do not wait any longer. Get to that safe place now so you're prepared. I'm doing the same thing with my family at this moment as well. We still have time. This is not a time to panic. This is a time to stay calm. Know that you still have about an hour, hour and a half before we start feeling the effects of these storms here. So make sure that you take that time right now, get to your safe place, get prepared. We had that comment earlier about making sure you have your medications with you, your emergency bag, all good things to have with you. And uh, and again, now is a good time to do all this. Don't wait any longer. Don't keep putting it off. I understand some people are at work still. I understand some people will have to head to work later. Again, be cautious about what's happening here. Again, this is going to be a line that converges. It's going to have a lot of spin to it, tornadic activity possible. But remember what I always say about linear storms as they move in. The first 5 minutes is always the most intense. So you get those warnings, you get that storm, let that line get over you. Let those storms pass you. Wait until you're on the back end of that line before you head out. You might still experience some rain and showers and some wind at that point, but you've gotten your way through the extent of the wind damage, extent of the tornado threat, and extent of the heavy rainfall. So again, make sure that you take precautions now so you're not caught off guard later, Mike.
Absolutely. So what I was doing, the reason why the radar in our stream was kind of looking like this, and thank you for the question there, Krista. So please be safe. We got about an hour. What I was doing is I was kind of interrogating, taking a look at all of these severe thunderstorm warnings there and reading the text of them to kind of get a feel for the flavor as far as how fast they're going. Some of these up here north, these guys here, we're seeing 70-mile-per-hour ground speed. Okay, so that's hauling the mail. Think of that, a large thunderstorm with heavy rain, hail, damaging winds, and possibly more is basically cruising along at highway speed. That's these guys up here. The rest of the line here that we think is going to be more impactful to the region, I'm seeing anywhere from 55 to 60, 65 miles per hour in those lines there. So that's why you still got about an hour, maybe a little bit more. But again, what are you waiting for? It's better to go now while it's sunny out, while it's nice out. You're not having to navigate driving in a blinding rainstorm trying to get somewhere because you waited too long. It's it's a little bit after 5, so I know the roads are probably going to be a little bit crowded because it's PM drive. People are trying to get home to their place as far as that goes too. But I would rather do it now, even if I have to wait in traffic a little bit, than to try to be driving when there is low visibility, wet, slippery roads. People might be distracted doing other things. Let's take a look here.
Yeah, Mike, we got another question here from Danny asking, are these storms strengthening as they move east? Is that why our parameters and levels are set so high? Great question, Danny. Yes, there is more instability in the area of the PDS watch than you would have in the tornado watch. But again, don't don't compare your situations here, okay? It's a tornado watch any which way you look at it, purple or red. You're in a tornado watch. Conditions are favorable for tornadic activity. So don't compare the two. If you're in the purple, if you're in the red, you're in a severe weather situation and you need to be prepared to take shelter. But to directly answer Danny's question only, to directly answer this, yes, there is more instability where we see the particularly dangerous situation, and we are expecting these storms to develop faster and intensify as they continue to move east. Mike.
That is for sure. And right now, here's what I will say. Right now, we're holding our own. We're doing okay. We know we're going to get knocked around with some severe thunderstorms right here. And the other thing you have to watch out for with these linear systems, spotting tornadoes in a linear system is an absolute pain in the rear end because what usually happens is If that line gets organized and starts marching, as it moves and pushes the air and so forth ahead of it and that type of thing, you end up getting these spin up tornadoes, these spin up circulations here. Those are going to be a pain because those tend to be hidden. They hang out for 10, maybe 15 minutes. But yes, the National Weather Service is, they have to put a warning on them or do the best they can to detect and put a warning on them and then go from there. But what I really think we're going to see is, because these things are all going up and spinning now. This one that went through Jackson, and look at this. This thing, you know what? Let me do something here, Austin. I'm going to take a look at this. Let me do the 1 hour rotation there. Look at that. That is a one, that's the last hour, basically each of the snapshot rotation images there with that product combined into the last hour. So this thing looks like, and look at that, it went right doggone through Jackson, Tennessee, and it's still on the move because we've still got rotation values almost maxed out there. So, and that's what we're going to see. And the other thing too is, because these storms are healthy, this atmosphere has not been tapped out here in Kentucky. And look at the direction that that polygon is pointed, you guys. Okay, look at what, look at the way that it's pointed, that way.
Right near Bowling Green there. Yep.
If we
And Mike,
extend it out. Hmm.
if you pull up the precipitation again, we can actually see the base reflectivity or the high res reflectivity. We can actually see more of those storms starting to develop out ahead of that line again. So right there near Marion, Illinois, just yep, right there. Those are the storms that I am concerned about. These are the ones that are going to continue to strengthen as they develop, as they head further east here. Those are going to intensify. They're going to spin. So you have to be ready to take shelter here. But this is a perfect example of what we were talking about just 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, we did not see little discrete storms starting to pop up like that, Mike.
That's for sure. And something else too. And even these guys are giving some serious thought to rotating, because take a look at that. This one right around Anna here. Look at that. It's basically, that's a hook. That's basically a letter C right now. It's not gone up high enough to where it's really going to do anything or cause any problems at the moment. And while I'm thinking about it here, you know what? I've got GR2 up as well here, Austin. So let's take a look at, let's take a look at this here. And shooting from Paducah, let me do this. I'm going to switch and see if I can get us a radar. Paducah is actually not that bad of a radar to look at this from. Let me switch to Nashville, and we're going to go ahead and take a slice through that storm there, because I am very curious as to how high that thing is going. So it looks like about six of one, half dozen of the other. So we'll shoot this from, and look at that. That's circulation. That is almost a classic. That is almost a classic tornadic signature right there. So what I'm going to do, we're going to take a slice right through this storm here. Let's see what that brings up.
Ooh.
Goodness gracious. And so there's your hail core right there, but that's a hail core, and that's also going to be a downdraft right there to you. We don't have the lowest, we don't have the lowest few couple thousand feet there, but I can pretty well tell you that there's going to be a downdraft right there that kind of goes down like this, something like that. And that would make sense because that actually lines up pretty nicely. You can see it kind of buried, or see it almost laying flat there, indication of where you would expect to see the tornado or see the debris ball on radar. Let's take a look here. Yeah, I can see as I move a little bit so you can kind of see that. Let's take a look here, see if we can. And to give you an idea of how intense that storm is, look at this, guys. That storm is towering in the atmosphere 50,000 feet. If you figure that a mile is 5,280 feet, round that down to 5,000 and then go up to 50,000 feet. So this storm is almost 10 miles up into the atmosphere. So that should certainly tell you something right there as well.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
I know Austin's still busy getting situated with getting his family to a safe spot and everything here. So there's that. And you know what? We're gonna have to. Looks like we're gonna have to go into actual full severe weather mode here. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. We've got our first tornado warning of the day on the board here, Austin, and this is a confirmed one. So we're gonna come back up here and pick this one up. I think we'll use the radar out of St. Louis to take a look at this one here. So this is the first one of the day that is in our coverage area or close enough for us to pick it up, everybody. So here we go. We're going to start with the severe coverage. This is Ohio Valley Weather Watch severe weather wall-to-wall coverage. This is senior forecaster Mike Estwick along with meteorologist Austin Stance with you here. And this is out on the very fringes of our coverage area, but we will pick it up. The National Weather Service office in St. Louis has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Bond, northern Fayette, and southeastern Montgomery counties in south central Illinois until 6 p.m. At 5:16, a confirmed tornado was located near Greenville, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. This thing is on deck and moving. This is a law enforcement confirmed tornado. This is not radar indicated. This was eyeballed by the police. And this tornado will be near Greenville and Woburn around 5:20, Mulberry Grove around 5:25. So Greenville and Woburn, Illinois, that's on you guys now. 5 minutes downstream in Mulberry Grove. Other locations include Smithboro, Pleasant Mound, Dudleyville, Shafter, Hagerstown, Bales City, Bingham, and Avena. Okay. So you guys will definitely need to be taking your immediate tornado precautions, and that's the lowest floor of a site-built structure. You want to be near the center. You need to be away from windows with as many walls between you and the outside as you can possibly get. And there's a rotation right there. We got kind of a pretty good swirl on it right there too, because you got there and then you've got there. So that is going to be our first tornado warning of the day. Okay. Hang on 1 second, guys. Hang on just 1 second. So this is our first one of the day right here. So you guys need to be in a good, safe place here. You can see the swirl in the area right here. Lowest floor near the center, away from windows, with as many walls between you and the outside as you can possibly get. Okay. And you don't want to be in a mobile home. You definitely don't want to be in a car. Let's take a look here. Let's see. Let's look and see what we can find. Correlation coefficient. Oh, goodness. Look at that. Austin, can you see that right there? So yeah,
Yeah, Mike, that doesn't look good.
that's a dropout. That's bad. That is a correlation coefficient lowering. That's a dropout. So that is a tornado debris signature. So that means if I had to guess, this thing and it's on Smithboro right now. So Smithboro, you guys need to get down. You need to take your tornado precautions right now. This is not a game. This is a potentially life-threatening situation. So Smithboro, Illinois, and Mulberry Grove, Illinois, you guys need to be taking your immediate tornado precautions right now. Okay, so this thing is just to the immediate west of Smithboro. It's south of Illinois 140. It is essentially on US 40 right now, and it's getting ready to come right through Smithboro, which isn't a very large community, but it doesn't matter. There's still people there. Okay, so let me take a look here.
And Mike, you got that crossing Interstate 70, correct?
That is, I'm showing it's just on the north of 70 by maybe a mile or two, Austin.
Okay, so
That
it
is
may
US
have just
40.
crossed it then.
Yep. So it's on the north side by a couple miles. This is right on US 40, getting ready to go right through Smithboro. This thing very likely went through the extreme southern or southeastern part of Greenville. It's getting ready to go through Smithboro now. And Mulberry Grove, you guys need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. Don't wait. You guys need to go now.
And I want to put this out there real quick, Mike. So our producers just reached out to me. They let me know that while we do appreciate everyone who's viewing right now, they are getting a little bombarded by the comments, so they're not able to answer all of them. Some of them are getting lost in there. And one of the big questions was for timing. Now that we are starting to have confirmed tornadoes being reported here, we're going to start focusing on the storm structure. But I will put up here in a banner, just give me about 5 or 10 minutes, and I will put up when you can expect storms to arrive near the Evansville and tri-state area here in just a minute. But we're going to focus on this tornado right now, Mike.
Okay, yep, and that's a great call. And if we can get this tornado warning done and off the board, and all we've got are severe thunderstorm warnings, I had actually planned to pull up the Pathfinder, the storm track tool, and just draw a storm track out from some of these storms. And I was going to set the ground speed at about 60 to 65 miles per hour, and then it will generate a list of towns there. So that would start giving you some times that you can use for your planning purposes. Okay, but again, please be patient here because we're small. Yes, we're mighty, but with this event being such a high impact, and we've got over 300 viewers on the stream right now, and we 100% appreciate your support and thank you for choosing us to help get you through this here. There's only so many sets of 10 fingers that are out there right now. Austin is mobile, and I have got to focus in on keeping an eye on the radar and situational awareness and everything too. And that's why Austin's trying to get to where he is too, so that way we don't have to worry about him or Tony or any of our other staff out on the road right now as well. So, and since this is a confirmed tornado on deck and getting ready to go up into another populated area, and this thing is moving, in goodness gracious, look at that update, just that quick. It's already past Smithboro, Mulberry Grove. Get down. You need to take your tornado precautions right now. Center of rotation appears to be on Old Park Avenue. It is also west of County Line Road. It is, so basically, if you're north of Interstate 70, if you are south of Male School Avenue, if you are west of County Line Road, and if you are to the east of Gun Club Road, right outside Mulberry Grove, Illinois, you need to take your immediate tornado precautions. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you Vandalia, Illinois, and Bluff City, Illinois, you guys need to take your tornado precautions right now too, because these things are not going to just go down, stay down for a few minutes and then lift. And this is a sizable tornado. We've got this very solid debris signature, tornado debris signature on here right now. So you guys need to be in your tornado safe place, because this thing is big and it is mean. And I can see there in the velocity data, there's your center of circulation right there, right to the right, looks like due north of Mulberry Grove. The worst part of it's going to be in slightly different places depending on what product we pick, okay? Because they all come into the computer system at slightly different times, all right? But
Yeah,
it
and Mike,
doesn't
this
matter.
is
Go
this is
ahead.
tight rotation, Mike. I mean, I can see it from multiple different radar angles that I'm looking at right now. Very tight rotation inside there. So again, this is one you don't want to mess with. Get in your safe place right now. And this is kind of what I was talking about, where it looks like a linear storm motion right now, but it is broken. And so these are the types of tornadoes we can expect within this line of storms, because this is not fully connected, is not fully linear just yet. It is still broken, which allows for a lot of inflow into these storms right now.
That is for sure. And we've got, and these storms still have that elbow room that we were discussing earlier here. And I want to take a look. So, yeah, and I'm looking here, multiple products. There's our snapshot rotation out of one of the other systems. It's got basically two centers of rotation, one off to the north of Greenville. But see, with the update, this thing looks like it's going to be maybe just north of Mulberry Grove, but it's going to be this is too close to call. So, Mulberry Grove, stay sheltered. The couplet looks very impressive right now. And Vandalia, Illinois, you guys need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Now, the one thing that I will say too is that in that last scan, Thankfully, we started to lose some of those blues, those blue colors there, because that's when we really get concerned. We're still confident that there's reasonably tight rotation there, but it doesn't appear that it's completely on the ground. And then we just updated here too, and it looks like maybe that thing has fallen apart and it might be cycling right now, Austin. But I wouldn't take that to the bank. I would, if you're in Mulberry Grove, you need to stay in shelter for about another 5 to 10 minutes. If you're in Vandalia, Illinois, you need to stay sheltered until you hear otherwise from us here, because for my money, I believe this thing is cycling and it's probably going to spool back up here very soon.
Yeah, Mike, and you can definitely rely on the fact that this storm has already taken or already produced a tornado, and not only a confirmed tornado, but a visually confirmed tornado. So having those available and ready, or having your precautions ready, and so you can continue to take precautions and be prepared and get to your safe place. That is important. Do not rely on the fact that, hey, the tornado doesn't look like it's having much rotation anymore now. Now is, like Mike said, most likely cycling and could definitely produce another tornado here in the next few minutes, Mike.
I really think that that's the case here. So that this thing is just kind of taking a breather, and I'm not saying that it's not going to reload. I would be shocked if it didn't. I'll put it that way. And we've got a new tornado warning immediately to the south of that. So here we go. It looks, as we said, looks like it's game on, and here it is. This is a new tornado warning for eastern Clinton, Marion, and northern Washington counties in south central Illinois until 6:15 Central Daylight Time. At 5:28, severe storms capable of producing a tornado were located along a line from near Oakallville to over Nashville, or along a line from 9 miles northwest of Nashville to over Nashville, moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. Impacted locations. If you hear me call out the name of your town, get to your tornado safe place immediately. Centralia, Salem, Carlisle, Nashville, Oakallville, Sandoval, Womack, Central City, Odin, Kinmundy, Irvington, Patoka, Farina, Omega, Shattuck, Fairman, Boulder, Stephen Forbes Station, Tonti, and Bartolso. Again, that is a tornado warning. Eastern Clinton, Marion, and northern Washington counties until 6:15 Central Daylight Time, Austin. So we're going to bounce back and forth between these two warnings we've got on the board here right now, give them equal time, and take a look at both of them. Let me see if we've got a debris signature here. So the good news is that as I look at these right now, both of these storms, I'm not seeing any screaming evidence of something imminently on deck, but it doesn't matter. If there's a tornado warning there, the National Weather Service saw something that they didn't like, and they felt the need that they had to put the word out and tell people to get down and get out of the way, Austin.
Yeah, and Mike, I think again an important fact to throw out there is that as these storms continue to move eastward, there is still plenty of instability out there for them to tap into. So while we may see the rotation fall apart for a few minutes, that you've already seen that it has produced a tornado in the past, already has a tornado warning labeled on it. So again, if you are in a tornado warning, do not try to go out inside and see it. Do not fully rely on just radar indication. Take that tornado warning for fact if you are in it, and get to your safe place. Don't wait to find out if it's actually on the ground. Don't wait to find out if we can actually see any rotation or any correlation coefficient debris signatures. Just take it for what it is. You are in a tornado warning, and get to your safe place, Mike.
Absolutely. We need to go back and treat this northern storm again here. The town of Vera, you guys need to be in your tornado safe place right now, because we are not liking what we're seeing here in the velocity data. We've got this, it doesn't look terribly organized because of all the velocity gates on there, but if you back out and kind of look at it big picture, you can definitely see that this is a very suspicious area as far as rotation. So the town of Vera, Illinois, you want to be in your tornado safe place right now. And that's going to be the lowest floor of a site built structure near the center and away from windows. Okay. So if you are south of County Road 2500 Well, we just updated here, so let me take a look at that. So Vera, I need you guys to stay sheltered. This looks like it might, and I mean might, slide down or slide just to the north and northwest of Vera, but still, I want you in your tornado safe place, north of County Road 2000 North, south of County Road 2500 North, east of County Road 300 East, and west of the highway right here, west of US 51. So if you are in that box that I just outlined there, and I'll draw it here for you very quickly, and this includes the town of Vera. If you're inside that box right there right now, you need to be in your tornado safe place, and that's a site-built structure, lowest floor near the center, away from windows, Austin. Let me see here. I believe Austin is busy taking a look at some data here and getting some things updated in the back end on our stream here as we continue with this live coverage. And this tornado warning down here again for eastern Clinton, Marion, and northern Washington until 6:15. This is looking kind of sawtooth right now. I do see this pocket of winds moving opposite. These winds are moving toward the radar back in St. Louis, and it looks like everything else is unidirectionally moving away, but it doesn't really matter. You really need to be in your tornado safe spot here at this time. So let me go ahead. Here's the other thing I can do right now too. As soon as my computer lets me do it here, we're going to go ahead and we'll take a look at this through the other system here too. So I think we're about at the point where we can probably start getting a decent look at this with that Evansville next rad too. Okay, see, because there's still okay. This is probably going to end up getting tornado warned right here before too much longer. So that's right between Pleasant Mound and Tamalco. So you've got three rotations kind of along this line right now. You've got the one that's tornado warned, the northernmost one that's kind of headed up there. It's right north of Shafter. You've got this one that should probably get a tornado warning on it here very soon. That is south of Pleasant Mound, north of Tamalco. That one's starting to look pretty good. And then we've got this one down here that's to the south of Carlisle. So we can see that in the one system. So let's go ahead and yep, because I'm seeing it right there. This one is starting to look pretty good. And this is the one that's right between the two tornado warnings. So I would say Hookdale, Charbonnier, St. James. You guys probably want to go ahead and take your tornado precautions right now because what I'm thinking is that we're going to see a there's a circulation right there. And I think we're probably going to see a tornado warning here before too long. And it's probably going to be something like that. And that includes Charbonnier, okay? So I would, even though you're not in a tornado warning right now, based on what we're seeing on radar, Hookdale, Charbonnier, as far to the northeast as St. James. Go ahead and take your tornado precautions right now. Tornado warning canceled for northeastern Bond and southeastern Montgomery counties because the storm has moved on out of the area. So again, northeastern Bond, southeastern Montgomery, the tornado warning was canceled because at 70 miles an hour, that storm has left the area. The suspect is gone. So give it probably another 5 to 7 minutes, and then you can come out and take a look and see what's going on and make sure that you don't run the risk of getting hurt trying to go out and see what happened here as that storm came through. Let's go ahead and take a look here. We'll come back just for a brief second to our reflectivity and we'll take a look. So Okawville, Centralia, Sandoval, Salem, Alma, Kimmondy, Patoka, Vernon, Ayuka. You guys should be in your tornado safe place right now. Okay, and it looks like the best part of the circulation is going to be here. Let's look at our base velocity. So yep, probably right there. And I really think Charbonnier, yeah, because in addition to that rotation there that will I would be surprised if it doesn't come up with a tornado warning here shortly. You got a not quite 1 inch hail flag there, so point eight of an inch, point nine of an inch. So that is basically that's about nickel sized hail, getting close to quarter sized hail right there. And again, so these are the only two tornado warnings in our coverage area. There's a third one up north, looks like around Kankakee, but the two that are in our coverage area here is first this confirmed one. And this actually looks like maybe it might be tightening back up here. And we're about equal distance from all three of the radars that we can take a look at it. We're not going to get a particularly great look, but let me go ahead and switch over to the Evansville next rad and see if we can identify anything different structurally with this storm. And that rotation is still looking pretty good in that velocity data right now.
Yeah, and Mike, I wanted to kind of go over timing just a little bit for our viewers. So,
Take it.
if you're in McLeanboro, Harrisburg, Carmi, Ridgeway, uh, Garyville, Fairfield,
Hey,
these are all
Austin, I hate to cut you off, my friend. That storm that I was telling Hookdale and Charbonnier to take cover, they just threw the tornado warning on it. So I got to grab that real quick. And then as soon as I get a breather, we'll come right back to timing. I do apologize. But that's a new tornado warning for southern Fayette County in south central Illinois until 6:30. At 5:38, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 5 miles west of Charbonnier or 10 miles southwest of Vandalia, moving northeast at 65. So Vandalia, 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 Brownstown. You guys need to be taking your immediate tornado precaution at this time. This storm is going to be near Mulberry Grove around 5:40, Charbonnier and Vandalia around 5:45. This also includes or will impact Pittsburgh, Hagerstown, St. Paul, Avena, St. James, and Lagodi, Illinois, not Lagodi, Indiana, Lagodi, Illinois, Lagodi, Illinois. I need to make sure I say that so everyone hears it. And it's also going to impact I-70 between mile markers 68 and 76, as well as I-57 near exit 135. So if you're in any of those areas, you need to be taking your immediate tornado precautions. That's the lowest floor near the center, away from windows of a site-built structure. So Vandalia, you guys need to get down, okay? Because this is going to be awfully close. There's Vandalia's a fairly decently populated small town. Charbonnier, very small, but there's people there as well. This is going to be, so if you are south of US 40, if you are north of County Road 800 North, if you're west of US 51, and if you are east of County Road 100 East, you need to be in a safe place. Okay, so once again, that's if you're anywhere south of US 40, west of US 51, north of County Road 800 North and east of County Road 100 East, be taking your tornado precautions. Go to that safe spot. Lowest floor of a site-built structure near the center, away from windows, with as many walls as you can get between you and the outside as you possibly can. Let's come back down here very quickly, take a look at this southern storm and make sure we're not missing anything there. I'm not seeing a whole heck of a lot there as far as our rotation. Let's hope that that trend continues, because that one will probably end up being let go, and that one expires at 6:15 Central Time. So we still got some time left here before this one does anything, because we're coming up on about 20 to it's about 20 to 6 right now. So we've still got some time with that one. Let's come back up here to the northernmost storm, and I do see that they have extended this one as well. This is a new tornado warning for southeastern Shelby and northwestern Effingham counties until 6:30. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Ramsey, 10 miles north of Vandalia. So all along the US 51 corridor, Ramsey, Vera, Vandalia, Charbonnier, Vernon, you guys need to be in your tornado safe spot right now. These storms are racing northeast. This one is booking along at 65 miles per hour with a tornadic rotation and quarter-sized hail falling out of it. This storm will be near Herrick around 5:45 Central, Cowden 5:50 Central, Windsor is in the path of the storm. This also includes I-57 between mileposts 169 and 172. Okay, so we've got 3 tornado warnings, actually 4 on the board right now, Austin.
Yeah, and Mike, I think, for Southern Illinois right now, these are some of the same areas that we saw impacted by some of the tornado warnings just on Sunday. Places like Nashville, Illinois, Centrilla, Illinois, Salem, Illinois, places that you definitely want to make sure that you're in your safe place. And you may have already been impacted prior, like I said, on Sunday. So this is not news to you that, if you hear the tornado warning, get to your safe place.
So that is exactly right. And taking a look here at our snapshot rotation product, Austin, I'm seeing that this thing looks like it's sitting right on US 51. It looks like Vera is going to get a close shave and take a near miss to the north. I don't necessarily trust this, though, because there is a little bit of location error with radars based on the latency, the time for the data to get in, and a few other factors. So, Ramsey, you guys need to be in shelter. Ramsey, Herrick, Cowden, Beecher City, Stewartson. You guys want to be in your tornado safe spot immediately. Also, Vandalia, Shabanier as well. And then off to the south, Vernon, Patoka, Sandoval, and then all the way down to Centralia as opposed to Vandalia, along with Salem, Kinmundy, Iuka as well, Alma, Farina, St. Peter, and Laclede. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe spots right now. Today is not the day to be going out trying to get yourself a picture of these things coming in. Just go to your safe spot, wait it out. We'll let you know when it's all clear. Austin? And he
Yeah,
may be.
Mike. So
Go ahead.
plenty of activity on the map right now. Let's dive into the timing just real quick. I had this up just a few minutes ago. This is actually a little bit outdated now, but again, if you are in southeastern Illinois, expect timing within the next 15 to 30 minutes. Western Kentucky between 30 and 45 minutes, and southwestern Indiana, impact timing you can expect within the next hour, Mike.
Thank you very much for that update here. And as I said, if we can get these tornado warnings off the board for more than a few minutes, we'll be happy to. I was going to do some storm tracks for you guys so that way you could start planning and get a sense of the timing. But we've just got the line of storms here has just gotten rowdy right in the center of this line here. And we've got 4 tornado warnings all sandwiched together. And the reason we've got that is if we take a look there at that's, and you can kind of see the storms right there and see the rotation even as you got 1, 2, 3 right there that are really the ones that are causing all the issue right now. So there is a little bit of structure to these storms, even though that looks like a bucket of spilled paint, but you can definitely see kind of the hook shape in each of these storms here. You can see if we go, let's see, we'll go yellow. So if I go right there, there's one. Right there, there's one. And then you've got this third one right here. And then you've got your inflow notches kind of on these things right here. So you can definitely see these storms. And this is again, this is just the beginning. We're just in the early stages of the game here, everybody. So you just need to stay with us. Be ready to go when your community is called. When we call the name of your town or the name of your county, execute that plan and you will be just fine. Let's go back up here and take a look. We want to keep watching these things and see what else we can see. And there you can actually see even better in the velocity data. Looks like Vandalia. I really hope you guys are down because if you're not taking a direct hit, you are taking a very, very, very near miss right now. Let me get into GR Earth here and see if I can identify that. Okay, so we're not seeing quite as much there.
And
Let's
Mike,
go to radar scope. Go ahead.
just to give our viewers an idea of the scope of the storm system that's moving in currently, right now, there are 15 tornado warnings active on the map right now. So, again, plenty of spin in the air as these storms begin to move in here. going to want to pay attention. I know I saw a couple questions in there that said it looks like that it's breaking apart and weakening towards southwestern Indiana. That would not be the case. We expect these storms to intensify as they come in. Now, you may actually see a few of these storms or a few showers out ahead of it, but we do not anticipate that to weaken the atmosphere at all. It is very primed, very active. That, again, is why we have a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, and we've already seen two confirmed tornadoes, one in Tennessee and one in Illinois, I believe, Mike.
Yep, we did see, because this storm here that we're actually on right now, Austin, this one here that's basically, and I really hope that it didn't, but there's every possibility that that thing may have tracked through over and through Vandalia, Illinois. So if our admin or spotter teams can maybe try to do a little digging there and see if we can get perhaps damage reports or power outage reports or some type of information to see if Vandalia took a hit or if they were very lucky and just escaped with a close shave and a very near miss, that would be greatly appreciated. But the tornado warning, there you can see the couplet right there, immediately to the immediate, and I mean immediate east of Vandalia, maybe a mile or two at the most. And then we come back up here, then we still got, there's your circulation there. You know what? Let me do this. Let me circle these two guys right here. So what we're watching is, here's number one. There we go. Come on, drawing tool. There we go. There's one. Then here's the other one right here. Okay, so we've got two, and then we've got other circulations as well. We've got a notch kind of right there, and then a notch there. So we've got tornado warning with four circulations. Two look better. The two outside ones look better than the two kind of in the middle of that. Let's get away from radar scope, come back over here to the other system. So yeah, I don't. And that, there's that still confirmed polygon. So this is the one that we were talking about also when you were asking about confirmed tornadoes. So this is one of them right here. This thing looks like it probably went through Vandalia. It's crossing Interstate 70 as we speak. It'll probably be off the interstate in just a little bit. And it's already crossed US 51. So it's crossing 70. It's on the north side of 70, and it'll be on the north side of US 40. Brownstown and St. Elmo are the next communities in the line of fire for that storm. And then that rotation that kind of broadened out again a little bit, it went over Charbonnier. St. James is going to be the next community in line there. You guys want to take your tornado precautions. And then as we come further south and take a look at the southern storm here, Alma and Kinmundy and Farina, you guys need to be in your safe spot right now. We've got the circulation, it looks to me like it's just, and I mean just to the west of I-57, maybe a mile or two. So basically, if you are on the east of Alma, if you're west of Prairie Road, if you are north of Townhouse Road, if you are to the immediate east of County Highway 5, and if you are Kinmundy and Point South, we'll use a road there, give you a little buffer there. So Sandy Branch Road. So if you're south of Sandy Branch Road, you need to be taking your tornado precautions, okay? And that's going to be the lowest floor near the center, away from windows, many walls between you and the outside as you can get, pillows and blankets to wrap up in, helmet on your head. All right. Austin, what do you got anything else for us right at the moment, sir?
Yeah, I think, what's important to note here is that we're right during that commute hour when people are headed home from work, trying to, it's that dinner time hour, getting dinner ready for their family. Everyone, especially if you're going to be on the roadways or especially if you're going to be headed out, make sure that you're paying attention to your surroundings where you are. Make sure you're not too far away from your safe place. But again, as these storms continue to move eastward, I definitely anticipate seeing the rotation on these storms start to tighten up, especially the further south you go. Like I mentioned, we have 15 active tornado warnings right now on the map. And I'm going to double check that right now to make sure that that is correct.
I'm
And
showing 11,
yep,
11, maybe 12 right now.
I got 12 right now. So
Yep.
yes, that is what
Oh,
I'm seeing at the moment there. Let's make sure that you are prepared for a tornado warning to make its way through your area, especially with that PDS watch in effect. Like I said, prepare for the worst, hope for the best.
That is for sure, Austin. Let me take a look here, guys. I'm going to show you something, then we'll go back to letting people know where these storms are and where we think they're going to go. But if you take a look at this, I'm drawing what is basically the leading edge based on with the winds of where these storms are. And if you look at that, that looks almost like waves, right? So we're kind of getting a wavy pattern to these winds here, and each one of those places where I drew in, like right here, each one of these places, like right there and right there, that's potential inflow where something would be giving serious thought to spinning up a new tornadic circulation. Okay. And this is what I said about what, 20, 25 minutes ago, I think it was, Austin, that what we're going to see with these storms are this isn't a true marching line yet, but it's close enough where it's going to be an absolute pain in the neck to identify and be able to see, because you're going to get these circulations in the line. The only difference between a normal day and today is, on a normal day by now, these things would have gone back up and went on their merry way, and we just have a marching line with severe thunderstorm warnings attached to it. That's not going to be the game today. You're seeing what it is right now. These things are persistent, they're down, they're staying down, and they're becoming quite the threat to deal with, Austin.
Yeah, Mike, and I don't know if you can pull up the base reflectivity here, because I think what I will want people to see is that there are showers, broken showers out ahead of the storms, right? That you might think, oh, well, if we get the rain out ahead of the worst of the storms, that maybe that will weaken it. That is not what we expect. These storms have no problem busting through the cap already and are going to continue to intensify. As Mike showed earlier, we had that one storm down in Tennessee that was reaching near 55,000 feet in the atmosphere. So these storms, no matter what's out ahead of them, some rainfall, some precipitation, some cooling, none of that is going to affect the strength of these storms as they move in. They're going to continue to intensify due to the fact that we have such a primed atmosphere for severe weather today, Mike.
Absolutely. And we're going to go ahead and take a look here. I think this is maybe, excuse me, I think this is a new tornado warning. And yeah, it is. This is a new tornado warning. Southeastern Shelby, northwestern Effingham counties in south central Illinois until 6:30, 5:39 p.m. at Central Time. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Ramsey, 10 miles north of Vandalia, moving northeast at 65. Tornado, quarter-sized hail, and this is a radar indicated situation right now. This thing's going to be near Herrick here. Let me see, around Herrick Cowden. So this, okay, you know what? I was looking at the wrong one. I apologize. That tornado warning is actually dated by a couple minutes at this time. So let's do this. Let's take a look and see what we've got going as far as rotation and velocity and all of that good stuff. Here, let's take a look at our base velocity. Oh, yeah, that storm's on top of Cowden right now. The tornado warning goes all the way out to the county line. So Stewartson, Strasburg, Windsor, Gaze, you're not in the warning. I don't care. Go to your safe spot right now. You're close enough to it. Neoga and Seigel, take your immediate tornado precautions right now. Beecher City, you guys need to be in shelter right now because it looks like you've got a circulation coming at you from the west southwest. Same thing for Shumway. And the other thing we need right now, Altamont and Effingham, you guys need to turn your eyes to the west southwest right now and keep an eye on things, because you could very well be going under a tornado warning here in just a second. And I saw a new one pop in here. So the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning, or actually looks like they've reissued, for northeastern Fayette County. And I see what they did. The tornado warning, the purple one, the confirmed tornado warning box, was going to go at 6 p.m. So about 4 minutes from now, they reissue, because this circulation, this thing cycled and it re-intensified. So they're going to reissue here until 6:15. This is a radar indicated situation. The tornado is going to be near Wright's Corner and St. Elmo right around 6 o'clock here. Okay, so that's going to be the lowest floor of a site built structure near the center, away from windows, with as many walls between you and the outside as you can get. The good news is I am not seeing any screaming evidence of a tornado debris signature right now. We'll take a look here. Some broad rotation out here, and it does look like we've got maybe some people out in this neck of the woods here. So basically, if you're south of the Fayette County line, if you are north of Fayette County Road 3, no, County Road 2000 North. If you are north of Fayette County Road 2000 North, if you are to the east of County 3, and if you are west of the county line there, between Fayette and Effingham counties, you want to take your tornado precautions, okay? Lowest floor near the center, away from windows, as many walls between you and the outside as you can get. Let's come back down here. We're going to take a look at this next storm now. Okay, and this thing has moved on quite a ways. It's moved on past Shabania. Shabania, you're still in a tornado warning polygon. You should probably be good to go in probably 15 minutes. Rotations are looking pretty good, and I'm seeing what appears to be two couplets, St. James, St. Peter. Take your immediate tornado precautions right now. Lowest floor near the center, away from windows of a site-built structure. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can get. St. James, St. Peter, Laclede, and I'm going to go ahead and say that Altamont and Edgewood, and maybe even as far off to the northeast as Watson, you guys would, as a course of least regret, I would say go ahead on to your tornado shelter right now. Don't wait for a warning to issue, because I'm pretty sure, based on this sawtooth thing that I'm seeing in the radar data here, each one of the valleys in between those saw teeth is potentially inflow, and the storm potentially spinning, and a circulation could spin down with very little warning, and you don't want to get caught out today. Austin?
Yeah, Mike. I mean, you're doing a great job here at covering these tornado warnings as they come in, and to kind of give a broader scope of what's going on. I think it would be great to relay some good news and some bad news here. So the good news is going to be that what you're seeing on Mike's screen right now, fairly broad rotation, multiple couplets, but definitely in a broader sense, that is a good thing, right? Not a lot of room for movement as these storms are connected together. So that allows for the fact that, there isn't a ton of opportunity for these storms to, move off directly to the south, to the east. No, they're connected. So they're going to continue to move northeast together. Now, off to our southwest, though, we are seeing what is multiple supercells, right? So we have the line of storms off to the north, but then in southwestern, or excuse me, northeastern Arkansas, we have what looks like a bunch of supercells popping up. Those are the ones that are going to be motivating in our direction here in southwestern Indiana, western Kentucky, and even in southern parts of Illinois, right? So, yes, this first line of storms that Mike is covering right now could pass off to the north of the Evansville area, but we will actually start to see that those supercells off to the south begin to move in as well. But again, um, there is no, you know, beating around the bush on this. You're going to see severe weather today, likely going to be under a tornado warning at some point today. So you have to be ready to take those precautions. And as Mike is covering these tornado warnings, just remember that if he's not talking about you right this second, that you are okay for the moment, for the time being, right? We are going to cover the tornado warnings. I'm watching in the background as he is covering the current tornado warnings that he's on. If there's anything to jump into, like actually that severe thunderstorm warning off to southern Illinois there, looks like it's starting to strengthen up a little bit. And we're going to focus
Whoa.
in on that here in just a minute because it really looks like it's starting to blow up there, Mike.
I 100%. Now I was going to hit that super quick because it's definitely in our area, and that's a severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, goodness. I've got maybe 12 lines here. So here we go. I'm going to hit this super quick. Austin, if you want to kind of monitor that one, kind of babysit it, and let's see where it goes. But this is a really quick severe thunderstorm warning. Southeastern Union. So we've got Missouri, and we've got counties in all three states here. So in Illinois, Southeastern Union, Pulaski, Northwestern Massac, West Central Polk, Johnson, South Central Williamson, and Southeastern Alexander counties. In Kentucky, Northwestern Carlisle, Ballard, northwestern McCracken, and then in Missouri, coming out of the boot heel there, you've got northeastern Mississippi and east central Scott counties. And this one's until 6:45. That thing is booking 75 miles an hour. That's out ahead of the line, and that thing is racing 75 miles an hour. That thing would be getting a ticket from the police probably if it was on the ground, Austin. So if you want to keep an eye on that, I see there's a 1-inch hail flag associated with it and a hail core, at least coming from the Evansville radar. If something pops with that, or if it ups the ante and we go tornado warning, just go ahead and scream at me, and we'll let you take it and cover that. Good news up here is that this line is not being extended forward with more tornado warnings. This one has kind of spun down, at least for the moment. I can see that these storms have become more linked in the chain, and it looks like they're kind of marching in formation there. We're going to want to watch that convection and rain activity out ahead of the line, but for the moment, this is reducing as well. This is now been advanced with a severe thunderstorm warning for Clay and Effingham counties. That's until 6:45. This is still not to be messed with, though. It's got 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarters falling out of it for the moment. Okay, so that's going to be basically the US 45 corridor. Effingham, Altamont, Watson, Dietrich, Edgewood, Horde, Ingraham, Iola, Louisville, Clay City, Louisville, Illinois, not Louisville, Kentucky, Louisville, Illinois, Xenia, Illinois, not Xenia, Ohio, Flora, and Clay City. You guys just you don't have to go full tornado precautions. Get inside, let the storm go by. We'll let you know if a tornado decides that it wants to spin up out of this. But for now, just be inside so that way you're not getting pelted trying to run inside with quarter-sized hail falling out of the sky, Austin.
Yeah, Mike, and again, just kind of keeping track of the radar here. Currently, 21 tornado warnings, 21 active tornado warnings, 26 active severe thunderstorm warnings. So again, definitely expecting this to continue to deteriorate as we head into the evening hours here. And you'll notice right on Mike's screen, right off to the left-hand corner, more cells starting to pop up at the bottom of this line. And that is more what we are concerned about. That line that is moving through south central Illinois, going to continue to move off northeast. The good news
Gosh.
with that system off to the north and central Illinois, that will start to lose out on some of the shear. But the storms that you're looking at now in northeastern Arkansas there and in western Tennessee headed into Kentucky and then forecast to make their way into southern Illinois and into southwestern Indiana, that's where most of the shear and instability is. So as these storms continue to move in, you can expect those to intensify, and that is kind of going to be the bulk of our evening right there is what we're looking at in the left-hand side of your screen, Mike.
Goodness gracious. And will you look at this? Look at that. Arkansas is getting hammered right now, north eastern Arkansas, and that's going to work its way through the boot heel of Missouri. This is why the high risk was out by the Storm Prediction Center. Look at all these. I have not seen this many red polygons on the board in quite some time because we didn't have anywhere near this many a week or two ago during that last event. So I just wanted to point that out. Back to the game with the radar here, and we'll take a look. Two new severe thunderstorm warnings here, and I wanted to come down and get a good look at this coming across here. Okay, and that one, let's see if this guy here disrupts the inflow into this storm that's right over Olmsted right now, because Olmsted's getting cored with quarter-sized hail falling out of there. So there's going to be some dented up cars here over the next half hour or so right around the Olmsted area and the Mounds area as well. Let's see if this storm that's over Mounds messes with the inflow and keeps this guy in Olmsted from realizing his full potential. Hopefully that will be the case. The other thing we need to do here now is I need to come back up and we'll take a look and make sure that nothing new has taken place up here. And I think we're in good shape. I'm still not seeing any new tornado warnings. We've still got this one up here. And this one, let's see, this remains in effect until 6:30, southeastern Shelby and far northwestern Effingham County. This is not going to impact the city of Effingham. That's going to miss it by a few miles. So this is a 6:30 expiration for this tornado warning. This tornado warning here is going to be a, let's see, 6:30. The ground speed on this line of storms right through here when they put the warning out, Austin, 80 miles per hour. Somebody call the police. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, and Mike, I'm looking at the mesoscale discussion right now, and there's a going to be another tornado watch issued here for Western Tennessee, and what they have listed here for mesoscale discussion number 359. This was issued at 5:45 p.m., so just about 20 some minutes ago. Most probable peak intensities for tornadoes: 155 to 190 miles per hour.
That's
With
3 and 4 territory right there.
Correct.
Goodness
Yep.
gracious.
And then the winds in excess of 75 to 90 miles per hour, and hail can be expected from 2 to 3.5 inches. Mike.
That is high impact severe weather. I don't care how you slice it. So let me see here. I saw a question scroll by in the chat. Somebody wanted to see movement on these. I'll be happy to do that here if we can catch a breather and get away from these doggone tornado warning polygons for just a couple minutes. 100% we can loop the radar and show you what's going on. If all else fails, I can draw it real quick, but need to definitely keep an eye on these 3 tornado warnings that are still on the board here coming through central Illinois at this time.
Yeah, and I would like to know. I don't know if our producers can put it in the chat or not. I forgot to follow up on it, but did we ever hear if those sirens got fixed in Henderson, Kentucky?
That's a great call out right there because there are some people who will feel like they need to rely on an outdoor warning siren, and that is the absolute worst thing you can do. Here, I got another window pulled up here so you can kind of see the evolution of these storms over the last hour or two. And I know if you, I'm trying to get the eyeglasses refocused here a little bit and shifted on my head. So if you hear microphone noise there, that's what I'm doing. I apologize. But so very quickly there you can see kind of the loop, at least from the Evansville NexRad. You can see what's going on here. So you've got the big line of storms is slowly tracking east. The cells themselves are tracking almost due northeast right there. And then you've got these guys firing out ahead of the line that are wanting to turn a little bit more left and come a little bit more northeast. So we've got 3 or 4 motion vectors here just in the radar data, and that shows you the volatility of the atmosphere and the dynamics and so forth. Because it's so chaotic, you've got all these multiple vectors of movement in these storms here. So hopefully that'll answer that question here. Let's go back and take a look here at the live radar. New tornado warning. Let me grab it here. If you were about to jump in, Austin, I do apologize. New tornado warning. Clay and southeastern Effingham counties in south central Illinois until 6:45. At 6:09, severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line winds were located along a line extending from near Omega to 7 miles west of Helm, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So before I finish that off, all of you guys that are in Effingham County along the US 45 corridor, I told you move inside and let the storms go by. I hope you took my advice and you're inside, because now you need to hit the deck and get to that tornado safe place. You need to go to that lowest floor of that site built structure that you should already be in. You need to be near the center of that and away from windows with as many walls between you and the outside as you can possibly get. Again, that's a tornado warning for Clay and southeastern Effingham counties until 6:45 p.m. And that's going to be probably for this right here. You can even see in the rain data, in the reflectivity data, you can see the saw teeth in there. Let's query the, oh, holy smokes, will you look at that? So here's what they warned for, guys. Let me, drawing tools up. Yep, that is one. We've got another one that's looking even better right there. So that's one, probably that right there. This right here, even though that's kind of more of a bump, but you can see there, that's just to the east of Farina. And then broad rotation here. So that's those guys. And then if we zoom out and come north just a little bit, we've got this one up here. And this is that tornado warning until 6:30 for southeastern Shelby and northwestern Effingham counties. Good news is we lost one tornado warning, but not because the atmosphere is any less dynamic. That's just because the line of storms is the police showed up and the line of storms has gone out of the area. The suspect has left the area right there. And let's take a look here. Clay County, South Central Illinois, Southeastern Effingham. This is the one that I just read to you. So if you are in Effingham County, so that is now here's the crazy thing. The city of Effingham proper, you guys are living right. Y'all must be praying hard and living right there because if you're in Dietrich, Effingham, Watson, or Altamont for the moment, and I stress for the moment, you're okay. You've got a tornado warning to the north of you. You've got one to the south of you. So you guys are bracketed. But for the moment, you guys are not in a tornado safe place. I would go ahead and go there anyway, just as a course of least regret. At an absolute minimum, shorten the distance between you and your tornado safe place right now if you're in this neck of the woods. And something else that you can do too, you can hit the Ohio Valley Weather Watch page. And if you want to, if you got your phone with you and you're listening to us or watching us on a phone, turn that camera on, grab a picture. We'd love to see you in your tornado safe spot doing the right thing, making sure that you're taking care of yourself and your family at this time. So if you want to do that and just take a selfie and send it on to us there, let the administrative crew, once we are able to get out of here and let everything blow over, we will certainly be able to go ahead and we'll certainly be able to go ahead and get those up for you. And I see, looks like on the stream here, managing forecaster Tony Merriweather is safe in Bunker Merriweather there. I see, looks like he's got his camera on. So whenever he wants to give me the high sign, he can feel free to jump in here, and then all three of us will go ahead and do that. But before I do that, new tornado warning. And see, I jinxed you guys. I spoke and said you were living right for the moment. You're not anymore. This is a new tornado warning. So Effingham, Altamont, Watson, Dietrich, time to go. They just put this new tornado warning out, and this is for Effingham County until 6:45. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and straight line wind damage located near Watson, 7 miles southwest of Effingham. Northeast at 70. So you don't have much time to get to that tornado safe spot. These dangerous storms will be near Effingham, Hartville, and Teutopolis around 6:20. That's about 6 minutes out. Montrose and Dietrich around 6:25. This will also include Interstate 57 between mileposts 144 and 168, as well as I-70 between mileposts 82 and 104. So take those tornado precautions there and make sure that you're in a good, safe place. It looks like the circulation.
Hey,
So
Mike,
Effingham, go Effingham,
that
get down. Go ahead, Austin.
that circulation just tightened up real good just southwest of Xenia, Illinois.
Oh, I see it.
Got a really nice tight couplet there. So if you are in Xenia, Illinois, it is headed, looks like it's headed right over you right now. So make sure you are in your safe place.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at now the circulation tightened up. Here's the one thing I will say that does give me some cause for a quick 3-second smile here. And looking at the correlation coefficient data for the moment, I am not seeing any major lowering that would suggest that something is actually on the ground and doing dirt and causing damage right now. Okay, so but yes, please listen to Austin. He would not have cut me off and said that the circulation is tightening. Mike, we need to let people know about this. He knows what he's looking at. Okay, so if you're in, so basically, if you're in Effingham County or if you're in Clay County right now, you need to be in a tornado safe spot. Okay, and if you're in Shelby County, right up to almost Cumberland County, you need to be in a safe place right now too. So if you're in Shelby, Effingham, Clay counties, you need to be in your tornado safe spot immediately. Take your immediate tornado precautions. Lowest floor of a site built structure near the center. You want to be away from windows. As I take a look at snapshot rotation here, Watson and Mason, you guys need to be in your tornado safe spot. If you're in the city of Effingham, if you've got an Effingham, Watson, or Mason or Edgewood mailing address, you should be in your tornado safe place right now. We got an update and I am not liking it. We've got more intense rotation here on the other rotational product. This isn't snapshot rotation. This is a detail rotation here. And that is sitting right over 1000th Avenue in Effingham, or just south of Effingham there outside of Watson. East 900th Avenue, it's north of there, south of East 1000th. It is to the east of North 1200th Street, and it's to the west of US 45. Okay, so you need to be in your safe spot immediately if you are in that particular location at this time. All right.
Yeah, Mike,
So
the correlation coefficient just over Watson where you're at, if you switch it over, I do see a little bit on there, not a ton, but there is a little bit right off to the north, a little bit further north, right there where you see that little spot of green.
right here.
Yep, right there. Yep.
Yeah, so that is so, and again, the storm, we could be looking at the same storm in different places based on how our systems process it and the information comes in at different times because based on the volume scan. So by looking at correlation coefficient here, this is what Austin is pointing out, this green, this single gate of data right here, that single pixel of data, and that's closer, that's maybe a mile or two off of Interstate 70 and maybe a couple miles to the west of I-57. Okay, so also there, if you're out in that part of the world, let's see what, see if we can. That's East 1025th Avenue. That is right on East 1025th Avenue. Basically, it's to the east of Field Road. It is. Oh, just just moved in it. I think it left just that quick, or it shifted to closer to where I was at, Austin, because now it's sitting over here. So I think maybe that was just a lag in the data, perhaps. Let's go back to rotation and take a look at it here. Yep. Okay. So the center of circulation just north of Watson, next in line. If you are west of US 45, get down. If you're south, along and south of 1000th Avenue, get down. If you are north of Watson, I'm going to have you stay in shelter for a while. So Illinois 37, going off of Watson, you need to get down. Whoa, hello. It looks like the data's come in and it's just updated that up the ante significantly. We need to take a look at that. Okay, still not seeing that there. You know what? Let me flip over to radar scope and take a look at that one. Okay, so there that is. And we'll look at the CC there. Okay, yep, I'm seeing a little bit right there. So Watson, Dietrich, you guys are going to be next. Dietrich, take your immediate tornado precautions right now. Lowest floor of a site-built structure near the center and away from windows. Yeah, because that thing got mean real quick from what I can see here. Let me see what are the winds on that in that thing right now. So 60-mile-per-hour winds is what I'm seeing there right now as I take a look at it with the data tool. So yeah, Dietrich, Effingham, I think that Effingham, stay in your tornado shelter. I think you guys are going to be okay, at least this go round, because that circulation that just got sketchy really quick there, that is south of you right now. Okay, see that? That is south of you, but still, if you've got a Watson or an Effingham mailing address, there's no reason for you to be up trying to see this thing. In about probably 2 minutes, this thing is going to be right up on Illinois 33. It's going to be, so right now, if you're south of 33, if you are west of US 45, if you're north of East 875th Road, and if you are west of North 1900th Street, take your immediate tornado precautions. Actually, you know what? This thing is moving so fast, I'm not even going to say so. If you are west of County Road 2300 coming out of Dietrich, running between Dietrich and Montrose, that north-south road there. Take your tornado precautions. And also, now if you're in Teutopolis, I need you to make sure that you're in your safe spot. You should have already been there based on being in a tornado warning. But Teutopolis, this thing looks like it's kind of taking a wobble and it's taking a turn your direction. So you definitely want to be in your safe place right now. And I also see down here south, we've got another rotation that has improved dramatically as well too. That is off in the open country between Xenia, Illinois and Louisville, Illinois right now. So if you are basically, if you're north of Oak Mound Lane, if you are south of Jaeger Lane, if you are east of Butternut Road, and if you are west of US 45 between Louisville and basically Flora, you need to be taking your immediate tornado precautions. If this is going to follow the leader and turn a little bit more to the left like the north circulation did, Louisville, Illinois, you guys better be in a safe spot right now because that thing may decide to pay you a visit here. So we really need to be careful. Got a lot of stuff going on. We're moving really fast right now, Austin.
Yeah, Mike, you'll even notice on the tornado warnings that you were just covering, the tail end of that down towards Mount Vernon, headed towards Fairfield, Olney, that is actually strengthening right now as we speak. If you watch the loop on there, and then off to the south, I was actually going to bring that up where you're at right now. That is where we're going to start seeing storms converge, and that is where we're going to start to see more tornadic activity as they come together. We have multiple cells moving to the north from the south, but we also have that line of storms coming from the west headed to somewhat northeast, almost actually I would say east northeast with that line further south, Mike.
Absolutely. And well, real quick here, let's take a look at the reflectivity. And I'm going to loop this just for a hot second here and take a look at that. And that's going to allow us to diagnose and see what's coming down the pike based on what Austin said. And there's the new tornado watch that's up right now, too. And that thing has been extended into, so that's Bowling Green and Louisville, Mount Washington, Elizabethtown, whole lot of places that have that new tornado watch right there. So there's kind of a view of what we can be anticipating here over the next hour or two. So just wanted to do that very quickly. Let me stop that so we're not chewing up bandwidth. Get back over here and take a look at these. Uh-oh, that's not good. Right there, the computer's tagging that saying, Mike, you need to look at this right now because I believe that there's something maybe getting ready to drop right there. That's why it's got that. That's a TVS. That is a tornado vortex signature flag right there by our radar system. So again, this is out in the open country right now, northeast of Xenia, Illinois, southwest of Louisville, Illinois, northwest of Flora, Illinois. It's in the open country, but if this thing takes a turn to the a little bit more of a turn northerly, like it looks like it may be considering doing, then Louisville, Illinois, or Louisville, Illinois, please take your tornado precautions. We've got one, two. Look at how this line is spooled up, Austin. We've got three significant circulations along this line right now that are moving very quickly, and I see that they looks like they've extended this tornado warning, and this is going into Jasper, Illinois, or Jasper County and Cumberland County. So there's a new tornado warning that's been issued for this storm right here that looks like it might be getting ready to come up into Montrose. We'll take a look and see if we can pinpoint it here in just a second. But northern Jasper, Cumberland counties, new tornado warning until 7:15 Central. Tornado, quarter-sized hail, the hazards associated with that. This has a radar indicated tag on it. And these storms will be near Jewett and Toledo around 6:30, Greenup around 6:35. And this also includes I-70 because that is basically right on I-70 between mileposts 105 and 126. Montrose, Jewett, Toledo, Illinois, Greenup. Get your tails to your tornado safe place right now. Lowest floor of a site-built structure near the center, away from windows, with as many walls between you and the outside as you can get. We're going to come back over here now and take a look. I can kind of see where starting to get maybe a little bit of a lowering out here in the open country between Iola, Horde, and Louisville, Illinois. So Horde Louisville. If you're along that US 45 corridor, you need to be in a safe spot. If you're in that US 45 corridor in Clay County, Illinois, make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions at this time, especially if you're south there, if you're southwest of Louisville and to the northwest of Flora, where our computer is very concerned about that rotation tightening up and potentially dropping a tornado if there's not something already down. And that is if you're east of Bob White Road, if you're west of US 45, north of Highway 50, which is right outside Flora there, and basically Louisville and point south. See, we're just updated there, and that circulation is on and crossing US 45 as we speak right now, and that's going to be Sailor Springs is going to be the next community in line there. Let's take a look here and see what we can see. Got a single gate lowered correlation coefficient right there. And let's take a look at our velocity products. Okay.
Yeah, Mike, I am a little concerned
Anything
for just
crazy.
outside of that tornado warning because I believe they will extend it. Would be Newton, Illinois, that is out there. So, and because we are headed into that northeast direction there, and if that circulation does decide to tighten up, it looks like Newton could be right in its path there.
Yep. So if we assume roughly somewhere in this area there, that's going to be the storm, and we go taking that east northeast component of motion. Bogota, Newton, St. Marie, Oblong. You guys are next. If I were you, I would go ahead. I'd say it's time to go. So actually, you know what? Here's what I'm
They
going to
actually
do.
just went ahead and extended a severe thunderstorm warning for both the tornado warnings, north and south, but they have the damage threat as considerable with a damaging wind threat of 70 miles per hour, 1-inch hail quarter size, and a tornado possible.
Yep, there it is. There's the new severe thunderstorm warning that popped in. But you know what? Here's what we're going to do. Because things are so crazy today, for this huge, that is a good size severe thunderstorm warning. Goodness. Make sure that you're inside. Make sure that you're inside. Keep a very short distance between you and the basement if you have it. So we're going to go basically split the difference between tornado precautions and severe thunderstorm warning precautions is what you need to do. All
And
right. So
Mike,
make sure. Go ahead.
I do want to tell you that they went ahead and extended a tornado warning from Missouri into Illinois, where Carbondale is now under a tornado warning. Harrisburg is under a severe thunderstorm warning that looks to collide with the tornado warning off to our south there.
I've got that one there. So let me finish and then we'll pick. You know what? We'll leave those two for now because we've been on those for a little bit. Let's pick up the new kid on the block here, the one that impacts Carbondale. So this is a new tornado warning. This is for Perry, Southern Jefferson, Northern Williamson, Jackson, and Franklin counties in Illinois until 7:15. At 6:28, severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage located along a line extending from near St. Mary's to 8 miles east rather of Perryville to 6 miles southwest of Altenburg, moving east at, am I reading this right? 85 miles per hour, according to the text. And yes, I am reading that correctly. 85 miles per hour. So
Mike, that is also an observed tornado.
wow. Okay, so this box is probably going to go purple. It's going to go magenta here very shortly. So these storms will be near Grand Tower at around in 5 minutes. Willisville, Ava, Murfreesboro, Carbondale around 6:40. DeSoto 6:45. Royalton, Energy, Elkville, Hearst, Craneville, Heron, Cambria, Carterville, DuQuoin around 6:50. Johnston City, West Frankfort, Marion, Christopher, Ziegler 6:55. Benton, West City, Cesar, Valier, Rend Lake area, and Pittsburgh around 7 o'clock. Thompsonville 7:05. Make sure that you take your immediate tornado precautions right now, and that's why this is such a large tornado warning is for that reason. Now, I also
And
see we've
Mike,
got one here too, southeastern Washington County until 7 o'clock for a tornado with radar indicated rotation. And that's going to impact Du Bois, Radom, and Richview. Go ahead, Austin.
yeah, I just want to get something real clear with our viewers. With Mike covering that latest tornado warning, you did hear him correctly. It was moving at 85 miles per hour. You cannot outrun these storms. Do not attempt to leave once you are under that tornado warning. You should be in your safe place well before you are in a tornado warning. So if you are in Carbondale, now is not the time to leave. Hunker down, get to your safe place, wait for these storms to pass. We still have multiple rounds behind them as well, but I did also want to clarify that that confirmed tornado that I said was actually just off to the south there. We had kind of that bundle of tornado warnings there. So that confirmed one is still in southeastern Missouri there, moving at 50 miles per hour, confirmed, looking to cross into Illinois here very shortly.
Goodness gracious. Yep. And I'm going to take a shot at it here and see if we can get the get a storm track on this thing here for you guys, because this is this is unreal. I have not in my memory seen a severe or seen a tornado warning or even a severe thunderstorm warning for that matter with an 85-mile-per-hour ground speed, even on some of the worst days that we've covered in the past. That is a first for me. And Austin is exactly right. If you think you can get in a vehicle and try to outrun this thing, that is going to be a life altering decision for you. And I hate to be blunt like that, but I'm not going to sugarcoat it today, guys. We don't want to be reading about you in the paper. Okay. So this is you take your tornado precautions, get into a safe spot. When we call you, just go. Okay. Just go. Simple as that.
And Mike, I kind of want to get out to a broader scope here, just further out of just the warnings. These warnings likely to be extended here. So if you are in Mount Vernon, Harrisburg, Albion, Paducah, even here in Evansville, get ready. Get ready now because the storms are headed in. Take the time. You are not under the warning right this second in the areas that I just mentioned, but you could be in just a matter of minutes. So make sure that you take advantage of this time. Get to your safe place now.
Yep, and that is great advice. That is great advice right there with everything that we've got going on here. So let me take a look at this here. I'm going to go ahead and try to get. Let me see if I can go back with the radar here just a little bit and take a look and see. This thing's moving 85 miles an hour, so let's see here. Yep, and I got a confirmed tornado, so I think what we're going to have to do is I'll come back to the path cast on that later. Let me get back up here. This is that one that we were concerned about, Austin, right here where the computer was flagging, hey, this looks like it could be the real deal. Well, I got news for you. It is the real deal right now. So let's take a look at that here. So there's the signature. So this is going to be this is a tornado warning until that's the old one, 645 for northeastern Clay, southeastern Effingham counties. Damaging tornado, quarter size hail. Radar indicated the rotation has been organized and persistent long enough for them to upgrade this to a radar confirmed tornado. The new tornado warning is until 7:15 for Jasper and northern Richland counties. At 6:32, tornado producing storms were located along a line extending from near Bible Grove to near Louisville, Illinois, moving northeast at 60. This is a radar confirmed tornado, and the storms will be near Newton and Bogota around 6:40, St. Marie and Willow Hill around 6:50. Take your immediate tornado precautions. Dundas, St. Marie, Willow Hill, Newton, Bogota, Rose Hill, Yale, Ingraham, Sailor Springs. Lowest floor near the center, away from windows, with as many walls between you and the outside as you can get at this point in time. Okay. So
And
that
Mike, I am getting a correlation coefficient confirmation just north of Woodbury on that tornado warning back to the north there, and it is just north of 70. But you can definitely see.
I see it. That one by Toledo right here on the screen. This one.
Yep, yep. I am picking up a debris signature on there as well.
Okay, so that one is likely a confirmed tornado as well. And as tight as that couplet is, yep. So Jewett, Toledo, green up. tornado precautions right now. Lowest floor near the center, away from windows, with as many walls between you and the outside as you can get at this point in time. I'm pretty sure that that's what Austin is talking about right there. That thing is going to basically hug the 70 corridor, a little bit north, 70 jogs north. It'll come back south, Greenup, Casey, Martinsville. Time to go. Take your immediate tornado precautions here and be ready to go. Let's see here and take a look here. Um, I see certified forecaster Tony Merriweather is on, and I'm sure he can hear. Tony, do you want to jump in here? Or I see your video. I don't have your audio. He wants to jump in here, so let's get him added here and get his mic hot. Tony, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you loud and clear, Tony. Go ahead.
Okay, you don't hear the TV in the background, do you?
I can hear it a little bit, but that's fine. If you got something to share with the listeners, we can deal with that. That's not a problem.
Okay, I'm just kind of monitoring the storms that are in southern Illinois, kind of watching out for tornado warnings for you guys, and I have the ION bot monitor on as well, so I can alert you guys.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We greatly appreciate that. Because it's getting nuts here, as you can see, because we've been talking pretty much nonstop here for the last 30, 40 minutes or so. So back down here south to the tornado warning with that tag of 80 miles an hour ground speed here. So let me take a look at this one. Let's see, they have not updated that one yet. So that is again Perry County, Southern Jefferson, Northern Williamson, Jackson, Franklin counties until 7:15. Those storms are moving east at 85 miles per hour. Okay, so you are not going to outrun that storm. I'm sorry, but it's not going to happen. You are not going to be able to outrun that storm. Okay, so you guys just need to take your precautions. Go ahead.
Just take a look at that loop that you're looking at and look at how broken that is. That is not your typical linear storm motion, right? So that's why we're seeing so many tornado warnings issued.
New tornado warning.
There we go. Yep.
I see it right here. You saw the southern one coming and Golconda's in it. Is that coming just north of Metropolis? Is that correct, Tony? That's the one I'm thinking of.
Yes.
Okay, new tornado warning. Actually looks like two new tornado warnings. So let's get both of them. I'm going to go, let me check this one, then we'll drop south. New tornado warning, Jefferson County, South Central Illinois until 7:15 at 6:36. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and straight line winds located along a line extending from near Irvington to near Tamaroa, northeast at 65 the speed. Dangerous storms will be near Woodlawn 645, Mount Vernon 650. Austin, get some wind noise from you just as an FYI. Tornadic storms include Dix, Bell Rive, Waltonville, Walnut Hill, I-57 in Illinois between mileposts 88 and 105, I-64 in Illinois between mileposts 6391. New tornado warning all the way at the south end of the state. Now, new tornado warning in Illinois, northwestern Hardin, northwestern Massac, Pope, southeastern Johnson, southeastern Saline, southwestern Gallatin until 7:15. At 6:37, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near New Columbia or near Metropolis, moving northeast at 60. The storms will be near Dixon Springs, 6:45, Golconda, 6:50, Harrisburg, 7:10. Also impacted are Carver's Ridge and Eddyville. Also, Interstate 24 in Illinois between mileposts 22 and 37. If you heard me call the name of your county, if you heard me call the name of your town, take your immediate tornado precautions. Lowest floor, near the center, away from windows, site-built structure, as many walls between you and the outside as you can possibly get. Okay, we just hit these two tornado warnings. Let's come back up to the confirmed one up here. Now let's see what we've got there. If this one has updated or not. Looks like still for Jasper and northern Richland counties until 7:15. And this one, the storms. So right now, Newton and Bogota, St. Marie and Willow Hill, 10 minutes after that, 6:50 p.m. So we'll zoom in here, take a look at this one. Can see, you've got a hook right there, and then this is probably the tornado if I had to guess just looking at the radar data. So that looks Screaming Eagle or almost like a football official's flag, and the circulation is going to be down there. Okay, let's take a look. Roll snapshot rotation. Yep, two areas of rotation. due east of Ingraham. Okay, so and that is right on, that appears to be right on the county line right there. So if you are in Newton, Bogota, Dundas, Ingraham, as far south as Sailor Springs, take your immediate tornado precautions. Lowest floor near the center away from windows. Okay, and looks like either a new tornado warning, or let me see, is this a new one or what do we got here? Tornado warning in effect still until 7:15 for northeastern Jasper and eastern Cumberland counties. Okay, so this is Jasper, this is northeastern Jasper County right here. So right outside Hazeldale, take your tornado precautions immediately. Okay, so this is going to be getting ready to head into Crawford County next. So if you are west of the Crawford and Jasper County line, if you are north of the Richland Jasper County line, take your immediate tornado precautions. So if you are south of 70, north of the Richland Jasper County line, and to the west of the Jasper and Crawford County lines, take your immediate tornado precautions. Okay, you want to be in the lowest floor near the center, away from windows, because rotation is spun up there. This middle confirmed tornado warning, Newton, I need you in a safe place right now. That rotation is too darn close to you. I don't like where it's at, and it could very well come up into your area. So if you are south of Illinois 33, Bogota and points north, and that thing is getting ready to come into Newton right now. That circulation is. So Newton, 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 Newton. Make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions, not seeing anything in the correlation coefficient product at the moment. I don't care. I don't like what I'm seeing in the rotation. Newton, make sure that you're in a safe place right now. So if you're in the town of Newton, if you are south of Illinois 33, west of, what road is this here? If you're west of Illinois 130, so south of Illinois 33, west of Illinois 130, and if you are west of East 1125th Avenue, which is also Illinois 130. So basically, Newton, be in a safe place right now, and then once it get past there, it'll be in the open country. Let's keep coming south here, out past a few miles to the east of Ingraham right now. The circulation is in open country. If you are north of County Road 1500 North, if you are south of Bogota on East 200th Avenue, if you are to the west of, and I'm going to give you some buffer here because these storms are flying. If you're west of Illinois 130 again, so west of 130 outside of Dundas, all the way over basically to Bogota, which is North 700th Street. So if you are in between those two north-south roads, North 700th Street and Illinois 130, along and south of Bogota, and then along and north of County Road 1500 North, which is an east-west road, you need to be in a safe place. All right, we're going to come back down here, take a look at these tornado warnings that have popped up down here. Next one looks like Woodlawn. Tornado precautions now. Circulation very close to you right now. Not seeing screaming evidence of anything down or on deck. We are definitely seeing, I think something might be, though, that is a very impressive couplet. Woodlawn, Mount Vernon, Illinois. Tornado precautions now. Woodlawn, Illinois, especially urgent for you guys right now. Circulation is basically sitting right on Illinois 15 right now. And if that keeps moving the way the storms have so far, that is probably going to go just maybe to the north and west of Mount Vernon, only by a mile or two. So if you are south of Illinois, if you are south of Interstate 64, rather, if you're south of Interstate 64, and if you are, let's see, I think that's 64 goes together and then it splits there. So basically, if you're south of 64, right where it jogs north, going around Mount Vernon to the west, and then you turn back more directly west. So if you're there, the circulation is right on Illinois 15. So if you're south of 64, north of Illinois 15, you better be in your tornado safe spot. Dix, Mount Vernon, Be careful. You guys are up next potentially. Next tornado warning. We're coming down here. This is that one until 7:15 for Perry, Southern Jefferson, Northern Williamson, Jackson, and Franklin counties. Looking here to see most likely spot for the circulation now. Looks like if I had to guess, I would say it's just outside of Christopher, Illinois right now. Benton, Illinois, Macedonia, Aiken, Hannaford. As far south as Thompsonville, West Frankfort, Ziegler. Make sure you're in a tornado safe place now. Lowest floor near the center away from windows. Okay. And this tornado warning all the way to the south here. And that one, I am going to very quickly go over and I'm going to flip radars here and we're going to get, because I want to be able to see that one from Paducah because that one is looking pretty impressive from Evansville. And I want to make absolutely sure that we're not missing anything. So I'm going to slide over here, get this window up and let the computer start pulling in data from there. And we're going to come back here. Brownfield, that circulation is pretty much on top of you right now, as well as a 1-inch hail flag. Golconda, make sure you're in a tornado safe spot now too. Let's take a look. Base reflectivity. Yep. And I'm sure we'll probably see better. So circulation could be there. That may even be it down there just to the north of Joppa. I'm inclined to think that it's a lot closer to Brownfield now. So if you're south of Illinois 146, if you are north of Rosebud Road, if you are east of Illinois 145, and if you're west of the state line in the river right there, you need to be taking your immediate tornado precautions. Lowest floor of a site-built structure near the center and away from windows. Let's take a look here, see what we can see with Paducah. Gosh, goodness gracious. Coming out of Arkansas, tornado emergency. That's the striped polygon there. Not messing with that right now. We're too busy here. So coming out, take a look at this. All right. Unfortunately, we're so close to the radar, I can't really get a great look at this thing right now because we're range folded and a lot of ground clutter that close to the radar. I will say that's probably the circulation right there, though, because you've got a horseshoe right here in the data at this time, right in that area right there. Looks almost like one of those neck pillows that you use on a train or on a plane or in the car. So I would say Reevesville, Brownfield, take your tornado precautions. Golconda, you guys should be taking tornado precautions as well. Eddyville, Herod. Okay, so we'll come back up here and we'll do it all again. Got this tornado warning here. I think this one might be a new one. Yep, this is a new tornado warning for, yes, those are in our coverage area barely. We're going to, the next tornado warning, if this gets extended across the state line into Indiana, we're probably going to be ending up maybe letting this one go after it gets out of Terre Haute. But at any rate, new tornado warning, southeastern Coles, southern Edgar, northern Clark counties, and east central Illinois until 7:30. At 6:45, severe storm capable of producing a tornado located near Casey, northeast at 70. Storm will be around Westfield in about a minute or two. Paris, Illinois, 7:05. Other locations in the path of the storm include Vermilion. This is also I-70 between mileposts 127, 154. Westfield, Martinsville, Casey, Clark Center, Oliver, Marshall, Denison, Grandview, Paris, Vermilion. Tornado precautions now. Lowest floor near the center, away from windows, with as many walls between you and the outside as you can get. Okay, we're going to come back up here because we can get a little bit better look at this one from here. I don't want to switch the radars again, although we're getting to the point we may have to take a minute and switch and let Indy come into play. Go ahead, Tony.
Hey, just wanted to let you know a report just came from Cape Girardeau, Missouri, from emergency managers. They have significant tornado damage.
Okay. All right, and that's what we were afraid of. That's what we were afraid of, everybody. We feared sunshine, we feared this day, and unfortunately, it's starting to unfold and come to pass that way. So send a good thought to our friends in Cape Girardeau and be on guard because if it came there, it's heading this way as we speak.
One more thing.
Ahead.
That's
Yes,
what I was
sir.
going to say. Those storms are making a beeline right for the Evansville metro area.
Okay, so don't be shocked. So I'm telling you, heard it from Tony. I'm telling you right now, it's 6:50 Central Daylight
PDS
Time. Go ahead.
PDS tornado warning. Cape Girardeau was just placed under another tornado warning. It's for Alexander, Union, Cape Girardeau, Scott. These are all counties in Missouri.
And it
Confirmed
came
large.
across in Illinois.
Yes.
It's in Illinois now. It's coming to Illinois. So you know what? Let's see. Gosh. Okay, let me check this one and we'll go down to that one here based on what it did in Cape Girardeau. Tornado warning for northern Richland County is canceled. Storm has moved out of the area. However, it still remains in effect until 7:15 for Jasper County. Circulation is very likely going to be right here because we've got a donut hole in the radar data right there, area of weaker reflectivity of the rain right there. So let's come down here. We're going to get this confirmed tornado warning right here that's coming out of Cape Girardeau. This is coming into Illinois. This is confirmed. Weather spotter confirmed, particularly dangerous situation. Listen up, here we go. New tornado warning, Central Union, Northwestern Alexander, Northwestern Scott, in southeastern Missouri, southeastern Cape Girardeau County, your two Illinois counties, Central Union, northwestern Alexander, northwestern Scott, and Cape Girardeau in southeastern Missouri until 7:30. At 6:50, confirmed large and dangerous tornado located over Dutchtown or near Chaffee, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Confirmed damage produced near Delta. Particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Excuse me. Tornado will be near Jackson, Gordonville, Cape Girardeau, Scott City, Dutchtown, and Cape Girardeau Airport in about 3 or 4 minutes, 6:55 Central. Ware, 7:10 Central. Anna and Jonesboro, 7:15 Central. Dongola and Cobden, 7:20 Central. This includes I-55 between mileposts 90 and 101. Large, extremely dangerous, potentially deadly tornado on the ground. Take your immediate tornado precautions. Protect your life. Do it now. We'll come down here and take a look at this because we should be able to get a very good look at this storm from the Paducah radar. There it is right there. Correlation coefficient dropout, not a screaming one, but enough there. And with all the reports, you don't want to mess with this one. You want to take your precautions. There's going to be your dropout right there. Storm motion, kind of like that right there.
Yeah, and I think, Mike, something we need to let the viewers know too, as these storms get closer to the radar, not only will rotation be a little bit more difficult to see, but especially the correlation coefficient. So if you see a tornado emergency or a PDS tornado warning issued, do not take that for granted. Do not wait to see a correlation coefficient on our stream or wait to see rotation on our stream. Take advantage of the warning that you have and take shelter early.
Yep. Thank you, Austin. So real quick, I'm going to drop down. I need you guys on the stream. If you're watching the stream right now, I need you to pay attention for about the next 20 seconds. This polygon right here, this is a tornado emergency. This is the highest level of tornado warning that the National Weather Service forecast offices can issue. So if you see a striped polygon, a purple or magenta polygon with a black stripe in there, if you see me touch on that and start talking about it, don't ask questions, don't wait, get your tails to your tornado shelters right now. Failure to do that could potentially be a life-changing decision, okay? So I just want to say that real quick while I had 30 seconds, we've got one there. Again, take a good look at that. If you see this polygon with the black stripe, it's a thick tornado warning polygon with a black stripe between it. Get to a tornado shelter right now. If you don't do that, you're rolling your dice with your life. And I hate being blunt like that, but that is the reality of the situation today. Okay, back to what we've got going here now.
Mike, I'm out in the field right now, and I'm just telling you, I can actually see in the sky, you can actually see the inflow of the storm almost making what you would say like a hurricane motion. It's very intense, especially here in the northern part of Evansville.
Are you tracking like a broken cloud deck or something, and it's like scudding and streaming along super quick? Is that what you got going there?
Yeah, you can definitely see. I mean, that's what's concerning here is that the storms haven't even made their way in yet, and there's already plenty of rotation in the atmosphere right now, right over Evansville.
Goodness gracious. So yeah, these storms are ingesting huge amounts of air. And I mean, take a look at this, guys. If I take the radar data, if I take the radar data off for just a second. And if I take the warning data, all this warning data off for just a hot second, you see all of those circles? The triangles are hail flags, 1 inch hail flags, quarter inch, half inch, 3/4 inch. But look at the circles. Those are shear markers. That is the radar letting us know that, hey, pay attention. I'm seeing rotation in the precipitation or just in the atmosphere in general. So please pay attention here. And just in case, because a tornado could be in the Genesis phases. Okay, so that's what those circles mean. So yeah, it's getting crazy here, and it's not going to slow down for quite a while here, I don't think, ladies and gentlemen. So please be safe and take our warnings here seriously. Let's come back up here. Let's start the chain again. We'll come back up here to Evansville and go up and work our way back down the line a second time. So this is that tornado warning here. This one is that's the one for southeastern Coles, southern Edgar, and northern Clark counties until 7:30. Westfield, that storm has gone past you. Paris, Vermilion, Oliver, Denison. Take your tornado precautions right now. This is the next, you guys are next in line here. Not seeing a whole lot on the rotation right now, doesn't matter. Based on the atmosphere we've got, especially down to the south, these storms might be able to tap some of that energy. We've got rotation here just to the south of Clark Center right now, that if this thing decides to make a turn, it could scrape the southern and southeastern side of Marshall. So if you are east of Illinois 1, if you are west of North 1000th Street, if you are south of Interstate 70, and if you are north of East 800th Road, take your immediate tornado precautions. Lowest floor near the center, away from windows. So if you are there, take your tornado precautions. Marshall, Denison, take your tornado precautions. Terre Haute, Indiana, get ready. You guys may need to duck and cover. Turn your eyes to the west, southwest at this time. Be watching, be vigilant, stay tuned. Look at the rotation along this. This is linear. There's that tornado still there. So I'm hoping that what we're seeing here is just the whole line is rotating and we're not getting the whole line is starting to like spin eddies and not some humongous cyclonic or tornadic circulation here. And that's kind of what it looks like here, even though we still got the most intense part of it right there. It's persisting with the couplet. Confirmed tornado. The tornado warning for northern Richland County is canceled based on the fact that the storm has left the area, and it's been extended with a severe thunderstorm warning to the Illinois-Indiana border. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. That's eastern Coles, Lawrence, Crawford, Edgar, Jasper, Clark, Richland, eastern Cumberland, and southeastern Clay until 7:30. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. Look at the size of that severe thunderstorm warning polygon. That gives you an indication of how fast the storms are moving. They don't draw them that big unless they need to account for a lot of very fast movement. Okay, and I do see excuse me, that we picked up a second tornado vortex signature here. So the radar is very concerned about this part of the storm between Oblong and down between Dundas and Chauncey. I got to drop south because we've got more tornado warnings here. We've got this tornado warning still in effect until 7:30 for eastern Marion County. And that storm was located near Kell at the last update, or 12 miles south of Salem, moving northeast at 60. Okay, and it looks like that thing is probably just about gotten to and past Salem. Iuka is going to be next. There's Kell right there. So this is what they're warning for out of this storm here, right there, Kell, and it's moving something like that. And they also have to account for the storms moving this way too. All right, so Iuka, you're next. Make sure you're in your tornado safe spot. So you want to be in your tornado safe spot if you're in eastern Marion County, especially Iuka and south of US 50 right there, and then right along and north of Kill there. So that's County Highway 30 there. All right. Next warning. Tornado warning Jefferson County in Illinois until 7:15. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line winds. Let's see, that's the Irvington to Tamaroa text tag right there. Woodlawn 6:45, Mount Vernon 6:50 Central Daylight Time. Let's see here. So yeah, that one, we already covered that one. So that storm, Mount Vernon, Woodlawn, stay in shelter until the warning expires. Bluford, Bell Rive, take your tornado precautions right now. Be in a good, safe place. We'll keep coming south. Tornado warning still in effect until 7:15 for eastern Perry, southern Jefferson, northern Williamson, eastern Jackson, and Franklin counties. Severe squall line capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage located along a line extending from DuQuoin to near Heron to Marion, moving east. This is that one that with the crazy ground speed. This is the 85-mile-per-hour suspect right here. Okay, this is the one that's running for its life through southern Illinois. So this is the one. Don't outrun this one, okay? They've already put a new severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of it, and that is until 7:15. Eastern Union, Northwestern Pope, Southeastern Jefferson, Northern Johnson, Williamson, Saline, Hamilton, Eastern Franklin counties. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. And they're saying that it looks like that line of storms might be slowing a little bit, perhaps maybe slowing to 70, 75. Doesn't matter. Get inside, stay inside. Locations impacted, watch out for quarter size, possibly larger hail. White ash, Lake of Egypt, Muddy, Spillertown, El Dorado, Raleigh, Pittsburgh, Hannaford, Belle Prairie City, Johnson City, Stone Fork, Carrier Mills, Crayall Springs, Dahlgren, Thompsonville, New Burnside, Macedonia, Goreville, Harrisburg, and McLeansboro. Let's come back down here, pick up this tornado warning here, and then I'll get the last one down there. It looks like it's come through Cape Girardeau, about to cross into Illinois. Tornado warning canceled. Northwestern Massac, southeastern Johnson County. So let me see here. Probably because the storm moved out of the area. That's still really good rotation there, though. So not sure necessarily why they canceled that. Let's look here. Rotation. Yep, still got evidence of rotation there.
Hey, Mike.
You see, go ahead.
Hey, if you don't mind, real quick, I'm gonna pull up my camera. I got a live shot.
Okay, go for it. So we're going to take a live shot here real quick, and while he's getting that pulled in, I'm going to go ahead and so I'm just going to talk about that tornado warning for that confirmed tornado coming across into the state line, but go ahead and put your camera up whenever you're ready, bud. So this is that tornado warning for Central Union, Northwestern Alexander, Northwestern Scott, and Southeastern Cape Girardeau counties, 2 in Illinois, 2 in Missouri. This is the one until 7:30 here, and we're just waiting on Austin. And let me see. So we're going to try to add that, see if he can get in there. Austin, I've got you added. So if you want to take a look, go ahead. Let's see here. Okay, he's still getting that organized for us, guys, so bear with us. Take a look. Yep, still plenty of rotation. That storm has come through Cape Girardeau. It's getting ready to cross the state line, getting into Illinois. So McClure, Mill Creek, Dongola, Balcom, Jonesboro, Ware. You guys need to take your tornado safe spot immediately. Austin, I cannot, if you're trying to, let me see here. I see your cam. I've got you in the studio. Let me see here. Let's see. Can we take you full here? Okay, there we go. I got you pulled up now here. So Austin, if you can hear me, yeah, just kind of hold steady with that shot there. So Austin, tell us where you are and what you're seeing there.
Yeah, Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
All right, so basically the lightning over here, but so these are the storms off to the west over here, okay? But if you're looking up here, you can see plenty of inflow into these storms. Earlier over this way here, you actually saw the storms twisting inward back to the west there.
Just saw another shot of nice lightning over there, but very, very dark over here off to the west. Actually getting, these are the storms that are going to be moving into Evansville here shortly. And I'm actually on top of a building right now to get the best vantage point of where I'm actually going to attack these storms from. But you'll notice that we still have some clear skies off to the south out here. But as soon as we look off to the west, man, it gets really dark over there. And then again, these storms going to pack a major punch here. Not only are we looking at strong winds, but just the rotation of the clouds. And, if you can actually see some of these clouds moving, I mean, they're moving very, very quickly here. But within the next, I'd say, 30 minutes, we're going to start experiencing some significant weather here in Evansville, Mike.
Thanks a lot for that update. Great job there, Austin. And I do see, I was just looking at that. It's like, holy smokes, you could definitely see just that inflow, that cloud deck, those kind of scud clouds just streaming into the storms as they're approaching from the south. These storms are ingesting huge amounts of moisture and huge amounts of air. And when they do that, that's bad news. And I can tell you, we're getting so busy now, we're going to have to start bringing our friends here over into Kentucky as well, because we've got our first tornado warning in the state of Kentucky this evening, south of Bowling Green. So let me go ahead and grab that one. That's a tornado warning that looks like it may have been on the board for a little bit here. That was on little about 7 o'clock, so it's been on for a few minutes. Tornado warning central Simpson and southwestern Warren counties in south central Kentucky until 7:30. At 6:55, severe storm capable of producing a tornado located 9 miles northwest of Portland, moving north at 50. And we've got a tornado and ping pong ball sized hail associated with that storm. And it's going to be near Bowling Green around in about 5 minutes, actually. So Bowling Green, get down because you guys are in that tornado warning polygon. And so Bowling Green, Memphis Junction around 7:15. Other locations: Franklin, Hillsdale, Blackjack, Rockfield, Rich Pond, Geddes, Woodburn, Matlock, Alvaton, and Salmons. The National Weather Service is also advising that tornado warning is going to trump the severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to override that, supersede that. So basically, ignore the severe thunderstorm warning polygon that you see there, and hopefully that'll drop out of the system if they've got time to pull it. Tony, did you have something? Oh, you're muted, sir. Here, let me unmute you. There you go.
No, not at this time. I'm just keeping an eye on the storms over southern Illinois. That line is really powering up.
Okay. Yep. Absolutely. Thank you for that, Tony. So let's take a look here. And Austin, you trying to get in? Go ahead.
Oh, no, Mike, you're good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so that storm that I was showing you, if you don't mind, I'll pull up my camera one more time.
Okay.
Here we
Yep.
go.
All right. And there you go. You're live. And I see you're on top of it looks like a parking deck or something there walking right now.
Yep. So this storm here that you're looking at right across the river here, this is actually going to be that tornado warm storm. I think it's near Galcoa there. That's the one that's moving northeastward here. So this is kind of the one that I'm paying attention to as it moves in. It's just going to kind of try to clip the edge of us there. But again, as Tony said, those storms in southern Illinois and further southwest are really making their way in tonight. And again, this is going to be a very hectic situation. I really do anticipate seeing tornado warnings for the metropolitan area of Evansville, Mike.
Okay, thank you very much for that insight there, Austin. Great job. So absolutely, guys, as Austin said, make sure that you are ready to go when we call you, because things are getting so nuts here. As I'll be honest with you, I'm having difficulty trying to stay on top of all of these. We'll power through it. We'll do the best for you, though. So again, that tornado warning, Bowling Green, you guys are about to come under a new tornado warning here. So you definitely, or Bowling Green, you are in the current tornado warning. I misspoke. I apologize. Make sure that you guys are on the lowest floor of a site-built structure, and that you're near the center of that structure, and that you're away from windows, and you've got as many walls between you and the outside as you can possibly get at this time. So, and the other thing I'm in the process of doing too is I'm going to get another radar window up here, and we're going to take a look at it. And see if we can get the Hopkinsville radar pulled up
Hey,
down there
Mike.
so we can take a look. Yes, Tony.
Tornado warning for radar indicated for Edwards, Wabash, and Gibson counties.
Okay, so that's the one up there by Princeton. So yep, so let's go get that one. So let me flip over to Evansville. I need to switch this one. Give me 1 second to flip this radar over to Hopkinsville. Fort Campbell Hopkinsville radar. We're going to use that one here. And then let's flip over to this one. So these are the ones that are starting to get close to the metro. And unfortunately, everybody, if you take a look at this, if I take the warning and take the radar data off, you can see that patchwork of severe warnings. It's closing in on Evansville from both sides. Looks like it's going to get gobbled up here before too much longer. So let's go ahead and get you that new tornado warning. This is a new warning for Wabash, northeastern Edwards, and central Gibson counties in southwestern Indiana until 7:45. At 7:11, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Mount Carmel, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. And this is radar indicated situation. The storm will be near Mount Carmel and Lancaster around 7:15. Allendale also impacted. Radar indicated hail is going to be basically nickel-sized hail right now. Let's take a look at this one here, and this is Evansville. This is looking at the Evansville radar, so we're going to get, and I see it. It is looking at the radar data from what I can see here. The warning is basically for this right here, because that is a clear supercell shape right there. Let's take a look. Storm relative velocity. Okay, not seeing anything there just yet. Okay, we can see it a little bit better in base velocity right here. Let's look for correlation coefficient. Okay, so that means it might be in the process. It's in the organization phases. It hasn't spun down yet to where it's going to start picking up debris and everything. And we're going to have a hard time seeing that anyway because we are very, very close to the radar here. So the other thing I can do is we
Yeah,
can,
Mike, they went ahead and extended a severe thunderstorm warning out on that too, but yeah, you could definitely see that it did have some classic motion of inflow out ahead of it there. So definitely concerned about that.
okay, thank you for that. And that one sure did. So let me take a look here. Let's look at storm relative velocity, see what we can find with this one here. Okay, so maybe starting to get a little bit more organized down in this area here. Let's take a look at check correlation coefficient here. Not really seeing anything crazy. Might keep my eye on that just because I'm not really seeing anything there. So yeah, once again, that is I tell you what though, look at this. I can definitely see the rotation in the data. Look at that, Tony. Austin, look at that right here.
Yeah, that's that classic inflow that I was saying that you could clearly see down there with that hook echo on there as well. So I think that was concerning. I think there may have been another radar sweep where it may have lost its motion just a little bit there, but still looking good.
Yep. Don't be shocked. Don't be shocked if we get something out of this one here. So I tell you what, if you're in Allendale, be in your tornado safe spot because you guys are going to get cored here pretty soon anyway with those nickel-sized hailstones falling out of this storm. Mount Carmel and White River, make sure you're in a safe place as well here too. All right. So that's what we've got going there. It almost makes me wonder if maybe if that might not be something right there on the velocity. No, that's okay. I'm just trying to diagnose this here on the fly, everybody. That is that is range folded, so I can't really see too much with that one way or the other. We got two new tornado warnings here. Actually, you know what? Let me go back down to the one in Bowling Green because we haven't looked at that one yet. We haven't taken a look at that one on velocity. So let me come back over here.
Hey, Mike, real
Look.
quick.
Yes.
I'm looking at Ohio Valley Weather Watch chat, and Brandon said they are beginning to put out blanket warnings,
Severe thunderstorm or tornado or both?
severe thunderstorm warnings.
Okay. So here's an example of that. We've got that may get switched to a tornado warning right here. This one is on the Tennessee side of the Kentucky-Tennessee line moving to the northeast. And this is a severe thunderstorm warning and this is until 7:30 p.m. southeastern Simpson, southwestern Allen, and south central Warren counties. Okay, but that one, that's not bad looking rotation now on that couplet right there. So you guys definitely be on guard here. Let's take a look at this other tornado warning here. Not seeing a whole lot in the, no, not seeing anything on rotation. Not really seeing much on correlation coefficient. That, I'm not overly convinced about that right there. That just looks kind of noisy to me. Base velocity, storm relative.
Hey, Mike,
So, yes.
I don't want to interrupt you, but that storm is just to the southwest of the Evansville metro area. That's in the tornado. Well, that was associated with the tornado warning.
Yeah, this one.
Yes, it's starting to make a right turn.
Okay. So this one right here
Yes, it's a slight
for,
right
for
turn.
Elizabethtown. Okay.
Yep,
So,
Mike, that was the one that I was showing you on the top of that building there that was moving in from the west. Looks like it could clip the west side of Evansville now.
okay, potentially, yeah. If that thing is starting to turn right, we need to be on guard with that, because when the storms start to turn right, that's indicative of them getting more intense, and the more intense and wrapped up they get, they tend to veer off of the mean flow of the rest of the storms just a little bit and go to the right here. So, um, let me see here. Hey Tony, I gotta reconfigure something here real quick. Do you have, are you able to pull a camera up, like pull up your screen or anything to be able to share real quick, or not?
Actually, the radar is running on my other computer. And
Okay, that's fine. That's
it,
fine.
I can get you, Mike, if you need a minute.
Okay, yeah, just give me probably, I need to, I think I'm starting to lag out here, so give me like 90 seconds. I'll be right back.
Sure. So while Mike is getting himself situated, I'm going to go ahead and try to get this radar pulled up here for us. We will see what we have coming in. Lots of warnings and watches out there right now. So just give me 1 second while I go ahead and get this pulled up for us.
Hey, Austin, that storm that we were just talking about to the southwest of Evansville is beginning to make more of a right turn.
Yeah, I can actually see that from where I am. I have a good vantage point of it right now. So I was going to reposition myself, but I think this may actually be the best spot as it makes its way in.
And the way it looks right now, it's coming right for Evansville.
Yeah, they still also have a tornado possible attached to that. Most recently, I was just looking at the radar and still saw some rotation within the southwest portion of that storm. And I apologize for all of our followers out there, just having a little bit of technical difficulties here. Let me try to share my screen here.
It's also got a nice hail core on it.
All right, so I think I just about got it here. All right, there we go. And then let me go ahead and pull this back up. Perfect. Okay, so what we're looking at here, so we have just south of Vincennes, we still have that tornado warning, Mount Carmel, Princeton in there as well. And then, oh, I think I'm lagging here as well. There we go. Mike, Tony, you still got me?
I got you. I'm back
Yes,
here.
I'm
Yeah,
here.
I'm
Okay.
back and I got you. I think we both got you. Tony, can you hear him as well?
Yes.
Go ahead, Austin.
Okay, so this is that storm that we're watching here, where we have that tornado possible. $half sized hail, winds in excess of 60 miles per hour, and as Tony was just saying, this storm track is making more of a right turn. But start to look at this. Look at the Shawnee Town. If you are in the path of this storm. So if you are in Shawnee Town, make sure to take shelter, because this is starting to take a classic supercell structure, guys.
I see that, and I don't like what I see. That is very concerning. And so, guys, listen to Austin. If you're in Shawneetown, if that doesn't have a tornado warning on it already, it will here very shortly. And we showed you that earlier, how all of these storms, when they go up and get foothold in this dynamic support, they start turning and they start to form that. They start to form that that kidney bean shape, and then get that classic hook here. So, as a matter of fact, that is going to be, I believe, I don't know if we can see that. What's going to, okay, that's going to be kind of a toss up between Paducah and Evansville to see that one. So let's come over here. Let's take a look at it from perhaps Evansville. I think might be, yep. Here it is right here. You can kind of barely see it because it's right on the edge, and then the radar says I can't see what's going on. It's getting range folded. This is very likely going to go tornado warned here shortly. So if you are in the south of Shawneetown, so basically, let me give some streets here. I
Mike, do
would
you
say
have your do
take your
you
tornado precautions up here. I'm trying to get it back up right now because I'm looking at it here. Let me see if I can re. Let me try
Oh, I
one more time.
apologize. Yeah, I
No, you're
closed mine
good.
out a little too early. I thought
You're
you
good.
were ready.
You're good. Nope, not a problem at all. So let me get over
Just for our
here.
followers at home, like I said, I'm kind of out on the road right now, but also we have
There we go.
Mike and Tony who are fantastic with the radar here, so that's why I want to get them back pulled up. And it looks like Mike, you are good to go, sir.
All right, thank you for that. I didn't see that. I thought that it had cleared, and but we're good. So as Austin was saying, this is a storm of concern right now. This will very, very likely. Oh, look at this. This thing has a tornado vortex signature, and it's scoring it at an 8 right now. So that will, in all likelihood, go tornado warned here within the next few minutes. So if you're Shawneetown, if you're Henshaw, if you are Grove Center, I would say take your tornado precautions here as soon as practical. Okay, and we just got an update in, and we kind of lost it. That purple means the radar can't make heads or tails of the wind direction. And again, we're seeing a lot of that more than normal, just because the atmosphere is so chaotic tonight that it's the radars are even having problems taking care of us right now too. Okay,
Funnel
go ahead.
clouds reported in Gallatin County in southern Illinois.
Okay, so that's going to be this storm. I think that should probably be one of these two storms here then. So let's see. This is tornado warning. This is Eastern Union, Northwestern Johnson, Williamson, Southeastern Jackson County until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
New tornado warning: Gallatin, White, Gibson, Posey, Vandenberg, Henderson, and Union.
That's the one that we were just looking at. That's the one that I was just looking at that I would say is probably going to go tornado warned here very quickly. And you said Vanderburg as well?
Yes.
Okay.
The entire metro area.
All right. So let me go ahead, and I'm going to see if I can catch it. There it is. There it is right there. So Evansville, time to go. This is that storm that Austin called out and put us on here, that I said I would be shocked if it didn't go tornado warned here very quickly. So, and based on the speed of these things, because normally you wouldn't see a tornado warning polygon going that far. But guys, listen to me. Today, you don't want to mess around. You do not want to screw around with this stuff. Okay. So Shawneetown, Uniontown, Mount Vernon, Caburn, Smith Mills, Henderson, Evansville metro area. I am including Newburgh, even though you're not in the polygon. Evansville, Newburgh, Casson, Darmstadt. Time to go. Mount Vernon, Indiana. All of you guys, tornado precautions now. Let me go ahead and get this. So this is the tornado warning that Tony started reading off. Southeastern White, Central Gallatin, Vanderburgh, South Central Gibson, Central Posey, Northern Henderson, Central Union counties until 8:15. At 7:23, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Shawneetown, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. This dangerous storm will be near Uniontown, 7:30. Listen to me carefully. Uniontown, 7:30. Mount Vernon, Indiana, 7:35. Evansville and the Evansville Metro, 7:45. Casson, 7:50. Melody Hill, Darmstadt, 7:55. Other locations impacted: Old Shawneetown and Junction. Once again, that is a tornado warning for Southeastern White, Central Gallatin, Vanderburgh, South Central Gibson, Central Posey, Northern Henderson, Central Union counties until 8:15 Central Daylight Time, likely impacting Evansville about a half hour before that, 7:45 p.m. And I tell you what, when this thing gets right to the river there and gets ready to
Yeah,
cross over into Indiana, we will be
so if the
focusing
tornado hit it right,
we will be
or
focusing in very heavily on this because this is about the largest population center that we have in this part of the coverage area. No
hey, Latoya,
distance.
when that storm goes through, we're not done because there's a big mean line behind that.
So just so you know, and this is ramped up here as well here, guys. Let's take a look at this one. This snapshot rotation here. This is the tornado warning Wabash in northeastern Edwards counties in Illinois, and then central Gibson in southwestern Indiana until 7:45. This thing is ramped up at 7:11. A severe storm capable of producing a tornado located near Mount Carmel, moving northeast at 55. This dangerous storm will be near Mount Carmel and Lancaster here in a few minutes. It says, let's see, around 7:15 Central Time, maybe a little later than that. This may be dated. Okay, so let me take a look at that other locations impacted. Allendale, there's your update. So according to the computer, this thing is still a little ways out. So Mount Carmel, take your tornado precautions right now. Let me come back over here. Yep, and you can see it. This thing has got a hail core in it now. So Shawneetown, you guys are going to get cords. You should be in shelter anyway because this is. I would be shocked if this thing doesn't go confirmed tornado here in just a little while. This thing is almost immediately directly due south of Shawneetown, almost due west of Henshaw, and it's moving off to the northeast. And in about in about a half an hour, no, not that. About 15, maybe 20 minutes, this thing potentially could be lining up the Evansville metropolitan area. It's got a little bit of time to travel. Let's hope that it lifts or turns or falls apart, but don't take chances on that. Get to a tornado safe place now. Uniontown, Smith Mills, Mount Vernon, Indiana, Caborn, Henderson, Kentucky, Evansville, Indiana, Newburgh, Indiana, Melody Hill, Indiana, Casson, Indiana, Darmstadt, Indiana. You guys need to be in a tornado safe spot. We're coming back over here very quickly because we do have Vermilion County, Indiana, as part of our extended coverage area. That is a tornado warning. Northern Vigo, Southwestern Park, Southern Vermilion County until 8:30. And locations impacted for this storm: West Terre Haute, Shepherdsville, Universal, Sealyville, Terre Haute, Rosedale, North Terre Haute, Fairview Park, Clinton, Indiana State University, the campus of Indiana State. So if the kids are on campus there, then the university needs to be in their tornado plan at this time, and Sanford. Okay, so and this storm's moving northeast at 65. So this one is hauling the mail as well too. All of these storms are going to be flying tonight. Let's come back down here. Tornado warning still in effect until 7:45 for Eastern Clay. I disregard that. Something just popped in as I was reading it. Tornado warning for Eastern Clay County has canceled. The tornado threat has diminished and the warning has been canceled. However, large hail and damaging winds are still likely, and a severe thunderstorm warning is still active, and I see it dropped off the board. So they pulled the plug on that. Severe thunderstorm warning still in play. Large hail, damaging straight line winds there. Let's come down here. Tornado warning for northeastern Jefferson County is canceled. However, it's still active until 7:45 Central for northwestern White, Wayne, and northern Hamilton counties. At 7:25, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Fairfield, moving east at 50. Okay, and this storm is going to be mainly over open country. However, Mount Erie, Jeffersonville, Burnt Prairie, Bell Prairie City, Golden Gate, Sims, and Mills Shoals need to pay attention to that. Go ahead.
Hey,
Austin,
Mike. Sorry
were you
about
trying to
that.
jump in? Go ahead.
If you can pull up the Paducah radar, you'll see how tight that rotation is on that storm headed for Evansville. The Evansville radar was kind of getting a little crowded there, and so I popped onto the Paducah radar, and there is a very, very tight couplet on there, Mike.
Let's get over here. Okay, this is Evansville standby one. Let me switch so I can also get a good look. Let's get here to Paducah. Okay, yeah, because it's coming right at, starting to come out. Goodness gracious, will you look at that? 100%. That is, there it is. That is bad news. You see that bright dot right there. That's the rotation. A little ways away from the radar here. So I've got 50, 60 mile per hour winds on one side of the couplet, and then on the other 50. So we are looking at what appears to be an approximately 110 mile per hour delta V across that couplet. That is solid EF2 starting to work toward EF3 territory right there. So this
Yeah, Mike.
storm,
I think
you
this
don't
could
want to
go
mess with that.
confirmed at any point.
So this is one, this one, guys, please sit up and pay attention to this one. Be in your tornado safe place right now. If you've been lollygagging around watching outside, watching and everything, this is the time. Please, 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 we're begging you. I'm begging you. Tony's begging you. Austin is begging you. This is the time that you go to your tornado safe spot immediately. If you don't, that could potentially be a life-changing decision for you. Okay. So I'm just going to say that, and I'm going to leave it there. Let's go ahead and, is that tornado warning? That has not come across the border yet. We've still got this one here. We've got a tornado warning. This is for southeastern Union, Johnson, and southeastern Williamson counties until 8:15. At 7:27 Central Daylight Time, storms capable of producing tornadoes and extensive straight line damage located near Dongola or 10 miles southeast of Anna, moving northeast at 45. So that one is moving relatively slow compared to the rest of the bunch there. So let's get over here. Okay, and you can definitely see it though. You can see the wrap right there. And this one is more intense here too. Look at this. Goodness gracious. Goreville, you guys need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Goreville, Illinois, tornado precautions right now. Coming up on County Highway 13. So basically, if you're south of Interstate 50, if you are south of where 57 and 24 come together, I-57 and I-24 come together there in southern Illinois, you have got to be in a tornado safe place right now. There's no two ways about it, because that is looking big and that is looking mean. So if you are 57, I-57, I-24, where those junction at just north of Goreville, being your tornado safe place. And if you live roughly along and north of Allen Road or along and north of New Hope Road down there, you need to be in a tornado safe place right now as well. Still watching with great concern. This storm now looks like it's getting ready to come over to Uniontown. It's right. It looks like the radar is indicating it is sitting at this time right on the triple point here. Is sitting right on the triple point where Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky all meet. Latest radar update, it looks like it's getting ready to cross the river and come in fully into Indiana at this time. So I've actually, looks like I got a couple circulations here. I'm inclined to believe that this might be I think this might be it down here. So Uniontown, get down. Let's see here. It looks like, or I may even have two circulations here, Austin. I don't know what you think, because I see from what I'm seeing here, I've got two possible circulations right there inside that polygon. So Uniontown, you guys have got to be in your tornado safe spot right now. And I tell you, so it looks like Shawneetown, stay in shelter because you're in a polygon, but it looks like this mess has gone past you guys for the moment. So let's take a look here. Yep, tornado warning, Evansville. So they haven't issued one. They haven't issued one yet. Let me take a look at something before. Oh, you know what? Correlation coefficient dropout right there, south of Uniontown. I am issuing an Ohio Valley Weather Watch tornado emergency for Evansville, Indiana, Newburgh, Indiana, and the Evansville metropolitan area because we have a tornado warning active. We are currently seeing in the data a significant reduction in the correlation coefficient. I call it a CC dropout. It's getting ready to hit Uniontown. This circulation appears to be getting ready to go right over Uniontown, Kentucky at this time. Uniontown, Uniontown, Uniontown. You need to be in your tornado safe spot immediately. Do not look, do not wait. Move with urgency to that location right now. Failure to do so could potentially be a life-changing decision tonight. If you are on basically the Mount Vernon Road corridor heading into Uniontown from the north, you need to be in your safe spot. So I would say, as I said, Evansville, you guys need to get to shelter right now. And I'm doing the tornado emergency, trying to give you plenty of lead time because these storms are moving extremely quickly. Excuse me, you're not going to have a whole lot of time to react if you keep waiting. Uniontown, get to your tornado safe spot right now. Let's see, Smith Mills, get to your tornado safe spot right now. We'll go ahead and keep watching this for you here. And I'm going to check. I'm going to check this. I'm going to let the tornado warning that is north of Terre Haute, Indiana. We're going to let that one go. We're too busy in the metro right now. So that one's going to have to go. This one is not in Paducah, and this one is not in Illinois, rather, excuse me, on the Paducah radar. The only other ones that I can see that we need
Hey,
to
Mike,
check.
do you got me?
Yeah. Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
All right, here.
You
Can you pull up my cam?
got you.
All right. This is the tornado warned storm right here. It is coming into Evansville right now. Massive amounts of lightning out here right now. But this storm, again, moving at 60, would you say 60 or 65 miles per hour, Mike?
I've seen both. I've seen both. So go with 65 for planning purposes.
Yep. So 65 miles per hour. This storm is coming in very quickly. And unfortunately, it's right where this building is, right here. But some
I just
beautiful
saw it.
lightning.
I
You
just saw
saw
the
it?
lightning. I just saw the lightning. I saw the lightning illuminate a pretty good lowering right there. I see you got that building right in the middle of your
Yeah.
shot there.
I think that's
It was up,
exactly where the
it was
tornado
up,
is
and
right
it
there.
was up and to the left. I saw from what I could see, it looked like I could see the lightning illuminate that right there. So Austin, if you feel safe, you're a meteorologist, just like I'm an experienced forecaster. So I leave your safety up to you as an adult, but don't linger too long there, my friend. You get yourself and your family, you get whoever's with you down there to safety here in just a second. But that's why I went ahead and said what I did during the tornado emergency. And I'm still seeing that correlation coefficient drop out right now, just to the south of Uniontown. We're waiting on a new volume scan here to kind
Mike,
of concur with that. Go ahead.
you can actually feel the inflow going into the storm. I mean, my shirt is flying towards that building right there. The inflow into this storm is so strong right now. I will not be surprised if it goes to a confirmed tornado here very, very shortly.
Absolutely. And I see that. I see that right there. Taking a look. We've got your camera full screen right here. Let me see if I can let me see if I can go. I'm going to try to bring up what I've got on the radar as well as what you've got right there too. Let me take a look here. Oh,
Wow.
didn't work. Okay, so let me go back here. I'm going to take you back there. And everybody that's watching the stream right now, this is Ohio Valley Weather Watch meteorologist Austin Stance. He's on top of a parking deck somewhere right now in downtown Evansville, and he's on his cell phone, and he is giving you live footage. And you can't really see a whole lot because it's dark now, but you can see that vivid lightning coming out of that storm as it is heading into the Evansville metropolitan area right now. And this is fascinating, vivid, uncut footage. This is happening in real time, but we cannot stress the urgency in this. If you are in the Evansville metropolitan area, there's Evansville Metro and Newburgh, you need to be taking your tornado precautions right now, because what we're seeing on the radar, we are seeing a persistent, well-defined radar couplet. We are seeing correlation coefficient data that supports circulation being on the ground, kicking up debris, and it will kick up a fair amount of debris since we are in a reasonably populated area. And this thing is getting ready to cross over Uniontown. It'll be briefly in Indiana, then it'll probably hop back into Kentucky for a minute. And if it continues on that track here, in probably the next 20 minutes or so, the Evansville metropolitan area could have a serious problem with a significant, with a appears to be sizable tornado moving toward the direction of Evansville, Indiana at this time. Look at that lightning coming out of that storm. Are you good up there right now still, Austin?
Yep, we're all good up here. Like I said, just that inflow into the storm right now, so intense. I mean, it's very eerie up here right now because it's a great vantage point. Unfortunately, I think these two buildings, if these two buildings right here were not there, I think you'd have a perfect vantage point of a lowering funnel right now. But unfortunately, as this comes in, it is just a beautiful view. It actually feels gorgeous up here. The breeze feels amazing. The view of the lightning is fantastic, but this is not a situation that you want to be outside in by any means. And actually, I'm starting to notice a little bit of a lowering right in the corner of my eye out here. And so I'm
I see.
fairly
It looks
certain.
like it's over those blue lights. It looks like it's. It looks like it kind of extends from the twin blue lights that I see in the kind of left center of your shot right there, and then maybe going over to one of those two buildings that you said is kind of blocking your view right now, and being able to see if that's a significant lowering. And again, Austin is a meteorologist and he's done some tracking and chasing before, and you do not want to be out looking at this, guys, because this is the type of stuff, if you don't know what you're doing, that tornado will run up on you before you realize what's happened, and then you're going to be in a world of hurt.
Yeah,
Okay,
guys,
so
I am in a spot where if I need to, I can get into my emergency shelter within 2 minutes if needed. So I am in a position where I am completely safe up here. This is not a option for you guys to get outside and view this. This is only to bring you footage so you know what is coming your direction, Mike.
Hey,
yep.
Mike,
Go Tony, go.
I'm looking at Ohio Valley Weather Watch chat, confirmed tornado from a 911 call in Uniontown, Kentucky.
And that's what we've been watching. So that will get passed on to the National Weather Service. And my suspicion, everybody, is that that polygon is probably going to change from red to purple, like the one over here in Illinois right now. And that's going to change from red to purple, and it's going to let you guys know that that tornado is confirmed. And I will be watching the radar here to see if we go tornado emergency. Would not shock me in the least if we do in fact do that here. Now, very quickly, I do see a new tornado warning up, so I am going to hit that. I'm going to leave Austin shot up though, because that's all we need to see, because that son of a gun right there, that's the one that is going to potentially cause the problem because of where it's pointed at right now. But we do have a new tornado warning for northern White, eastern Wayne, Wabash, and Edwards counties in southeastern Illinois, as well as central Gibson and north central Posey counties until 8:30. At 7:39, severe storms capable of producing a tornado were located along a line extending from near Parkersburg to, let's see, 6 miles southwest of Salem, 6 miles southwest of West Salem, excuse me, to 9 miles southeast of Fairfield, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Okay, so that is, let me take the radar data off here. That's this new polygon right here. So if you are in on the Illinois side, Crossville, Calvin, Grayville, Golden Gate, Albion, Browns, Keensburg, Belmont, Bone Gap, West Salem, Lancaster, Allendale, Patton, or Mount Carmel, Illinois, you need to be in your safe spot. If you're on the Indiana side, New Harmony, Poseyville, Griffin, Owensville, Patoka, Hazleton, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. And that's the lowest floor near the center, away from windows, with as many walls between you and the outside as you can possibly get. Excuse me. Hopefully the voice will hold up tonight. And we've got a new tornado warning that's coming into southern Illinois right now, and or Kentucky, excuse me. It's getting ready to cross out of Missouri into Kentucky. I'm concerned about it because the center of that polygon would have Paducah, Kentucky lined up potentially for some problems. Let's grab that one. New tornado warning, southeastern Alexander, Carlisle, southern Ballard, and Mississippi County, which is in southeastern Missouri. Alexander County is Illinois, but Carlisle and southern Ballard counties are western Kentucky until 8:15. At 7:41, a severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located over Anniston or near East Prairie, moving northeast at 70. And that is radar indicated rotation on that storm. And we'll be able to get a good look at that. And I'm thinking this is probably it right here. Let me take a look at velocity. Could still be a ways out too, but based on what I saw there, okay, you can definitely see the rotation there. So let me take a look. That's Paducah. Let's go back over here to, I want to take a look at Evansville though. Okay. All right. So I tell you what, I came back over here just the right time. Ohio Valley Weather Watch, tornado emergency, Evansville metropolitan area, based on what I'm seeing here right now. Okay, I'm going to say that again. Ohio Valley Weather Watch, tornado emergency for the Evansville metro area. That is for this storm right here, this circulation. And at this point, I'm actually seeing two circulations of concern here. Okay, and there they are. It is this one and it is that one. And those are right to the south of Mount Vernon, Indiana. Okay. If these things keep going on the track that they're on now, those are going to come right through what appears to be the western parts of the Evansville metropolitan area at this time. So you guys need to be in a tornado safe spot right now if you're in the Evansville metro area. Okay. Let me take a look
Hey,
here.
Mike, sorry about
Yeah,
that. My
you're
my
okay, my
footage
friend.
cut out there.
Huh?
My footage cut out there. We tell people to be prepared and have their phones charged, and there goes mine. It dies.
Oh my goodness, I'm glad you're back. I was hoping that it was that as opposed to you saw something and you had to cut and run without even letting us know. So I'm glad to know that you're good there. So I was just covering these other warnings here and then taking a look at this one. And I'm scanning around to make sure that we're not missing anything else. Like I do see this one's up here to the north still. Tornado warning canceled for northeastern Union County. However, it's still active until 8 p.m. Central, so about another 10 minutes, give or take, for northwestern Johnson and southeastern Williamson counties. Okay, now let me get back over here to the Evansville radar.
Hey, Mike, that
Yeah,
storm that we've been tracking that's coming towards the Evansville metro area,
I got it up now.
it's making a right turn right towards Evansville now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can't make it any more plain than this, but take a good look at this. This has now crossed the river. It is, and the entire Evansville metropolitan area needs to be in a tornado safe place immediately. I can't make it. Look at that. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. All of this, that whole thing is a correlation coefficient dropout. That
That
is
is much larger
indicative.
than we usually see, too, right, Mike?
Yes, it is. And that is indicative of a large, dangerous, violent, potentially violent tornado and it is turning, and if it's turning right, as Tony said, if it's making a little bend to the right like that, that is going to be Evansville, that is going to be Melody Hill, that is going to be potentially Newburgh. I'm thinking more Evansville, perhaps probably Melody Hill, Chandler, Highland. But it doesn't matter. If you're in the warning polygon, you must, and I repeat, must be in a tornado safe spot right now. If you don't take our warning right now, that could potentially be a life-changing decision that you make this evening. And this is on Paducah right now. I'm trying to get back over to, because there's Evansville right there. Let me get over here to, there it is right there, guys. Look at that. And that's from Paducah. We've got a little bit of distance right there. Let me see here. And I don't know if somebody's trying to get one of us on the page there, because obviously I have to watch this. Look at the hail core right there, guys. That is a hail core. I'm going to change this over to Evansville radar, to the Evansville next rad. We're still far enough away. Look at that. Goodness gracious. Are you kidding me? You guys need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. We can't make it any more plain than that. That's the tornado right there. That is the tornado right here.
Mike, there's reports of 3-inch hail inside this supercell as well.
And I can believe that based on the presentation and the reflectivity picture right there. There's your, so here's your hail core. There's your hail core right there. Here's your tornadic circulation, your debris ball right there. Some more hail over here. There's your inflow notch into the circulation. And then here's your wraparound right there. That's going to be your rear flank downdraft winds back there. And those are also kind of come out that way too. So there you are. There's the debris ball. There's the hail. Here's Evansville. I can't make it any more plain for you if you're in the Evansville metro. You have got to do the right thing. You have got to do the right thing. Let's take a look here. And I apologize for being quiet. I'm just trying to kind of get my bearings here, because these next several minutes, the decisions that you take this next several minutes, their snapshot rotation also. Is that 1 hour? No, that's snapshot. Okay. So 1 hour rotation. Look how long this storm has been rotating and dropping things and so forth, all the way back from south of Shawneetown, and now here it is across the river in Indiana, and maxed out 20 out of 20 on the snapshot rotation product here. Okay, so we can't get it, we can't make it any more plain. You have got to do the right thing and get to safety immediately.
Hey, Mike.
Yes.
It looks like Paducah just updated that tornado warning, and large hail, 1-inch hail has been observed, and the status says tornado-producing storms were located along a line extending from Marion to 6 miles southeast of Creel Springs to near Vienna, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
Thanks for that update. I
Actually,
appreciate that.
correction. That's a new tornado warning for Gallatin, Hardin, Johnson, Pope, Saline, and Williamson counties in southern Illinois.
Okay, that's this one. That's this one right here, and it's got the confirmed tornado coloring on it right there. So that's this. That's the storm right back here.
And there is an update for the Evansville. The storm's headed towards our area for Gibson, Posey, Vandenberg, and Henderson County. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Casson, or 8 miles west of Evansville, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour.
60 miles per hour, 8 miles east. So that means if you're not already in shelter, you've got maybe 5 to 7 minutes to get your tails to a tornado safe spot right now. This is not anything to mess with. This is not a game. This is real life right here. Because all of the evidence that we are seeing right now is showing us, and there, look at that right there. Look at that presentation. There's that, and that hail core has gotten more intense too. As a matter of fact, let me do this. Let me go ahead and get, and there you can see, look at how it's presenting the hail here in the analyst program. Look at
Hey,
that.
Tony, look at that cell that you have on there on the loop and how it gets sucked in into the inflow, those little spots of rainfall in there.
Wow, that looks like a massive hail core right there.
Yeah, there's easily, let me take a look. Let me see here so we can go with, let's go with the Ville. Look at, yeah, that's easily tennis ball size, maybe even some baseballs are in there.
It's upgraded to 4-inch hail now, Mike.
Holy
Four
shit!
inch.
Sorry
Come
about
on,
that.
come on, man. I think he meant holy shnikes. Send all of your complaints to page owner Tony Merriweather, Ohio Valley Weather Watch. 4 inch hail, so that's softball sized, ladies and gentlemen. 4 inch size hail, that's about the size of a softball, because I actually have a ruler. I actually got a ruler right here. So 4 inches, yeah, that's not quite the size of a softball. So I'm gonna flip this radar if I can.
This
There it
rotation
is. There's
looks to
Evansville.
clip just the west of me, and I mean by barely. So if I am able, in a safe way, I will make sure that I can get us some coverage either during or after it passes.
Okay, sounds good. So let me go over here. There we go.
But Mike, I would really like you to be able to pull up the reflectivity and do a loop on there, because I mean you can clearly see the inflow being sucked into the storm, and I mean every radar update that comes into this thing just gets worse and worse. Look at how that small cell right there on the outside of it just gets sucked into it.
Goodness gracious. Oh, yep, I see it. Yep, this thing, that storm is so powerful. It's pulling stuff in. It is literally doing a dine and dash as it heads toward Evansville right now. It's gobbling up smaller storms around it. That is unreal. Look at that. Wow. Okay, so let's go ahead and get down on this thing here. So there's a hail core. So I tell you what, just outside the Evansville metro, I tell you what, if you are south of Indiana 66, if you are north of Copperline Road, east of Steerley Road North, and then west of the, I believe that's the Posey Vanderburg line. If you are in that box that I just described, get ready for 3 to 4 inch hail if you're not already experiencing it. Okay, so it's going to get it's going to get crazy here real quick.
Yeah, and Mike, I want viewers to understand too that right behind this there are more storms. So once this passes, you're better off staying in your safe place than coming out, because we have more tornado warnings right behind this one, and that very strong, intense line that will be coming through.
That is absolutely correct. Let me take a look here at just a moment. See here. Okay, so we are still concerned though about, look at that, because look at that circulation, guys. Look at that. And that's what I was trying to get to and really see.
Darmstadt looks to take a direct hit on this from the storm track that I'm seeing here on radar scope.
Yep. So Evansville metropolitan area, you're living right. You're saying prayers. Somebody heard you. That storm is steered. Do not come out of your shelter, though. Whatever you do not come out of your tornado safe place right now. But it looks like Evansville Metro, for the moment, is going to be okay. And it looks like that may take a clean miss. Okay. It looks like it's going to sideswipe Casson, but as Austin said and concerned about Highland, Darmstadt, especially Darmstadt, you need to be in your tornado safe spot immediately. Okay. Let me take a look here. Let's see. That probably is associated with the hail core there as well, because that's moving away from the radar. So that's probably, that could very well be downdraft winds caused by all that cold air falling out of that storm from that hail core right there. 3-inch hail flag over here. But yes, Darmstadt, you guys need to be in your safe place right now. Let me look at this correlation coefficient. Okay, it looks like it's spooling back up again, but it's lost that clearly defined correlation coefficient lowering that we saw south of the metro. My best guess is that it's probably right here in this area. And I say a guess because that is very noisy. So I'm saying it's probably, I'm thinking it's probably that right there. So let's check our rotation. Okay, the rotation product here is down a little bit, but let's take a look where I'm at. 1 hour, let's go to snapshot. Okay, so we've got multiple areas of spin as well. And this is why I said Evansville, don't come out of your safe place yet. The storm is fully into Indiana now. There's a large area of rotation just to the west, southwest of Casson. It will be crossing the highway here pretty soon. And then there's one due south of Caborn, and then there's one basically to the west, southwest of Evansville by a few miles. Okay, so just kind of taking a look here. So that's Indiana, basically, so right south of Indiana 66 here, and then a couple of other areas of rotation right here, and that's old highway, so that's Indiana 62. So between, that's Indiana 62, some rotation due east of Mount Vernon, south of 62, completely into Indiana, and then just outside of Casson by a mile or two perhaps, south of Indiana 66. That's what we've got going right now. So I don't want to leave that one, but I kind of have to, because we've got another tornado warning here off to the northeast of Bicknell. That's a new tornado warning for southeastern Sullivan, northeastern Knox, western Greene, and northwestern Davies counties until 9:15. At 8:56, a severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located 13 miles northwest of Washington, or 17 miles northeast of Vincennes, moving northeast at 60. Tornado notwithstanding, as far as the hail, this one is relatively tame because the hail is only, as I do air quotes, they're only quarter-sized hail. Locations impacted: Newberry, Lyons, Edwardsport, Elnora, Bloomfield, Linton, Freelandville, Sanborn, Switz City, and Bicknell. Okay, so that's this storm right here. Let's see, so this is until 9:15, so about another 13, 14 minutes if you're in the Eastern time zone. 9:03 Eastern Daylight Time is the timestamp on here. And that's basically the same storm I just read. I guess this is where you get the break point between the Central time zone and the Eastern time zone. That's why that's there. So let's take a look. Let me slide up and take a look at this one. Yep, pretty good rotation. Oh, holy cow, look at that. Yep, right there, right to the north of Sanborn, right there. So Elnora, this looks like it's probably going to miss you. Newberry as well. Stay in shelter nonetheless. If this storm intensifies, it may decide it wants to try to take a right turn. Lyons, you're in the most danger of this. And then out to the west of Bloomfield. So circulation right now, south of state of Indiana 59, on and just north of County Road 745 south, east of the county line right there, and then west of County Road 900 west. It's paralleling Indiana 67 between Lyons and Sanborn, a mile or two perhaps off of the highway, and the next scan brings it closer in to 67. So basically, if you are on or west of Indiana 67, you better be in a tornado safe spot right now. Lyons, Indiana, tornado safe spot right now. Sanborn, stay sheltered for a little bit. Lyons, you're going to need to be probably for the next 15, maybe 20 minutes. You're going to want to be in your tornado safe spot right now. Let's come back down here and take a look at this storm down here. So I can say Evansville, Evansville, you dodged a bullet. It may have clipped the far west parts of the Evansville metro subdivisions, that type of thing out there. But Darmstadt, the way it's looking now, you guys better get ready because you may be about to take a direct hit from this storm. Let's take a look here. Still pretty noisy. Will pink work? Will you guys be able to see pink here? Because I can't really see that blue. Let me try a different color here. Yellow, maybe? There we go. That yellow kind of sticks out enough. That looks to be the circulation right there, and that is immediate. That's moving this way, so that is going to be awfully close to Darmstadt right now. So Darmstadt, make sure that you take your immediate tornado precautions if for some crazy reason you have not already done so. Lowest floor of a site-built structure near the center, away from windows, okay? And we've got two confirmed tornado warnings here now. We've got this one, the confirmed tornado that's getting ready to perhaps line up Paducah. Let's see here. Tornado warning in effect until 8:15 still for southeastern Alexander, Carlisle, southern Ballard, northeastern Mississippi County. So two of those counties are on the Missouri side of the border. It looks like this has been extended, but it's not with a confirmed tornado warning, but it's a tornado warning nonetheless. That is for Mississippi County, east central Mississippi County, and southeastern Missouri, and then in western Kentucky, Graves, McCracken, southeastern Ballard, Carlisle, and southwestern Livingston counties until 8:30. That's a radar indicated situation. The storm is located near Bardwell, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. And this storm will be near Weckliffe, Bardwell, Lovelaceville, 8:10. So coming up here in the next few minutes, Paducah, West Paducah, Lone Oak, and Barkley Regional around 8:20. So Paducah, you guys need to, Paducah and West Paducah, go ahead and take your tornado precautions right now. And the weather forecast office is in the polygon as well. So they may end up having to take cover. And then no sooner than we talk of socialize that one, we got a new tornado warning right here. This is a new tornado warning that just popped in for western Callaway, southwestern Marshall, and southeastern Graves counties in western Kentucky until 9 p.m. At 8:07, a severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located near Linville, or 13 miles east of Fulton, moving northeast at 55. Radar indicated situation. The storm will be near Sedalia and Linville around 8:15, Murray around 8:20, Benton around 8:30. Other locations impacted: Hardin, Kirksey, Harris Grove, Dukedom, and Brewers. Lowest floor near the center, away from windows, with as many walls between you and the outside as you can possibly get. Linville, Lynn Grove, Murray, Stella, Kirksey, Almo, Hardin, Benton, Bryansburg, and Aurora, all in Kentucky. Take your immediate tornado precautions at this time. Let's
Mike,
come back up here. That tornado warning, the tornado that missed Evansville the warning's been extended off to the north and west. That's a new tornado warning coming here for northwestern Warwick, northern Vanderburgh, southeastern Gibson, eastern Posey, and Pike counties until 9 Central, 10 Eastern. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Darmstadt at 8:08 Central.
Mike, I've got the tornado.
You've got it?
I've got it. I've got it. It's right in front of me right now. I've got it.
Okay.
Let me try to pull
Let's
up my
get your
stream,
camera.
okay?
Yeah. Yep. Try to get your stream pulled up. Let's take a look at it then. If you've got it right there. So this is if Austin, if our technology cooperates and he's got sufficient signal, we'll be confirming this tornado right here. And this is this new tornado warning. Again, this is until 10 Eastern, 9 Central. The storm is located over Darmstadt, and we told you Darmstadt, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. So I hope you guys listened. 8 miles south of Fort Branch, moving northeast at 50. So next in line is going to be Elberfeld. Hauptstadt, this will probably slide to the southeast of you. Go to a tornado safe spot just to be on the safe side since you're in the polygon. Fort Branch as well. Elberfeld, Linville, Mackey, Somerville, Spurgeon, Enosville, Oakland City, Francisco, Winslow, Cato, Petersburg. And Princeton, you guys may as well go to a tornado safe spot because technically you're not in anything. You're sandwiched between two polygons. Though.
Hey, Mike, we're getting
yes, Tony.
We're getting some strong winds on the east side of Evansville.
Okay.
And
any idea of speeds? Any idea of approximate speed or no?
I have no idea of the speed, but the wind was pretty strong, and I'm staying in a hotel. I can hear the wind hitting
if you
the
can
window.
feel it in the if you can feel it in a hotel, that'll give you that'll
I can
All right,
hear
Mike,
it.
I'm up.
Okay, let's see. So let's get Austin here. We'll take Austin full. Okay, there we go. I can see it, that gray mass right there. Wow. I see lightning and maybe some power flashes right there. I see it. I see it. This is live. This is live streaming video coverage. This is meteorologist Austin Stance on Ohio Valley Weather Watch, who lost the stream. Maybe we'll get it back here. There it is. But he is looking live. You're looking live at a tornado in the dark. He's on top of a parking deck in Evansville at this time, and he is looking off to the basically almost due north. And this is that tornado that went through Darmstadt right now, and it's going to hopefully split the difference between Elberfeld and Hauptstadt, but we can't be sure.
Right here, Mike.
I see it. I see it.
Right
I
there.
see it. Right above the support pillar for the parking deck right there. If you draw a line straight up from that little pillar in front of you, I see it. Can you zoom in on it any, sir?
Let me see.
So that is a confirmed tornado right there. And if any one of our admins can let either emergency management, emergency services, or the National Weather Service know that we've got a meteorologist streaming from on top of the parking deck and he's looking due north and we've got a confirmed tornado on his video. We see it. We know it's there. So that's Elberfeld, Hauptstadt, Mackey, Somerville. Take your tornado precautions. We see the tornado. We see it 100% at this time. Go ahead, Austin.
No, Mike, I'm trying because I got the streaming here on my phone and I have to be in the studio with my phone as well. I can't really zoom in on it, but we had a clear picture of it there. You could clearly see that lowering, and it was I would say it was closer to wedge formation. I mean, that was a large tornado that I saw passing in front of me here. And it was, like I mentioned before, the inflow. I was still miles away, and the inflow from the top of this rooftop was so strong. It was just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, and I'm taking a look at it on the radar right now, and I can clearly see it. That rotation, it looks like it's right over Englefield right now. So basically, you need to be in shelter right now if you are west of 164, of Interstate 164. If you are south of Interstate 64, if you are on or along Highway 41 North, US 41 North, that circulation appears to be right on 41 North right now, a couple of miles south of Interstate 64. You need to be in a tornado safe place right now. That includes Englefield. That includes US 41. Your north-south roads, 41. Boyle Lane, Corf Road, Old State Road, excuse me, Volkman Road. If you are on I-64, if you are on Schrader Road, and you'll have to excuse, I have a canine here who found one of the squeaky toys. So if you hear that, I apologize, but we're trying to take care of you here. Schrader Road, Volkman Road. Let's see, let's keep coming south here. East Baseline Road. Okay, update. It looks like it's right over Englefield right now, or maybe just off to the north or east a little bit. East Baseline Road. Old State Road. I said prior to that. Schlensker Road. So yeah, if you are there, you need to be in a safe place, in a good safe place right now. So basically, if you're Highland and points north, let's give you some cushion here. So Moore Road going into or out of Highland and points north, or north of Indiana 57, west of Interstate 164, south of Interstate 64, out in the open country there between Darmstadt, Indiana, and Elberfeld, Indiana. You better be in a safe place right now and taking your immediate tornado precautions. That picture is unreal, Austin. It looks like when the lightning illuminates that just right, I definitely see that lowering right there. And that storm appears to be moving away from you straight because it hasn't moved much off of that little support pillar or box that you've got in front of you right there.
Yeah, Mike, I was going to try to go after it to get a better view, but being in downtown already, I thought the best bet was just try to get some height to get over the buildings to get a better view of it. And sure enough, right as I pulled up here, you could see it passing just north of me.
That is riveting. That is unbelievable footage. You can maybe see, and look at that. Look at that vivid lightning right there. I wouldn't be shocked if there are some power flashes associated with that as well too, based on that. And you can see just that kind of gray mass in the center of Austin's live shot right there. That is going to be the saucer bowl, the updraft of the mesocyclone, the excuse me, the updraft there. Look at that. Then you can see the rotation and the lightning illuminated that, and we could see it for a split second. That whole mesocyclone is rotating. That is the classic flying saucer that chasers dream of seeing during the severe weather season. So you can see that there. Yep, I see it. Looks like is that a tail cloud right there maybe? Or is that something else trying to spool up perhaps?
I think that's the inflow into the storm. But like you were saying, this is that rotation aspect
Oh, yep,
right
I
here.
see it now.
And then so right underneath here, right into the back. I mean, this storm is hauling butt right now. But if I was able to zoom in, we probably would be able to get a better view. But you could still see the lowering in here, seeing that that's where that tornado passed through. But I mean, I'm telling you, I had a perfect visual of that tornado on the ground. It just lightning illuminated it, and you could see it spinning. It was terrifying but gorgeous at the same time.
That is unbelievable footage. Great job there, Austin, for sure. And you can still see the updraft, and you see the mezzo, you see the updraft right there. That lowering and the updraft, which has that tornado in it, basically there's those three lights right there. You've got that little support box, support pillar, left center of the picture. Then you come right up over the edge of the concrete railing there, and then you've got the three or four street lights. That group of four, basically almost dead center in the picture. Look right above that, and that's where we're seeing the updraft to that storm at. And that is unreal footage. And I will say here too, while we are all wrapped up there, I also am seeing that there is a tornado warning for just north of the Indy Metro as well. It's a tornado warning until 9:30 for northeastern Hendricks, northwestern Marion, and southeastern Boone counties. Radar confirmed tornado. Locations impacted: Spring Hill, Eagle Creek Reservoir, Wendell, Claremont, Rocky Ripple, Brownsburg, Zionsville, Crow's Nest, Pittsboro, and Indianapolis. Okay, that is absolutely unreal. Now, see, Lauren wants us to get back to the radar there. We can certainly do that. We just wanted to look at that and see what was going on. Here's the new tornado warning I wanted to hit very quickly because that is at the extreme fringe of our northern coverage area for Indiana right there. And that is just outside of the Indy Metro. I'll go ahead and flip up to that radar there and we can take a quick look at that. And then we'll come back down and make sure that everything is still okay, since Evansville was very fortunately dodged a bullet. I don't know here. Let me waiting on that radar data to come in. And then we got to drop down and take a look at Paducah as well too. So we'll let this come in here. Yep, and there you can see the coverage right there. That's up there. You can see there's the inflow notch and the wrap right above, so just north of Speedway there, between Speedway and Zionsville, Indiana, right there. Let's look at the velocities. Yep, goodness gracious. Tornado vortex signature. Right where 65 and 465 come together, just a couple miles due west of where 65 and 465 meet, north of Indianapolis right there. Let's see. And this is, they say radar confirmed, this thing looks like it could very well be doing damage as well too. There's the dropout tornado vortex signature right there. Definitely seeing a correlation coefficient dropout. So I just wanted to hit that very quickly. So much going on. We can't spend other than that live picture right there from Austin Stance. Great job there. We're going to come back down here now. Let's take a look at, come down here to the Paducah radar. So we've got this storm right here, and there's going to be the rotation right there, and that is literally
Hey, Mike.
literally getting ready to come over the radar site. Go ahead, Tony.
Mike, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Hey, Austin, I'm in contact with emergency management about the visual of that tornado. I'm in contact with them as we speak. They're wondering if they're asking for an address. We don't have an address. Do you know about what part of northern Vanderbilt County that may have
Let
been
me, I can maybe help out with radar. Standby one. Let me get back over there because yeah, they need to get the word out here. So let me take a look. So storm relative. Okay, so the circulation is going to be, tell them, Tony, tell them about maybe a mile or a mile and a half north, due north of the 164 junction. The street, the best streets that I can give you, cross streets are going to be County Road 1050 South, County Road 1050 South, and County Road 475 East.
Okay, hang tight.
No problem. Let me go back here and we'll check that. And we're seeing that bay, and that's based on what I'm seeing on the radar as far as the street names for you there.
Okay, that was the Highway 41 junction of Highway 40.
So let me give it to you again. At the junction of Interstate 64 and let me see.
Highway 41.
64 and 164, right at the 60, about a mile and a half, maybe 2 miles north of the 164 junction. Nearest cross streets, from what I can see looking at the radar here, are going to be, hang on a second, I would say go with County Road 475 East and County Road 1050 south. Those are the nearest cross streets from what I can see on the radar.
Okay, County Road.
1050 south and 475 east.
Okay, I got it sent to him.
All right. There we go. And this is how we do it. This is how we do it. All you guys that are watching on the stream right now, we work together. If we can see it, we're going to let emergency services know about it, so that way they can also help us keep people safe tonight too. And that just kind of points to how serious things are tonight here. And as I take a look, we got new tornado warnings down here by Paducah. So let's take a look at those. New tornado warning, Western Callaway, Southwestern Marshall, Southeastern Graves counties until 9 o'clock Central. That tornado storm capable of producing a tornado, located near Linville or 13 miles east of Fulton, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Western Callaway, Southwestern Marshall, Southeastern Graves counties, all in Western Kentucky until 9 p.m. Impacted locations in Kentucky, Hardin, Kirksey, Harris Grove, Dukedom, and Brewers. Again, Hardin, Kirksey, Harris Grove, Dukedom, and Brewers. This includes I-69 in Kentucky between mileposts 40 and 44. Okay, and there's the rotation right there. Center of rotation is over Stella right now. It's right over Stella, Kentucky, just to the west-northwest of Murray. So it's over Stella right now, right on Kentucky 121, very quickly approaching Kentucky 80, kind of out in the open country. Stella, Kirksey, Alamo, Dexter, Hardin. Take your tornado precautions at this time. Stella, Kirksey, Alamo, Dexter, Hardin. Take your tornado precautions immediately at this time. We're seeing rotation indicated on the radar, and it's moving off to the north and east. Kirksey, you are going to be next. It looks like coming out of from just to the northwest of Stella. Your next streets are going to be Kentucky 464, Old Hickory Road. These are east-west streets here. Tidwell Road, Tucker Road, Charlie Miller Road, and Magnus Road all the way up to the county line. Okay, so those are the next east-west roads that are going to be impacted if you are west of US 641 between Murray, Kentucky and Dexter, Kentucky, and then the county line, or actually I'll go a little bit further than that. If you are west of 641, if you are south of Kentucky State Highway 80 coming out of Hardin, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. Lower
Hey, Mike.
floor, near the center, away from windows. Go ahead.
I just want to let you know right now. So we have those severe thunderstorm warnings and those tornado warnings headed toward downtown Metro of Evansville. And I have recorded here on the radar 73-mile-per-hour winds moving in right now.
73-mile-per-hour winds moving in, and this is for that next storm that's getting ready to cross. That's getting ready to cross the tri-state triple point. Correct? Coming through Mount Vernon and then into Evansville. Is that the one we're talking about?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that update. Appreciate that. And there's a severe thunderstorm warning right there. So Evansville, stay in shelter because you're going to get those crazy strong winds here. Okay, and then the tornado warning that is off to the north and west, or north and east, excuse me, of Evansville right now. Let's take a look here and see what we've got. Come back up north here. So yeah, that we've got circulation. So it's going to be Linville, Mackey, Spurgeon, Somerville, Enosville, Oakland City, Winslow. You guys need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. So Linville, Mackey, Spurgeon, Somerville, Enosville, Coe as well, and Oakland City. I'll put it to you this way. If you are along and east of Indiana 57, if you are along and south of Indiana 64, if you're along and north of the interstate there, Interstate 64, and if you are to the west of, let's find a good north-south street here. And if you are to the west of, I'm going to go a ways out and give you some buffer too here. If you are west of Hall Road, you want to take your immediate tornado precautions, okay? Lowest floor near the center away from windows, as many walls between you and the outside as you can possibly get, all right? Then this tornado warning here, tornado warning canceled for northeastern Johnson and southeastern Williamson counties. That is in Illinois. Northeastern Johnson, southeastern Williamson counties, excuse me, canceled because the suspect left the area. The storm moved on. Tornado warning still in effect until 8:45 Central for northwestern Hardin, northeastern Pope, Saline, and Gallatin counties. And even if you don't have the tornado, you have quarter-size hail falling out of this. The storm has a history of producing damage. Dangerous storms will be near Equality, Galatia, and El Dorado, Ridgeway, Shawneetown. So it should be at or past Shawneetown. Looks like it's probably past there right now, and it's
Hey,
getting
Mike.
ready to cross over. Go ahead.
I got another lowering wall cloud in front of me here. The rotation is just west of New Haven. I'm looking at it right now as it's coming in. It's not as strong as rotation as it was before, but I have it right in front of me though. I can see a very nice lowering.
Okay, so this is that storm that's continuing to move away from Evansville, or did you switch directions and you're looking toward the southwest towards something coming at us?
Yeah, we're looking at something coming directly at Evansville here. So, like I said, that rotation is just west of New Haven, so just west of Mount Vernon.
Okay, I got you. I see it here. Yep. Thank you for that, Austin. Great job. I see that right here. So it looks like between Harold and New Haven. Let's see what we can find with base velocity. Okay. So the rotation he's talking about is going to be kind of right there because there's New Haven. Storm's kind of moving this direction. So Mount Vernon and then Mount Vernon, Indiana, Caborn, Indiana. So Evansville, get ready again. We've got another storm coming that direction, but it's taking a different track. This one's moving more to the east northeast instead of almost diagonally. Okay.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Evansville won't escape this one because even if we miss the rotation on this one, this is that line that is beginning to move in. So this is when they need to expect, hey, could be rotation in there. If there's not rotation, 75-mile-per-hour winds, hail, and possibly a tornado as well.
That is absolutely right. I'm going to refocus. I'm going to take the radar off of that. I wanted to hit that storm up by Indianapolis or north of the Indy Metro real quick. We're going to come back down here to, excuse me, we're going to come back down here to the Evansville NexRad radar. Okay, there we go. It's loading right now. Can only move so fast, otherwise it gets grumpy and then it stops pulling anything in. And this is a new tornado warning that I see here until 9 p.m. And we're looking at it from Evansville here, so that's why the velocity data looks a little strange. Tornado warning southeastern Massac, southeastern Pope, and central McCracken counties. Massac and Pope, of course, in Illinois. McCracken, western Kentucky, until 9 o'clock Central Daylight Time. At 8:17, a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Lovelaceville or 8 miles southeast of Le Center, moving northeast at 75 miles per hour. Okay, so, and that's yet another storm that we might have to contend with as well in the Evansville Metro too, but that will come in due course. We need to be keeping an eye on this one here that's a lot closer, that's getting ready to move in. And goodness gracious, there's the circulation right there. It's right, the circulation, according to the radar data, it is just off to the north and east of New Haven on the Illinois side, getting ready to cross into Indiana
Hey,
right
Mike.
now. Go ahead.
Hey, looks like a Bow Echo west of Evansville, approaching the Wabash River.
I see it. I see it. You're talking about, I think, so you actually got that one, and then you've got probably this guy right there. So you got two of them right there.
Right.
Yeah, let's go to the radar. Let's go take a look at that very quickly on the radar data. Yep, there it is. Radar, the velocity data doesn't, I'm sorry, the reflectivity data doesn't lie. Right there. So this is, and it's all moving this way.
Yeah, Mike, and you can actually see the little hook on the northern end of that bow right behind it.
Right here.
That's exactly where that rotation is by New Haven.
Yep, right there. Okay, yep. So Mount Vernon, Caborn, Henderson, Evansville, Casson, Melody Hill, Newburgh. You guys get ready to go. If it's not going to be a spin up or a tornado hidden in this line here, it's going to be 60, 70, perhaps even 80-mile-per-hour winds coming into the metro here very shortly. Okay, so you got 5, maybe 10 minutes of lead time for that. Take your tornado precautions right now. Lowest floor near the center, away from windows, with as many walls between you and the outside as you can possibly get. All right, so let's take a look here. Come back down here. This is still that tornado warning for
We got a
Callaway,
radar
Hartsville, and
indicated
Graves County.
tornado right over Paducah right now. Sorry, Mike.
Yep, yep, you're fine. And that's why I was going to hit that one here. And then this one, this is the other one I wanted to take a look at. So, okay, Paducah, there we go. Let's come down here. Yep, there it is right there, right in that area. So yes, Paducah Metro, if you guys aren't already in your safe spot, we told you a little while ago, and we've had to chase all these other storms in the video and so forth. So there you go. So Paducah, Kentucky, tornado precautions right now. And this is a confirmed, this is a radar confirmed tornado here. So let's see if we can, what we can find here. Correlation coefficient, perhaps. Let me see here. And that's hard to see because we're practically right on top of the radar at the Paducah airport right here.
Hey, Mike, they went ahead and extended that tornado warning that was coming out of New Haven.
Okay, thank you for that. So that's this one here. So that's going to come across. That's the one. So it's a severe thunderstorm warning right now, and it's come across, and I see so a new tornado warning, and there it is right there. They've got it going more to the northwest. Okay, what we'll do that. National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for the following counties in Illinois: Central White, Southwestern Wabash, in Indiana, Northwestern Vanderburgh, Southwestern Gibson, and all of Posey counties until 9:15. At 8:36, severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage located along a line extending from near Carmine to near Mount Vernon, moving northeast at 60. Storms will be near Carmine and Mount Vernon right now. Crossville and New Harmony, 8:45. Poseyville, Blairsville, Grayville around 8:50. Cynthiana, 8:55. Hofstad and Owensville, 9 o'clock. Fort Branch, 9:05. Princeton, 9:10. Other locations impacted: Keensburg, Griffin, Maunee, and Phillipstown. Okay, so once again, you need to take your tornado precautions. Here's the tornado warning right here. This is the new one, and that is once again until 9:15. Carmine, Mount Vernon, Crossville, New Harmony, Poseyville, Blairsville, Graysville, Cynthiana, Hobstadt, Owensville, Fort Branch, Princeton. Take your tornado precautions immediately for this storm here, for this new tornado warning. Okay, and we're going to come down here. The confirmed tornado right now remains in effect until 9 o'clock for southeastern Massac, southeastern Pope, and central McCracken counties. And this is a confirmed tornado located over Midtown Paducah near Park Avenue, moving east at 50. I'm surprised that they didn't issue a tornado emergency for that, honestly. And new tornado warning as well that they've issued here. Let me put the radar data back on so we can see. Okay, yep, so there it is right there. They're saying that it's up here over Midtown Paducah, so the radar probably hasn't updated yet. There it goes. There it just updated. Okay. So we've got a new tornado warning that just popped in for all of these counties in Kentucky: South Central Crittenden, Southern Livingston, Northwestern Caldwell, Northwestern Marshall, Southeastern McCracken, and Northwestern Lyon counties until 9:30. At 8:38 Central, a severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located over Reedland, speed northeast at 65. The storm will be near Calvert City and Ledbetter in about 5 minutes. 8:45 Central. Eddyville, 8:55. Marion, 5 minutes after that, 9 o'clock. Creeswell and Farmersville around 9:05. Let's see here. And then tornado warning still in effect until 9:30 for South Central Crittenden, Southern Livingston, Northwestern Caldwell, Northwestern Marshall, Southeastern McCracken, and Northwestern Lyon counties. And that's for the storm over Reedland, moving northeast at 65. Okay, so I thought this was a different one, but they just extended. Let me see here. Yep, they just extended this one.
Hey, Mike, I'm about to
Yeah.
step away with the storm moving in. I'm
Okay.
going to have to go to the lower level of this hotel.
Okay, sounds good. Be safe. Be safe, my friend. So we'll get you back here later. Okay, so there you go. You heard managing forecaster and page owner Tony Merriweather left his house earlier this evening, went to a hotel for safety, and now he's taking shelter at that hotel. He's going to the lowest level, and that's what you need to do as well, because these storms are nothing to mess with at all. Lowest floor near the center, away from windows. And Austin, if you probably might not be a bad idea for you to do that as well, to go to the lowest floor too.
Yeah, Mike. So if you go back to reflectivity on there, you can really start to see a hook echo developing at the northern tip of that bow echo. It is looking pretty nasty.
Okay, let's take a look here. Yeah, I see it. Let me get back over to Evansville and take a look at that here. Oh, yep, right there. So that is a, gosh, yep, right here. Let's see if there's a CC drop out there. Maybe something starting up right there, just basically southwest of Solitude, Indiana. Let's check out rotation. Yep, nailed it. Right here. So if you are in Solitude, Indiana, take your immediate tornado precautions. Lowest floor of a site-built structure near the center, away from windows. The storm has just made its way across the river from Illinois into Indiana. Center of location is, or center of circulation rather, west of Illinois, or I'm sorry, west of Indiana 69. Get it together, Mike. West of Indiana 69. South of Curtis Road. North of Whipple Creek Road, east of the Indiana-Illinois state line, including Solitude. Take your immediate tornado precautions. That's going to be the lowest floor of a site-built structure. It's going to be near the center. It's going to be away from windows with as many walls between you and the outside as you can possibly get. All right. Evansville Metro is under a severe thunderstorm warning now. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning for all these counties: Indiana and Kentucky, Western Warwick, Vanderburgh, Gibson, Eastern Posey, Pike counties in Indiana, Kentucky, Henderson, Northwestern McLean, Northeastern Union until 9:30 Central Time. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. If you are able to get to the lower level of a site-built structure, now is the time to do that. Treat this like a tornado warning, even though it technically is not. It is a severe thunderstorm warning. Doesn't matter. 70-mile-per-hour winds can potentially knock down a tree, and then if a tree falls through your house or falls through a building, falls into a building, then you've got problems. All right. So and they've made that this is a radar confirmed tornado now for that storm that I just told you about in Solitude. Poseyville, Crossville, Blairsville, New Harmony, Grayville, about 6 minutes from now, 7 or 8:50. Cynthiana, 8:55. Hobstaton, Owensville, 9 p.m. Fort Branch, 9:05. Okay, so all of these communities here, you need to be in your tornado safe spot right now. And there's the circulation right there, right over Solitude right there. So you can definitely see it plain as day. And then take a look at that inflow being pulled in. Looks almost like a finger or a fang or something like that. All that red, the red and gray right there. Excuse me 1 second, guys. Let me grab a quick sip of water. Hang on. Okay, I think we're better now for a little bit. Let's see here. So I think Jeremy, who is that? Is that Ganella asking confirmed touchdown in Carmel, Indiana? Okay. And then Ganell is asking what's the difference from yellow and purple? Yellow is a severe thunderstorm warning. Ganell, purple is a tornado warning with a confirmed tornado, either confirmed by radar or confirmed by like spotters or the police or somebody like that. Somebody actually eyeballed it. That's the difference between the polygon lines, okay? So now let's take a look here. New tornado warning extending on. I need to come back down here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 6. Got 6 tornado warnings in the area right now. So let's come back down here. We're going to take this one. Let's go back to Paducah. And we're going to work
Mike,
through
I
some
got
stuff
power
here.
flashes. Power flashes.
Power flashes. Can
I
you
got
get your
power
camera
flashes.
on them? Can you get your camera on them? Could potentially be straight line winds. May also be tornado. Could be tornado right here. So let's go back up. We'll come back up to the Evansville storm. So you're talking the Solitude storm, I'm assuming there, Austin. Let me see here. Rotation. Okay, rotation's kind of died off just a little bit, but not a
Yeah,
whole
Mike, I don't
lot.
have time to get the camera on right now. I got to
That's
get
fine.
underground. I got to get
Okay,
underground right now, but
go.
it's coming. But I'm telling you, we got power flashes down there. So this is either, like you said, it's either going to be extremely severe winds or a confirmed tornado. It's hard to tell when you get a bow echo like this because you get so much rain and wind with that.
Okay, you get safe. I'll handle it. So Austin is in downtown Evansville right now. That's where he was providing us the video from. So we've got one of two options here, guys. This could be coming into Evansville right now. This could potentially be gusty straight line winds, or it could be an embedded tornado hiding in the line. And that's why I switched over here so I can take a look. Right now, Austin and Tony, if you guys can hear me looking at the radar, I'm thinking this is probably going to be straight line winds because I've got winds 60, I've seen 62, 63, 65. I'm seeing winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour getting ready to enter Evansville right now. That appears to be a unidirectional wind field. The circulation is off to the west northwest of Evansville, just a little bit north of due west, and I'm not seeing anything indicative of rotation getting ready to come up into Evansville, but I am seeing that bow echo and significant a straight line wind field there with winds up to 70 miles per hour is what I'm seeing right now. We'll take a look at storm relative velocity here, make sure. I do see a little bit of a curl right here. So, hey guys, as I take a look at it on storm relative velocity on radar scope right now, I am seeing a bit of a curl just outside of the polygon. It's looks like it's right just north of the river. The couplet doesn't look especially tight, so I'm thinking that your power flashes are probably going to be straight line winds. But and what I'm looking at for those of you guys on the stream, I've got a little bit better couplet right there, and I've got this broad rotation right here. There's Evansville. So let me loop this and see, so we can take a look and see. Evansville, you guys need to go to your tornado safe spot right now, because what I'm seeing could be a circulation spooling up right there. And in any case, you're going to have 60, 70 mile per hour winds. All right. And that's the storm relative velocity. So that's with the storm's forward motion subtracted out, because sometimes you have to do that to get a better look at the actual wind field. Let me see here. Let's go back to velocity, just regular velocity. That's that's a hole in the data for whatever reason. Okay, I'm not seeing any screaming evidence of circulation right now. Definitely seeing some lightning from these storms as they come in. The little pluses that you see here on radar scope, those are representative of lightning flashes. So we'll come back over here. And what I'm looking for is I'm trying to see if I can help these guys out and spot any rotation, because we've got some rotation up here to the north. And I've got tornado warnings stacked on top of each other here. So, guys, please be safe there in Evansville. Evansville, I would recommend moving to lower ground right now, just as a course of least regret. And the reason I'm saying that is because that is that is looking awfully suspicious. Let's go to storm relative velocity, because it looks like this is trying to wrap up kind of the other way. So Evansville, you guys need to be in a safe spot right now.
Mike, if you got a second, I went ahead and I sent you the video in the chat. You can go ahead
Oh,
and see it. It does look like a funnel cloud, but I clipped the video right where you could see the power flashes. I don't know if you'll be able to pull it up or not.
okay. Okay, and we can take a look at that here in just a minute. Let's see, rotation. Okay, I'm seeing something out to the almost due west of Casson right now. I'm seeing a line I see in the rotation product. I'm seeing something that would be indicative of those 60 to 70 mile per hour straight line winds right now. Let me go to GR Earth and we'll take a look down here. Yeah, so we definitely have, look at that. All along that bow, there is significant rotation there. We're up at 15 in some places there on snapshot rotation. So Evansville, make sure you're in a good safe spot, because you're going to get those 60, 70, perhaps even 80 mile per hour winds. So Evansville, Henderson, Corridon, looks like you guys are getting them right now. And tornado warning, Evansville metro area just issued. So I knew that was looking sketchy. So you guys, so Evansville, Newburgh, Evansville metro, safe spot right now. Tornado warning. Warwick, Vanderburg, west central Spencer, southeastern Gibson, east central Posey, and northeastern Henderson County, which is in Kentucky until 9:45. At 8:54, severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and straight line wind damage were located
Hey,
along the
Mike, new
line
tornado
extending.
warning directly
I
over
got it.
Evansville.
I got it. I got it. Thank you. Extending from near Casson to 6 miles southwest of Evansville to near Henderson. Storms moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. So that confirmed it right there. Excuse me. So make sure that you are in a good, safe place if you're in the Evansville metro area right now. That is a new tornado warning. And it looks like I've got two circulations. I've got the one that looks like it's spooled up right north of Casson, and I've got a secondary circulation that is on the Kentucky Indiana line right now, getting ready to go perhaps just north of Basket. It looks like it's literally on the river right now. And Old Evansville Henderson Road is going to be the first street impacted, north south streets, then US 41, then High House Road, and then Green River 2 Road. So basically, if you are, it looks like it, Henderson, be in shelter for the straight line winds. The circulation I'm seeing here looks like it's probably going to slip just north of you. You need to be in shelter if you're north of US 60, if you are south of as far north as Indiana 57 because of that secondary circulation up there. If you are west of, if you're west of Indiana 61, and basically if you are east of St. Joseph Avenue, if you're inside that in Indiana, and if you are east of the state line, if you're down in Kentucky. So that's what we're seeing right now, and it looks like a significant straight line wind. I'm actually seeing a little bit of circulation, perhaps a CC dropout, a lowering, could be a lowering funnel perhaps or something like that. It appears to be northeast of Henderson and almost due south of Evansville. All right. This is what I'm looking at right here. So if you're in that area, so that's going to be US 41 and Wolf Hills Road and north of US 60 and west of Tillman Bethel Road. And that's on the Kentucky side of the border. That's not on the Indiana side. That's on the Kentucky side. So you need to be in a good, safe spot right now. Evansville, Metro, Newburgh, you guys as well, because this little bit of a lowering that I'm starting to see here looks like if that were to intensify and turn into something full blown, that's going to slide through the extreme southeastern parts of the Evansville metro, and it might potentially line up Newburgh. Okay, confirmed tornado, Evansville metro area. That one is gone, confirmed. Radar confirmed tornado. Locations: Newburgh, Melody Hill, Darmstadt, Chandler, Henderson, and Evansville. In a couple of minutes here, it should be moving through Evansville right now. Boonville 905, Linville 910, Folsomville 915. Okay, once again, that's a tornado warning until 9:45. Warwick, Vanderburgh, West Central Spencer, Southeastern Gibson, and Northeastern Henderson counties until 9:45. This storm, the line of storms that's producing this extends from near Casson to Evansville to Henderson, northeast at 75 miles per hour. You do not have time to get out of the way of these. Okay, so I also need to come south here real quick too, because we've got radar confirmed tornado down here in effect until 9:30 for south central Crittenden, east central Livingston, northwestern Caldwell, and northwestern Lyon counties. Uh, Weather spotter confirmed tornado 7 miles west of Eddyville, moving northeast at 65. So that storm, that tornado has kind of come right over here now. Let's take a look at that. Not seeing anything crazy there. I am seeing pretty intense rotation just south of Interstate 24 to the northwest of Lamasco and to the southeast of Katawa. So that's this storm right here. I believe that what they warned on is going to be over here. Let me look at the velocities. Okay, yep. So that storm is kind of moving off this way. So it's out in kind of the open country north of Eddyville, Fredonia, Crider, tornado precautions right now. Fredonia, Kentucky, Crider, Kentucky, tornado precautions right now. Lowest floor near the center, away from windows of a site-built structure. As many walls between you and the outside as you can get. Dykesburg, Francis, Kentucky, same thing for you guys, okay? We're going to come down a little bit further now. Let me flip over to Paducah. Let's get back down here. Yep. Tornado warning, Halls, Gates, Kentucky, Friendship, Kentucky. Tornado precautions now. Lowest floor. You know what? Check that. I went too far. That's Tennessee. Ignore that. Check that. Okay, tornado warning still, though, for northwestern Callaway, Marshall, west central Trigg, southeastern Graves, and southwestern Lyon counties in western Kentucky until 9:30. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado located near Sedalia or 9 miles south of Mayfield, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. Close shave, but looks like a miss for Mayfield right now from what I can see here. May have gone through the extreme southern part of Mayfield, and the last thing they need down there is another tornado. Let's look at the reflectivity, base velocity. Okay, yeah, so that should be right here. Streets are going to be State Highway 1890, east-west streets, Perry Street, Sanders Lane, East Slaughter Road. Okay, we just updated. And let's see if I can pinpoint it again here. Okay, so that circulation looks like it's gone on. It's north, it's out past Mayfield now, off to the east-northeast. Benton and Oak Level, Kentucky, take your tornado precautions right now. Circulation that's there is going to be, looks like it's pretty much on Kentucky 80, Kentucky State Highway 9003, headed up toward Benton and potentially Oak Level. Okay, let's come back up and check this one now. Check the confirmed tornado. Bear with me just a second, guys. Okay, I have to get another radar window up here because things are happening so much and we're having to use multiple radars. Center of circulation just south of Dykesburg, Fredonia, Crider, tornado precautions. Now, Francis, you guys as well. Approaching US Highway 641, which runs right through Fredonia. Right now, it's out in the open country to the east-southeast of Dykesburg. State Highway 1113, Oak Grove Loop, Coleman Doles Road, Beck Road, also Joe Peak Road. Take your tornado precautions right now. Another circulation tornado warning adjacent to that spinning up right now. Farm Springs Road. This is between Tilline or Tilene, between Tilene and Salem in Kentucky. Center of circulation appears to be on Kentucky's Highway 723 and Maddox Loop. Okay, so if you are south of US 60 and basically east of US 60 as well, as it jogs, as you get past Berna and then 60 kind of jogs south there. So if you're there, If you are west of State Highway 855, Kentucky 855, and basically north of Tyline, you need to be in a safe spot. Okay, tornado warning extended right now in Kentucky. New tornado warning. Central Caldwell, southwestern Hopkins, north central Lyon County until 9:45. At 9:04, severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located near Princeton, moving northeast at 60. Radar indicated situation. This storm will be near Olney, Kentucky, Princeton, Dawson Springs, and Farmersville around 9:10 Central Daylight Time. This includes I-69 between mileposts 72 and 100. Princeton, Kentucky, get down. Circulation's right about here right now. Princeton, Cedar Bluff, Dawson Springs, Beulah, be in a good, safe place. Lowest floor near the center away from windows. So if you are north of Interstate 24, if you are east, correction, if you are west of Kentucky Highway 9001 or US 41, running through Earlington and Nortonville and Morton's Gap, if you're west of there, if you are south of Beulah Road and then east of 641, you need to be in a safe place right now. Okay, coming back north. It looks like that Bow Echo has pretty much gone through Evansville right now. Let's take a look here and see on the radar, see what we can find here. Wow, look at that. That is an archer's bow if I ever saw one. Tornado warning canceled, excuse me, for East Central Posey County. Tornado warning canceled for East Central Posey. The storms prompting the warning have moved out of the area. Tornado warning still in effect until 9:45 for Warwick, Vanderburgh, West Central Spencer, Southeastern Gibson, and Northeastern Henderson County. Any storm along this, so anything along this line could spin up into a tornadic circulation with minimal warning. So Yankeetown, Hatfield, Boonville, I'll put it to you this way. If you are as far south as Hebertsville, Kentucky, and you are as far north as Linville, Indiana, you need to be in a safe place right now because of damaging straight line winds and the potential for tornadic circulation to spin up with minimal to no warning, okay? That storm's moving at 70, 75 miles per hour. Coming further north, tornadic circulation up here near Alfredsville looks like it's going to miss just to the south and east. So this is a tornado warning until 10:30 Eastern for northern Du Bois County. Dangerous storm will be located near Jasper right now. Actually, it's north of Jasper now because it's moved just that quickly. Other locations, Celestine, Portersville, Millersport, Du Bois Crossroads, Kellerville, Hayesville, Ellsworth, Duff, and Thales. And that's for this storm right here up around Alfredsville. Okay, maybe a little bit of a correlation coefficient drop out right here, right in that area. Otherwise, just to make sure that you're in a good, safe place right now, okay? And there's the tornado right there. There's the tornadic circulation right there to the immediate north of Jasper and almost due west of Du Bois. So Du Bois, Cusco, and potentially French Lick. Be on guard. Watch out for a potential tornado coming your way here very soon. This tornado warning here, right near the radar, so not sure how much we're going to be able to see there. Let me make sure I get the right one. Okay, tornado warning. This was canceled for northeastern White County as the storms have gone out of the area. Tornado warning still in effect for until 9:15, so for another 7 or 8 minutes. Southwestern Wabash, northwestern Vanderburgh, southwestern Gibson, and northeastern Posey counties for this storm right here. Okay. Let me take a look here and see what we can find here. Is this a new tornado warning up here further north? It might be. Yep. New tornado warning. Southern Martin, southeastern Davies counties until 10:30 Eastern. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Jasper, 16 miles east of Petersburg, moving northeast at 60. Radar indicated. Locations impacted Alfredsville, Shoals, and Lacey. Okay, so that's right here. So that's the new tornado warning for this storm here. So make sure you're in a good, safe place. Lowest floor near the center, away from windows, with as many walls between you and the outside as you can get. Let's come back down. New tornado warning here, it looks like, or let me see. Tornado warning until 9:30, northwestern Callaway, Marshall, west central Trigg, and southwestern Lyon counties. Tornado warning for east central Livingston County, canceled. Tornado warning still in effect until 9:30. Central Crittenden, northwestern Caldwell, and north central Lyon counties. New tornado warning. Central Caldwell, southwestern Hopkins, north central Lyon counties until 9:45. This is a storm that will involve only Indiana, Princeton, Dawson Springs, and Farmersville. And that's practically on top of them right now. Princeton, Cedar Bluff, tornado precautions. Cobb, tornado precautions. Dawson Springs, Beulah, tornado precautions right now. Let's see. That's the tornado warning until 9:30. Northwestern Callaway, Marshall, west central Trigg, southwestern Lyon counties. Let's come back down, start working our way back down. Tornado warning canceled for northwestern Gibson County as the storm has left the area. Tornado warning remains in effect until 9:15 for, let me make sure, am I down in Tennessee now? Okay, yep, I went too far. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, tornado warning for southeastern Graves County canceled, which is good. Okay, I needed to get another window up here in order to keep track of all this craziness. So we'll set that up for Paducah. Let's go back and keep rotating through these storms here. I'm going to take the radar data off here for just a second so I can see what the heck is going on. So I got five tornado warnings with confirmed tornadoes and 10 on the board right now. And most of them are actually right here in Kentucky and Indiana right this second. Okay, tornado warning until 9:30. That's northwestern Callaway, Marshall, west central Trigg, southwestern Lyon. New tornado warning until, excuse me, 9:45. Central Caldwell, southwestern Hopkins, north central Lyon counties. This dangerous storm only Princeton, Dawson Springs, and Farmersville around 9:10. Okay, that's for this one. We've got the tornado warning canceled for east central Livingston County, still in effect until 9:30, south central Crittenden, northwestern Caldwell, and north central Lyon counties right now. Tornado warning still in effect until 9:15. Yep. For central Crittenden and northeastern Livingston, the storm will be around Marion at 9:10. Okay, new tornado warning. East central Crittenden, central Caldwell, central Hopkins, southern Webster until 10 p.m. This storm will be around Providence here in about the next 7 minutes. Madisonville and Earlington around 9:30. Let's put the see the tornado circulation. That's the best one right around Princeton right now. So you guys need to be in a safe place. Okay, if you're around Princeton. So basically, St. Charles, Beulah, Dawson Springs, Princeton, Crider, Fredonia, Francis, Eddyville, Salem, Sheridan, Marion, be in a safe place. Also, Lynn Grove, Stella, Kirksey, Benton, Bryansburg, Sharp, Aurora be in a safe place right now. Sharp, I know you're not in an official tornado warning, but that right there, Sharp and Simpsonia, that potentially could tighten up with very little warning. Okay, coming back north. Okay, coming back north into Indiana now. Look at that, and look at that right there. That's with the confirmed. We got a confirmed tornado, and there it's starting to tighten up again. Where is that? That's north of Boomville, right here. That that is on. That circulation is starting to tighten up. If you hear the name of your street, if you're not in a tornado safe place right now, get there immediately. North Folsomville Road, east-west streets, County Road 400 North, North Folsomville Road, Ellison Ridge Road, County Road 550 North, County Road 600 North. Let's see here. County Road 475 North, County Road 650 North, North-South roads, County Road 400 East, County Road 350 East, County Road 200 East, County Road 150 East, Ellison Ridge, Crowville Road, County Road 100 West. So that's out in the open country, northeast of Boomville, and almost just a little bit north of due west for Tennyson. Okay, hang on one second, guys. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Let me see here. So this thing is tightening up, and that's why I'm lingering on it very briefly. So Selvin, I want to say Selvin, Dale, Lincoln City, Gentryville. Go ahead and go to your tornado safe spot right now. Okay, keep coming north. Tornado warning, north central Warwick, north central Vanderburgh, Gibson, Pike until 9:45 in Indiana. Dangerous storms will be near Patoka and Princeton, although they've actually already passed through there. So Winslow around 10:20, so in a couple minutes. Petersburg around 10:25. And they're having to kind of blanket warn for these because they're moving so fast and you're getting these bow echoes and you're getting the eddies in there that are spooling up in the tornadic circulations. That's what the problem is here. Okay, tornado warning still in effect until 10:30 for northeastern Du Bois County. And tornado warning canceled for southeastern Davies County. Still in effect for about another 10 minutes until 10:30 Eastern for southern Marion County. Okay, coming back. So that's what we've got there. Let's come back down to Paducah. Okay, there we go. There, we'll go ahead and go full screen here. Okay, let's take a look at this and look at it from a standpoint of these lines are rotating like crazy because of all the spin in the atmosphere. The good news is there's nothing really off to the north that I can see. Excuse me. So we've got, is this a new one? Yeah, this is a new one. This is a new tornado warning. Northwestern Callaway, southeastern Marshall, west central Trigg, southeastern Graves until 10 o'clock Central Time. Tornado producing storm was located near Linville or 15 miles southwest of Murray, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. And that warning is only dated by a couple minutes. And I see what they're talking about. It's right there. So let's go to velocity. Goodness gracious. Yep. And it's got a tornado vortex signature on it right there. Correlation coefficient. Yep. Bell City, Lynn Grove. Take your immediate tornado precautions. That thing is on the ground and doing dirt as we speak, because that's clearly a correlation coefficient dropout, and it looks like this radar scan's got it just getting ready to cross over into Kentucky out of Tennessee. But Bell City, you need to be in a tornado safe spot right now. Streets of concern: State Highway 1485, Jetton Road, right south of Bell City, Kentucky. Be in a tornado safe place immediately. Also, let's see here. Can I get a name on that street? Alderdice Road. I said State Highway 1485. I said Jetton Road. Bell City Road, yep, I said, and of course the town of Bell City, and then immediate points north, Lynn Grove. You guys need to be in a safe spot as well too. This is a confirmed tornado. That is there's a tornado vortex signature that the radar put there, and I've got a CC, correlation coefficient dropout. So that is a confirmed, that is a tornado debris signature. If we go back here to reflectivity, there you can see it right there. So it's hidden because this is in a line, but that is a tornadic circulation right there, and that would be kind of a debris ball. And you can see, and I've also got a secondary circulation just to the north of that, just to the north of Bell City, southeast of Lynn Grove as well. Let's take a look at that one. Is that a new one? So no, this was updated about 11 minutes ago. Tornado warning and still in effect until 9:30 Central, northwestern Callaway, Marshall, West Central Trigg, and southwestern Lyons counties. Okay, so that one's there. This one is definitely of concern, though, the one with the tornado vortex signature on it right there. There's your storm relative velocity. There's your base velocity. There's the couplet, plain as day. Circulation's now on State Route 97. Edge Hill Trail, Killdeer Trail, Bell City, you better be in a tornado safe spot. Wilson Trail, Rayburn Road, Humphrey Road, State Highway 893, Kentucky 893, Taylor Store Road. Okay, because it looks like, and that's inflow right there, looks like going into the storm. Because here it is right there. And this thing is kind of moving this way like so. So Murray, you guys get in a tornado safe spot right now, because it looks like this thing may slide just to the south of Bell City. But Murray, Kentucky, this thing looks like it's going to line you up and take you guys for a hit. Okay, Murray, Kentucky. If you're under the sound of my voice, if you're watching, or you know somebody in Murray, Kentucky, call them, tell them to get down right now. Another circulation right here, Stella, Kentucky, just north of Stella. Center of circulation appears to be on Kentucky Highway 80 right now. North-south streets. Kentucky 299. Kentucky 1429. Collins Road. Airport Road. Hale Road. East-west roads there. Kentucky 80. Leslie Road. Indian Trail. Collins Road. Kentucky 1429. Palmer Road. And actually, we'll go as far north as Kirksey Almo Road. So be in a safe place. Murray, be in a safe place. Kirksey, Dexter, Hardin, Almo, Kentucky. You guys be in a safe place. Got to keep it moving. Okay, this is that same one for this storm here. Come back up here. Tornado warning canceled for East Central Livingston County. That's the update from about 15 minutes ago, though. So this tornado warning here was extended. So the confirmed tornado warning, that one will expire. We're going to let that one ride. We'll pick this one up. Tornado warning still in effect until 10. East Central Crittenden, Northern Caldwell, Central Hopkins, and Southeastern Webster counties in Kentucky. Okay, and that's going to be for this guy right here. Tornado warning canceled for North Central Lyon County, still in effect until 9:45 for East Central Caldwell and Southwestern Hopkins counties. This tornadic circulation moving northeast at 50 right now. Center of circulation, mile or two off of Beulah. Actually, the update takes this thing, wait a minute, the update puts this thing right on top of Beulah. So Beulah, Kentucky, you need to be in a tornado safe spot right now. You've got a tornadic circulation right on top of you. And this is Rabbit Ridge, North-South Streets, Rabbit Ridge Road, Paul Peyton Road. Paul Peyton, Rabbit Ridge. This one got a name? This one does not have a name. Okay, that one, not a name in the database for these roads here. East-West roads, Kentucky 502. Okay, Beulah Road, I guess, is an east-west road. 6th Vein Road, Bull Joint Road, not Ball Joint, but Bull Joint Road. Still 6th Vein again. Ferguson Town Road. So be in your tornado safe spot there. Did they extend this one, or which one is this? Okay, so these are kind of one and the same. So they've got this overlapped with 2 tornado warnings. Okay, so let's go back up here to Evansville right now. Okay, new tornado warning for eastern Warwick and Spencer counties until 10 p.m. Central. At 9:20, severe storms capable of producing tornadoes and straight line wind damage located along a line extending from near Linville to near Folsomville to near Eureka, northeast at 55, movement and speed. These storms will be near Folsomville pretty much now, Dale around 9:30, and Santa Claus around 9:35. Other impacted locations, Tennyson, Gentryville, and Chrisney. This also includes 15 miles of Interstate 64 in Indiana between mileposts 45 and 60. Okay, so make sure that you're in a good, safe spot right now. So they're warning for this bow right here. So Dale, Chrisney, this is on top of you right now. St. Meinrad, Santa Claus, Lamar, Troy, take your tornado precautions right now. Okay, not seeing a tornado circulation in there right now per se, but what I am seeing is some gusty straight line winds up to 70 miles per hour that could spin off a rotation that could tighten up into a tornadic circulation with little to no warning.
Hey, Mike, I'm back. You got a little more rotation off to the south of Henderson there as these storms continue to move in northeast.
Okay, thank
Picking
you
up
very
just a
much
little
for
bit
that.
on there.
Yep. And Austin is back. I'm glad to see that you made it, sir, and that you're safe. That's the
Yeah,
important thing.
you know, it's one of those things. I went all the way underground to the point where I had no signal, but you know, you got to do what you got to do to stay safe. And so, for all of our viewers out there, I really hope that you're doing the same.
Not a problem. And we kind of talked through this that if we had to drop off and I had to fly solo for a while, then so be it. So I see that there. Let me keep going north real quick, Austin, and make sure that because basically I'm just running up and down these line of storms and these tornado warnings as fast as I can see them, process the data, and read them off right now. Okay, so that's kind of the MO here because there's just so flipping many of them because I've got 12 tornado warnings, 3 reported with, so 15 total. This one right here, new tornado warning, East Central Martin, Lawrence, and southwestern Jackson counties until 11 Eastern. Tornado, quarter-sized hail. At 10:23, this is about 5 minutes ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Shoals, or 17 miles southwest of Bedford, northeast at 55. Impacted locations, Heltonville, Spring Mill State Park, Mitchell, Bedford, Tunnelton, Huron, and Shoals. Circulation most likely right here. So That's out in open country right now. In Indiana, if you're along and south of Indiana 60, if you are north of West County Road 750 north there, if you're east of US 50, and if you're west of Indiana 37, including the town of Mitchell. Orleans, this looks like this might slide off to your northwest. Be ready to go if I change my mind. But Mitchell, you guys definitely need to be underground right now. Other than that, this is largely open country until you get to Mitchell, and then a lot more open country. Bedford and Sparksville are the only two communities there. And this circulation, based on the movement, would stay out in the open country between those two communities until it might start working its way up toward Medora and Brownstown here shortly, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Okay, we still got tornado warning canceled. Vanderburgh, southeastern Gibson, and northeastern Henderson counties at this time. Still in effect until 9:45 for central Warwick and west central Spencer counties. I apologize, guys. We've got trying to do this and keep you guys safe, just like Austin's got his people with him, his family with him to keep them safe. I'm here. I am safe from the storms because I'm physically not anywhere close to them, but trying to do this in a family setting as well too. So I apologize for that. Hey, look at this. And that's from Evansville. Let me take a look at that from Paducah and see if I can see if I'm convinced with that. Okay, yeah, I am convinced. Humboldt, Gibson, Milan, or Milan as the case may be. So if you're along the US 79 corridor, Humboldt, Gibson, Milan, Atwood, you guys probably need to take your tornado precautions. Something looks like it's spinning up right over Humboldt right now. Come back up north here. Confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado located near Linville or 8 miles southwest of Murray, moving northeast at 55. So that thing is up here now. It's between Almo, Dexter, Hardin, tornado precautions right now. So we've got, gee, mini Christmas, will you look at this? Okay, so I've got a couple of areas of concern here. So if you're in Murray, tornado precautions. Between Almo and Kirksey, headed up toward Dexter, Hardin, take your tornado precautions right now as well. All right. So that's for this warning here. Tornado warning still in effect for another half an hour, 10 o'clock Central Daylight Time for northwestern Callaway, southeastern Marshall, west central Trigg, and southeastern Graves counties. Okay, coming back up the line. Let's see, this was about 11 minutes ago. I'm pretty sure I got this one. Tornado warning west central Christian, southeastern Caldwell, southeastern Marshall, northern Trigg, southern Lyon counties until 10. This storm will be between Land Between the Lakes, Energy Lake Campground, Woodlands Nature Station, Birmingham Ferry Recreation Area, and Cravens Bay Campground. Looks like it's probably past there. It's coming up on Princeton and Cobb in the next 10 minutes. So that's new tornado warning, probably right here. So we got so many tornado warnings here. So I've got a TVS there, but I'm more concerned about these two things than anything else. Probably this right here. So Cobb, Lamasco, take your tornado precautions. Coming back up here. Princeton as well. Only because we don't know what this is going to do. These storms are so unpredictable in how quickly they can spin up circulations on that line. I really don't want to give anybody an all clear for a breather, which I feel bad about that, but I'd rather you safe than read about you. And that's what we told you earlier this evening, to plan to go to a tornado shelter or some type of safe place and expect to spend several hours there tonight. right? So, and that's what we're seeing. This is unfortunately playing out as advertised. Okay, let's see here. So this is about 11 minutes ago. Let's see. Nebo, Hanson, Fryer, Slaughters. And there's a couple of circulations here. One there, Madisonville, watch yourself. You may, I would say, be in your tornado safe spot. You should be anyway. You're in a tornado warning. So that's 3 possible circulation spots right there. And this one is starting to look better too. I just want to make sure I'm not down in Tennessee again. This is starting to look better as well. Yep. CC drop there? Not yet. Okay. Yeah. Something's starting to spin up out here. West of US 231, north of Harmon's Ferry Road, south of Bowlings Road, east of Mosley Road. Make sure you take your tornado precautions if you live out there. This is open country north of Beta and almost due east of Livia in Kentucky there, in kind of central Kentucky there, north central Kentucky, out in the open country between Beta, Livia, and Whitesville. Something spooling up there, so make sure you take your tornado precautions, all right? Let's come up here. Tornado warning until 10, East Central Warwick Spencer. We got that one covered. Tornado warning canceled for northeastern Gibson County. Still in effect until 9:45, so about another 10 minutes, or 10:45 for Central Warwick and Pike counties. Depends on what side of the time zone change you live on there. So tornado warning still active, 9:45 until 10:45 for North Central Warwick and Pike. Let's see, 9 until 9:45, 10:45 as well. Tornado warning still active for Du Bois and Northwestern Perry. Let's see, impacted locations: Du Bois, Celestine, St. Mark's, Millersport, Brettsville, Du Bois, Crossroads, Huntingburg, Mentor, Kellerville, and Duff. We'll come back up here. Looks like French Lick got in on some of the action too. New tornado warning. Northern Orange County until 10:45 in south central Indiana. Tornado, so, and there's the circulation. I think it moved up here. So let me grab this tornado warning instead. Tornado warning canceled for East Central Martin. Still in effect until 11 p.m. Eastern for southeastern Lawrence and southwestern Jackson counties. Locations impacted: Mitchell right now. So this thing has moved up here. So Mitchell, potentially, it looks like it's going to stay out in the open country and not really bother any population areas. But if you're west of Indiana 37, you need to be in your tornado safe spot right now. It looks like it's going to just mind its own business and travel northeast between Bedford, between Sparksville, between Medora, between Heltonville. Kurtz and Freetown are the next towns in line, if that's going to do anything, based on the fact, because there's not really a whole lot out there to hit right now. Okay, coming back down the line again. Or actually, you know what? Let's restart. We're going to start down here. Make sure I'm still in Kentucky and then come back up. So we'll start south, work back north again. New tornado warning. Northeastern Callaway, southeastern Marshall, central Trigg until 10:15. Confirmed tornado located near Murray, moving northeast at 60. Weather spotter confirmed. So that's this right here. That's this thing. Okay, so the tornado will be near, it's coming up on Land Between the Lakes and Turkey Bay right now. Golden Pond Visitor Center and Wranglers Campground in about 5-6 minutes. Kenton and Energy Lake Campground in about 10 minutes, and then Cadiz around 15. So largely open area, open country until you get up here to Canton and then out here to Cadiz. Okay, so that's this right here though. Let's take a look. Pretty noisy right there. I am seeing quite a bit of rotation though, so that doesn't surprise me. This tornado warning right here is still active until 10 p.m. Northwestern Callaway, southeastern Marshall, west central Trigg. Let's see here. New tornado warning. Oh, no, this is not new. I apologize. Not new. This one just doesn't look like it's had an update put on it. But west central Christian, southeastern Caldwell and Marshall, northern Trigg, southern Lyon until 10. Yep. Yeah, so that's the same one. That one, that is not new. These are newer down here to the south than that one is in the regular tornado warning. Wow. Okay. So that's for these here. We'll come back up here. Okay, yep. So we got a mess. What is excuse me, what we've got. 1, 2, 3, 4 tornadic circulations. You could even make a case here for 5 perhaps right there. So we've got 5 tornadic circulations between just north of Cobb going down to just northeast of Almo, Kentucky right now. Let's see this one. Tornado warning canceled for central Lyon County. Still up for about another 5 minutes for east central Caldwell and southwestern Hopkins. I think they extended though. Tornado warning canceled for east central Crittenden and central Caldwell counties. That storm has weakened and left the area. Tornado warning still up until 10 for central Hopkins and southeastern Webster counties. Let's see here. Tornado warning still in effect until 10:15 for southern Davies, northwestern Muhlenberg, McLean, northeastern Hopkins, and east central Webster counties. And that's for this thing right here. And this thing is literally over Hanson, Kentucky right now. So Hanson, I hope you're in your tornado safe spot here, because I did mention when it was back here that you guys needed to be in your safe place. And this is definitely bearing that out. Yep. Not showing much on correlation coefficient, but yeah, that center rotation, that is literally over Hanson, Kentucky right now. If you're not in a tornado safe place, you may be experiencing a direct hit from a sizable tornado. So next in line, Calhoun looks like it's going to be the next town of any size. Looks like this thing with the radar update has moved on or will be moving on shortly from Hanson. It will be impacting Kentucky 281 and Vincent Lane, coming all the way over to the county line, Englehart Road, because this is still the confirmed tornado tag on it. So this one we're going to have to watch, because this thing may cycle. It's down here now, but Calhoun, Glenville, Panther, Sutherland being your tornado safe spot. Also be careful, because Owensboro, you guys may have to go, especially if you're out by the bypass, if you're out by the US 60 bypass. I would go ahead, if you've got an Owensboro mailing address, as a course of least regret, and take tornado precautions right now. And then same thing for Philpott. Okay, new tornado warning here. Hancock, West Central, Breckenridge, and Northern Ohio counties for about another 15 minutes. And for 15 minutes until 10. This one actually came out about 10 minutes ago. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 8 miles southeast of Masonville, moving northeast at 60. This is going to be out over primarily open country, but Fordsville, Patesville, Pellville, Cloverport, McQuady, you guys be in a tornado safe spot right now. Also, Taffy, Gehring, Ralph, Pellville, Megan, Sunny Corner, Tar Fork, Cabot, Heflin, and Pleasant Ridge. If I called the name of your town, time to go. Tornado warning until 10, East Central Warwick and Spencer counties. We're back across the state line into Indiana now. Santa Claus around, let's see, right about now or maybe shortly after here. I can kind of see broad rotation there. We really need to get over here though to see that well. Okay, not seeing a whole lot here. Okay, new tornado warning in the last about 7 minutes. Eastern Du Bois, Western Crawford, Northern Perry, Southern Orange counties until 11:15. At 10:39, severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes located along a line extending from near Jasper to near Santa Claus, moving east at 50. There's your reflectivity. So it's this line right here. From Birdseye, the Bow Echo from Birdseye to just southeast of Chrisney is what they're warning for. Not seeing anything crazy here, which is good. We'll come back up here. This thing, that looks interesting and not necessarily in a good way. Tornado warning canceled for East Central Martin County right now. Still in effect until 11 for southeastern Lawrence and southwestern Jackson counties. The storm is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, 9 miles south of Bedford. So it's in the open country between Bedford and Mitchell here. And this is the one, this eventually could get up to toward Kurtz and Freetown. So all we're doing right now is we're literally just going up and down the line here. I will say, at least for the moment, there is a tiny bit of good news in that the line has moved through here and we're not seeing as frequently new tornado warning boxes popping up back here in Arkansas and coming out of Missouri and so forth. So maybe, and I emphasize maybe, we might be reaching a tipping point here, or at least a little bit of a breather. Okay, let me check this here. Okay, see, and there's this thing again. Spooling up circulations. This thing is being a pain in my rear end tonight. 1, 2, possibly 3 there. We'll keep an eye on that one. All those potential circulation spots right there. The computer likes this one that's right by Canton. So hey, Canton, take your tornado precautions right now because you've got a circulation that might be getting ready to move up into that neck of the woods again. Okay, Tony, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I was going to say I didn't know that. I didn't know that he was taking the opportunity to feed himself here. So grab another bite, my friend, because I see an update here. We got a significant tornado debris signature just outside of Slaughters here. So yeah, we definitely need to speak on this one here for sure. This is, let's see. Tornado warning still in effect until 10:15. Southern Davies, northwestern Muhlenberg, McLean, northeastern Hopkins, east central Webster counties. That is as plain as day a tornado debris signature. Calhoun, Glenville, Panther, Sutherland, tornado precautions right now. Tornadic circulation in its immediate phase right now as we look at it is going to be approaching Weldon Road, approaching, let's see, okay, Weldon makes a hard turn there, so that's the same road. It is over Jim Moore Lane. It is over Kentucky 281. It's over Humphrey Lane. It's over, this is all those places where we didn't have it, where street names didn't populate, weren't populated in the database for this. But yeah, that's bad news right there. You can kind of see it there, but yeah, that correlation coefficient. So that means that there's a tornadic circulation on the ground. It's going over open country, so it's picking up grass, probably picking up some trees and stuff like that. And hopefully that's all it's picking up, just saying. But yeah, Calhoun, Kentucky, Glenville, Kentucky. You guys need to be in a tornado safe spot right now because that is, if I ever saw one, that is a tornado debris signature, 100%. Okay, Tony, in about 10, 15 seconds here, maybe 20, I want to come back at you and we'll find out what you've been listening to so far. Tornado warning still in effect until 10 for Hancock, West Central Breckenridge, and northeastern Ohio counties. Not seeing anything crazy there. Really looking at that doesn't even really look that good down there. From what I can see on the Paducah NextRad, that's the most dangerous game in town right there is this circulation between Slaughters and Calhoun right now. Now I'm going to bring Tony back in here. Okay. Tony, you got me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. What have you been hearing about just the storms in general, or if any specific like damage reports or anything like that?
Did hear a damage report from someone here at the hotel that um, I haven't got confirmation on it yet, but there's reports of a tree that fell on a house and people were trapped in the house. I believe that was on the southeast side of Evansville, I believe. Also, when I was standing outside watching that Bow Echo move in, I believe I did get a visual of a tornado.
Okay, and
And
that
go
that
ahead.
would jibe, and that would jibe possibly with what Austin was saying too before he had to cut and run. Also, go ahead.
And also, as I was standing out there, you could see green power flashes in the distance towards the southeast side and on the east side.
Okay.
And I got everybody in the hotel into the storm shelters. And I promise you that at one point, there was a couple of us in the lobby. You could hear a roar outside, and the wind was blowing. The wind was blowing real hard.
Okay, good to know. And I'm sure we'll check that out. The National Weather Service will be on that here. And
It sure did scare some out of towners.
I was going to say, if that's something that you're not used to, that can be very traumatizing to say the least. So good job looking out for yourself and trying to help get other people to safety, though, Tony. Kudos to you for that, sir. Let's take a look here and see. So, and as we come back up here, before we go back to the Evansville next rad and look at the stuff moving east through Indiana, I noticed that this storm is starting to down cycle just a little bit here because that tornado debris signature does not have, it's not that intense deep blue that it was a volume scan or two ago. Okay, so let's take a look here.
Hey, also, I
Keep,
want to mention that
go
I
ahead.
looked at the hang on, I'm gonna refresh it real quick. The center point outage map.
Okay,
Power outages are now up to 18,428. So that number is climbing.
wow, wow. That's that is to say the least. And I'm sure that as people come out of their shelters and realize that the lights aren't working, that yeah. Let me take a look at something here.
I mean, the number of warnings that were issued, Paducah is doing a slam dunk job. The number of warnings that have been issued locally is pretty remarkable. What it's been, what, like maybe 4 or 5 tornado warnings?
To say, yeah, easy. It's been easily that they've had 4 or 5 in Paducah. I would be curious to see what their warning total is just for that weather forecast office here in a little bit, because you're right, they've been on it, but all of us knew we had to bring our A game this evening, otherwise there would be a problem. But unfortunately, what I will say is that we're still quite a ways um, from this being fully over. Okay, but as the line starts to move through soon, I think we may potentially be getting starting to get to a tipping point. I'm starting to see some of those comments coming off in the chat here, in the comments in the stream traffic here. So we'll deal with that here in just a second. I'm literally so busy trying to stay on top of these and keep everybody safe. It's all I can do to bounce back and forth and just go up and down the line, right? So that's what I'm literally switching radars and going up and down the line trying to see what's going on. So let's shift directions here. We'll start at the north end and work south here. So this was issued about 5-10 minutes ago. Tornado warning: Eastern Du Bois, Western Crawford, Northern Perry, Southern Orange until 11:15. Let's see, storms capable of producing a tornado located along the line extending from near Jasper to Santa Claus. Okay, we got that one moving east at 50. Let me come back over here. So they're warning on the Bow Echo right here. And wouldn't you know it, son of a gun? You know what I'm going to do? I think we're probably getting to the point now. Am I going to have to?
Hey, Mike, I'm gonna
Oh,
interrupt you
you
real
ready?
quick.
Go ahead.
I just got a message from. Hang on, I'm gonna finish reading it. On the east side of Evansville, in the Martins Lane area, there's no power, and on Maplewood Circle, a roof was blown off.
Yeah, all of that. I'm leaning, at least initially, toward a tornado having come through there, Tony. Even though uh, with everything that's been going on, I could certainly see straight line winds doing something, but the odds of straight line winds totally taking a roof off of a structure, unless it's a very old structure that hasn't been like well maintained, I'm thinking that that was probably a tornado that did that.
I agree.
So, and we'll find out about it in due course, though, because
There were green lightning flashes. I know where Maplewood Court is. Um, there were lightning flashes over in that direction. Well, not lightning flashes. There were power flashes over in that direction.
yep, and that's what Austin was saying. Excuse me, just before he left here. So I think what I'm going to need to do, Tony, is I'm going to get a third instance up of radar. See, and I messed around and jinxed us because I said it looks like maybe we're reaching a tipping point, and now it's cycling up again because we're getting more tornadoes here. Because I'm pretty sure I saw that box just pop in. Let me check it. Yes, it did. New tornado warning: South Central Crawford, Southeastern Perry, Northwestern Meade, Southeastern Hancock, Northwestern Breckenridge until 11:30 Eastern, 10:30 Central. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado located 7 miles northeast of Whitesville, moving northeast at 60. This storm's going to stay pretty much out of over open country, and I think that's it right there. But let's see, it's going to stay largely over open country, but it could impact Roberta, Mystic, Raymond, Freimeyer, Skillman, Gehring, Gerald, Dodd, Andyville, and Tobinsport. Okay, so once again, that is a tornado warning until 10:30 Central, 11:30 Eastern, South Central Crawford, Southeastern Perry, Meade, Hancock, and Breckinridge counties. And I can see it right there, plain as day. That one right there doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that one. So let me get up here. I'm going to get the radar, walk the radar up here, and we can get a good look at it from Louisville. So we'll get that set up, pop the data in, and then let it populate for us. We'll come back here for the moment, though. Is this a new one here? Confirmed tornado moving over Calhoun, moving east at 55, and the radar is right on it. Yep, right at the point there. Base velocity. Yeah, there's the couplet for it right there. So I said Calhoun, so Glenville, Panther, Sutherland, Macerville, more so Glenville, Sutherland, and Masonville than Panther or Livia. It looks like it's going to stay out of the way of you two and just shoot the gap. And it's of the three communities, it's probably going to pick Glenville to mess with, go over there, and then Masonville and Sutherland will have to evaluate what they want to do here. So let me. Okay, so now we're Kentucky. We're at Louisville again. So now we use the Louisville next rad, and we could probably get a really good. Gosh, are you kidding me? Look at that thing, Tony, right over Cloverport.
Wow.
Goodness gracious. Okay, and the one product's not caught up with the other yet. The velocity products aren't. That one's still lagging because there's your tornado debris signature right there, right north of Cloverport. So this storm's already gone through Cloverport, and it's getting ready to. It's going to do this thing where it's going to basically hopscotch across both states here, because this thing's probably going to do something like this. So it's basically pretty much across the river. It's on the Indiana side right now. It'll be there for a minute or two, come back across the river, back into Kentucky, run a little bit further northeast, and then do it again one or two more times. So Battletown and New Amsterdam are going to have to pay attention to that one. And based on that, let's see here. Looks like, did they issue for that? Okay, yeah, that's the one I just read. So we've got this one covered. Got that one treated. And this is new tornado warning. Southwestern Perry in Indiana, Hancock, West Central Breckinridge, Northern Ohio counties until 10:45 for the storm. That storm that was over Calhoun moving northeast at 60. We got that one.
Hey, Mike, real quick.
Yes.
For any of our followers who live in Henderson, Kentucky, avoid Green Street. Green Street, just for the rest of our followers to know, is one of the main arteries running through Henderson. The city of Henderson is one of their main strips that leads into downtown Henderson. It is flooded.
Okay, good to know. Wait, did they just do a confirmed on top of a confirmed here? That's what it looks like. Let's see. Yep, new tornado warning for southern Davies and northeastern McLean counties and northwestern Kentucky until 10:45. Excuse me. At 10:03 Central Daylight Time, tornado producing storm located over Calhoun, moving northeast at 55. Okay, radar confirmed. The storm will be near Owensboro and Masonville around 10:10. So Owensboro, take your tornado precautions. If you're and you can't really go across the river. So basically, if you are, let me see if I can get some streets here for us. If I can, I may have to go back to the other one. Okay, there's Indiana. Okay, Louisville. Okay, let me take this radar data off and see. Okay, nope, it's not this instance isn't populating the streets here. So okay, so to keep it simple, what I will say is that for this storm here that's coming through Owensboro, if you are if you're south of if you're south of 20th Street, yeah, if you're south of 20th Street in Owensboro, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. That's what I will do it that way. If you're south of 20th Street in Owensboro and you are east of US 231, you should be taking tornado precautions. Lowest floor near the center, away from windows, with as many walls between you and the outside as you can get. Okay, so that's what I'll say there. And we're going to keep an eye on this and see, because if that there's a tornado vortex signature right there. If we start picking up a TDS here pretty quick, then we know what happened. That thing got far enough into Owensboro to cause some damage, and hopefully that's all it causes and it doesn't injure anyone or worse. So let me take a look here. And Tony, if you got something to chime in with, just go ahead, because your mic is hot still.
Okay, I just saw something in our in the Ohio Valley Weather Watch chat. Justin is telling me that he hears a lot of EMS, and he says emergency units are out in Evansville.
Okay, not surprising at all. So I would be shocked to see, with the light of day or the next day, that there was no tornado there. I'm going to take a hot second here and we're going to do a reset. It is 10:06 Central, 11:06 Eastern. This is forecaster Mike Estwick with Ohio Valley Weather Watch. We're providing you ongoing, continuing severe weather coverage tonight of this major this severe weather and tornado essentially outbreak that we've got here. So let me go ahead. Let me take everything off the map. We'll get the map centered, and then we'll fill it in. Still have that high risk of severe. Obviously, we're living that right now. We talked about that last night, and then into early this morning we talked about it here. There are the communities. So we'll skip that. Everyone's going to be interested in the watches now. So PDS Tornado Watch, particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, is still in play for a while. That's active until midnight, I want to say, I believe. Here, let me get to the watch boxes here and I can take a look at that for sure. So that is, yeah. So the purple tornado watch that you see shaded here, that is active until midnight Central Time. Okay, so we've got about another hour, not quite 2 hours yet, about another hour and 50 minutes before this allegedly will expire. Okay, and then after that, the next one we've got a new tornado watch. I'm waiting on it to populate the message here. So that is a tornado watch until, let's see. Severe weather threat continues across the entire watch area. Well, yeah, we know that. Watches, there we go. Okay, so this tornado watch here, got it. So the PDS Tornado Watch shaded in purple expires midnight Central, 1 a.m. Eastern. This tornado watch here, make sure I'm looking at the right one. Oh, let me outline them here because I can outline them and show you. So this tornado watch right here, this one is in effect until 2 a.m. Eastern time. So 1 a.m. Central, 2 a.m. Eastern here. And then this one is active until, so we still got a ways to go. And then this one is active until 4 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Central. Okay, so we've still got quite a ways to go here. And it would not shock me to see this tornado watch extended all the way over to the edge of our coverage area, which is over here on the interstate. Okay, so we still got a ways to go. So let me take these off here. Linear segment of storms. This is kind of starting to roll over into more of a linear segment with a little bit less spacing between, but the dynamic support, the winds are so strong. We're getting a bunch of bow segments in here. You can see these bulges look like bow segments that we're spinning up tornadic circulations in the line, and some of these are getting a foothold and taking off and causing major problems. Okay, so I take that off. Let's put the warnings on. You see we've got 1, 2, 3 confirmed tornadoes. We've got 10 tornado warnings on the board right now. 7 warnings, 3 confirmed tornado, 10 total, 3 of those right here confirmed. We'll put the radar on there so you can kind of see. So there's your reset right there. Hopefully that will answer some of the questions, okay? And let's go ahead and get over here to, okay, I think I'm going to, since I'm not getting any street mapping here, that one's not doing me any good. So let me close that one out. Okay, and we're still seeing storms in the south here. Let me make sure I can update this and then get to the latest. There we go. Let's take the radar data off. And we'll run through these. So we got a tornado warning. Tornado warning canceled for southeastern Marshall County, still in play for another 5 minutes for northeastern Callaway and central Trigg counties. And that was based on a confirmed tornado.
I haven't been to sleep. I'm too upset. What's wrong? I won't be seeing Jeffrey anymore.
Okay, and the data is coming in so flippin' slow now because there's so much going on. So that will populate here in just a minute. I may have to close this out and redo it. Yeah, it's pulling it in. It's just super slow because there's such an immense volume of data, because all of the radars in the region are running wide open right now trying to keep up with everything. So let's come back out here. So somewhere in that line there could potentially be, yeah, look at all that circulation, you guys. Look at that. Owensboro has a problem right now. So this is a new tornado warning. Southwestern Spencer, Central Davies, Southeastern Henderson County, North Central McLean County until 10:45. These storms will be near Stanley and Owensboro here anytime now. Rockport 10:15, Grandview 10:20. So yeah, so basically, if you're in Owensboro right now, you should be taking immediate tornado precautions. You should be in the lowest floor of a site-built structure near the center and away from windows with as many walls between you and the outside as you can possibly get. Okay, hang on 1 second. Yeah, this thing is still, I think this thing is just all nosed up to the point where it said, I quit. I need to, you need to figure something out. So let me go ahead. Let me switch here. Let me switch down to Paducah and come back, and I'll get that other radar back up in just a second here. But I want to take a look at this. Take a look at this line here. Yep, and there it is right there. There's one of our circulations, and there's the other one. I think I can probably, yeah, I can get a better look at this from Louisville. So we'll go there. Okay, hopefully no correlation, no significant correlation coefficient lowering, not seeing that. And the data, that is good. Okay, let me take a look here. Okay. Okay, hang on, guys. I'm in the process of trying to restart the radar here so we can get Stormwatch NextRad back up and on its feet for you and get the analyst up as well. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to pick here. Let it come over, and then I'm going to walk it over to Louisville because the storms are starting to get a little ways away. And there's the line right there. Like I said, we still got a good 3 or 4 hours more of this, yet at least we do here at Ohio Valley Weather Watch as far as the coverage area. Okay, there we go. I think we're back up now. Load that up. Yeah, there we go. Okay, good. Unless, uh-oh, unless for some reason, okay. All right, so it's saying 30 seconds to the next update. Because I am getting no data from Paducah right now. Yikes. Tony, can you cross-check me and keep me honest here, man, and see if you're having any problems with Paducah or Louisville radar?
Paducah seems to be working fine on my side.
Okay. It's might be me then. Just with so much stuff open or latency here. Okay, so let's do this. Tony, you there? I believe Tony just dropped off the stream, everybody. So,
No, I'm here.
oh, okay. So I think what I need to do here is I may need to, so I don't want to lose the stream. But I may end up having to restart though. Okay, let me go to reflectivity here. There we go. And I don't have all that much open here either. That's the crazy part. Okay, close that.
Oh,
Let me get back over here. There we go. I'm wondering if there might be something going on. I don't know if you've got the level 2 radar data or the level 3. So I'm going to switch and go with the level 3 data because that's a little bit lighter as far as the amount of data available.
I've got GR Earth open.
Okay. And that's level 3 data. So I think I can probably do what I need to do that way, if anything. Yep. Okay. Yep. And I think that was part of the problem right there. So let's go ahead. Let's switch sites. Sorry about this, guys. I think we got it. Figured out though. So let's switch to Louisville now, because we are ever so slowly starting to get to the point where Evansville is not going to be the best play as far as trying to get the radar data. We are still noting that significant rotation though over Owensboro. So Owensboro, you are in a tornado warning. You do need to stay sheltered. And I see another one out here in the open country. So we're going to want to take a look at and see what happened with. We've got this right here out in the open country between, there's that swirl right there out in the open country between Mooleyville and Battletown. If we look at storm relative velocity, I'm seeing that on Rodelia Road and Applejack Road, Greer Road, and you are in the middle of a tornado warning polygon as well. The tornado warning canceled for southeastern Hancock County, still active until 10:30 Central, 11:30 Eastern for South Central Crawford, southeastern Perry, northwestern Meade, and northwestern Breckenridge counties. Okay, so if I just call the name of your community, or if I called out your street, not necessarily community, Battletown, you'll want to keep an eye on this. Battletown, Kentucky, because this circulation looks like it's heading up toward you. So I would say if you're in Battletown, Kentucky, you need to take your tornado precautions. If you're Hamilton Road, Rebel Road, Green Valley Ranch Road, Old Bar Farm Road, these are east-west streets here that I'm looking at currently. Graff Acres Road, Rodelia Road. You want to be in a tornado safe spot because circulation is going to be right there. Storms moving this way. Battletown is going to be the next town in line. Okay, let's come back over here. Owensboro, stay sheltered for probably about another 15 minutes or so. Reason I say that is it looks like we're dealing with potentially kind of two circulations in that neck of the woods for you there. I see Hopkinsville, Kentucky, just to the north and west. There's a new tornado warning. Is this one new? Let's see here. About 6 minutes ago, tornado warning in effect until 10:45 Central. Northern Christian, southeastern Caldwell, and northeastern Trigg, and south central Hopkins counties. The storm will be around Crofton Right now, Nortonville around 10:30. Okay, so there's a storm. So Crofton, Nortonville, circulation's kind of right here. I know we can't really see it all that well because we're way up in Louisville right now. As far as radar selection, when I say way up in Louisville, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about radar selection here. I'm going to see if I can try to get the computer to be nice to me and let me open one other radar here, and then I'll just have to bounce back and forth between the two of them as best we can. So we're going to come up here to Paducah and try to get that one and see what we can see. It's thinking about it. In the meantime, we'll come back over here. What do we got here? Tornado warning canceled for southeastern Monroe and northeastern Lawrence counties. And that was about 4 minutes ago. Still in effect until 11:30 for southeastern Brown, southwestern Bartholomew, and north central Jackson counties. Locations impacted Spurgeon Center, Stonehead, Gnawbone, and Waymansville. And new tornado warning about 5 minutes ago as well. North central Harrison, northwestern Clark, northwestern Floyd, Scott, and Washington counties, all in south central Indiana until 11:45. These locations were, and that's for these right here. We can see these very easily. So you got 1, 2, and 3 right there. And let's see if we've got any, not seeing any significant evidence of tornadic circulation, which is good. But Little York, Scottsburg, Underwood, Henryville, Atisco, Nabo, Lexington, and Blocker. Take your tornado precautions right now. Lowest floor near the center, away from windows of a site-built structure. Many walls between you and the outside as you can get. Tornado warning canceled southeastern Hancock County. Let's see here. Okay, that was just a status update. Okay, Owensboro, except for the far south or east southeastern part of Owensboro, for the moment, you guys are not under a warning. At least as well, a severe warning, but nothing that's going to blow you away. The problem you got now is you've got a flash flood warning in place here. Flash flood warning Spencer, Vanderburgh, Warwick, Davies, and Henderson counties until 4 a.m. until 4 a.m. in the morning. At 9:50, the public reported flooding on Evansville's southeast side with stranded cars. An area of slow-moving thunderstorms is producing heavy rain across the warned area, with rainfall rates upwards of 2 inches in an hour. Okay, so now we're in the secondary. Some places are in the secondary part of this. If you didn't get blown away with a tornado, you might need a boat. Okay, so let's look here. Okay, new tornado warning, or is this a new one? No. I just read that one. We're good. Let's see, tornado warning still in effect until 10:45. Northern Christian, southeastern Caldwell, northeastern Trigg, south central Hopkins counties too. Okay, so there's that.
Hey, Mike, I'm going to break away from you because what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually drive around and see if I can get any photos of any kind of damage and also flooding. So I understand that there is extensive flooding.
Okay, sounds good. Be careful, man. You don't need to be calling AAA to try to come fish you out of a sudden lake that you can't see. All right.
I won't be out too long.
Okay, man. We'll see you soon.
All right.
Okay, so that's managing forecaster and owner of Ohio Valley Weather Watch, Tony Merriweather, going to go do a little bit of investigation, see what kind of potential damage he can see here. Let me go back to the reflectivity here from the Louisville NexRad. And as you can see, I've still got 8 tornado warnings on the board here. So we're not done with the tornado threat yet by any stretch of the imagination. Still enough jagged in these lines to watch out as they move east, and they'll spin up tornadoes just like this new warning here. This is a new tornado warning just issued for southwestern Harrison, southeastern Crawford, Perry, northwestern Meade, northeastern Hancock, and northwestern Breckinridge counties until 11 Central Time, midnight Eastern. At 11:29, a severe 10:29 Eastern, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Hawesville, moving northeast at 70. So you can forget about trying to outrun that. This tornadic thunderstorm will be mainly over the open country of southwestern Harrison, Crawford, southeastern Crawford, Perry. So basically over open country, but it will potentially impact these communities that are kind of out there. Ranger, Skillman, Gerald, Central, Titus, Kirby, Cedar Flat, Rome, Duchars, and Dexter. Okay, so you definitely want to be in the lowest floor of a site-built structure away from windows, excuse me, with as many walls between you and the outside as you can possibly get. Okay, so, and I am seeing the comments here, people are tired and they want to go to bed. They're saying, Mike, please tell me I'm clear so I can go to bed. Not quite that simple tonight, unfortunately. So the tornado threat for Evansville is winding down. You're probably, if I had to do it in Storm Prediction Center terms, you're probably marginal right now, marginal up to slight. The bigger problem is going to be flash flooding because these storms have taken full advantage of all the moisture in the atmosphere and just dropped so much rain. And if I keep having to tell you, let me see here. I see a lot of there. Hey, I'm sorry, guys. I don't want to keep getting you up and making you run to your shelter any more than you want to get up and do it. But I want to make sure that you guys are taken care of here. Okay, so that's what's going on here. Let me check here. And I will say this, Louisville, you guys potentially are going to have a problem here pretty quick. You guys are potentially going to have a problem here pretty quick with this storm that's coming into the area right now. So Louisville Metro, Corydon, Elizabeth, Shively, Louisville, Sellersburg. No sooner than I say that, the warnings go up. So there you go. So you got new tornado warnings for Central Harrison, Central Clark counties, and Floyd in Indiana until midnight Eastern. At 11:32, severe storms capable of producing tornadoes were located near Corydon, moving northeast at 60. These storms will be around Corydon in about 3 or 4 minutes, Georgetown around 11:40, New Albany around 11:45, and Jeffersonville around 11:50. Other impacted areas: St. Joseph, Crandall, Clarksville, Starlight, Watson, Floyd's Knobs, Edwardsville, Indiana, Breckenridge, Galena, Indiana, and Bennettsville. So you guys want to be on the lowest floor of a site-built structure. You need to be near the center and away from windows with as many walls between you and the outside as you can get. There's your rotation right there, and that looks awfully sketchy to me. Let's take a look here. We're starting to see, so Corydon, New Middletown, Lanesville, get down. This correlation coefficient dropout ramped up. I am very concerned that there's debris being lofted, so something is down and moving. So if you are in Corydon, take your immediate tornado precautions. If you are as far south as Lake Road, southeast and southwest. If you're as far south as Lake Road, take your immediate tornado precautions. If you are east of Valley View Road Southwest or Heidelberg Road Southwest, take your immediate tornado precautions. If you are west of Fremers Chapel Road Southeast or New Middletown Elizabeth Road, so basically New Middletown. So if you're basically west of a line from New Middletown to Crandall, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. I would be shocked there's not anything on the ground. The last two scans, that correlation coefficient product has increased in intensity right here. So if you're in Corydon, and especially if you're south of Kentucky 62, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Don't wait. Okay, and that's going to come across the river. If it starts to turn right, though, that's going to be a problem for Louisville. So we're going to need to watch that very closely. And we've got, let's see here. And we've got a tornado warning for southwestern Harrison, southeastern Crawford, Perry, northwestern Meade, northeastern Hancock, northwestern Breckenridge until 11 Central, midnight Eastern. And that's for a storm that was moving at 70 miles per hour. It gets really difficult to see a whole lot of things here, though. So there's the one in Corydon right there. Okay, so I think they're warned probably for this down here. I think they're warning for this down here. Southwest of Derby and Mooleyville and Concordia on the Indiana side of the river is what they're warning for. So be careful there. Make sure you're in a good, safe place right now. Tornado warning still in effect for another 10 minutes for southwestern Perry, eastern Hancock, west central Breckenridge, and northeastern Ohio counties. Okay, the storm has moved out of the area, so good news. The tornado warning for southwestern Perry, eastern Hancock, west central Breckenridge, and northeastern Ohio is slated to expire at 10:45. Since the storm's already out of the area, rather than going and pulling it down manually, they're just going to let it ride and expire, and the computer will kick it out of the system for them. So, excuse me, progress there. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for, let's see, northwestern Spencer County. Is that 10:45 or is that 11? I'm seeing 10:45 and I'm seeing 11. So I'm going to hope that that's 10:45 based on where I'm seeing the storm at right now. Okay, and looks like a new tornado warning is going to be coming out of Tennessee shortly into Kentucky, coming into Kentucky via Linton and Canton and Gracie. Hopkinsville is going to have to go back, probably have to go back into shelter. Okay. So I've got these four covered here around Louisville. Okay. So let me do it this way. Let's see if I'm going to look and see if I can start letting some people go to bed. That's what I'm going to do. Tell some people to go get some rest, because it's been one of those days. Okay, so we've still got all the watches up. All right, so Illinois, from what I can see here, if you live in Illinois, if you live in the state of Illinois, good night, get some rest, take a look and see what happened tomorrow. Don't try to do it right now tonight. Based on what I'm seeing here on the composite radar image right now, if you live in the state of Illinois, you should be done for the night for severe weather, other than heavy rain producing flash flooding. That's the only thing that you have to worry about if you're in the state of Illinois. Okay. So I can help you out that much. If you are in Indiana, I'm just trying to make sure I'm not missing any new warnings, guys. That's why I'm jumping around here so crazy. So if you are in Indiana and you are, if you're in Indiana and you are in any of the border counties that touch Illinois, that touch the Illinois state line, only the border counties that touch the Illinois state line, give it another probably 20 minutes. So I know it's 10:39 in the central time zone. So I would say probably about between 11:15, no later than 11:30, you should be able to go to bed if you are in one of the Indiana border counties. Okay. If you're any further east than that and the county you live in does not touch an Indiana border county, you're looking at probably another hour, maybe hour and a half before we can tell you for sure to go to bed. If you do need to sit down or lay down and close your eyes, if you have a weather radio, you're good because those are loud enough. Those will wake you up out of a sound sleep. Make sure your wireless emergency alerts are turned on your cell phone if you do not have a weather radio, or that you've got somebody who might be willing to stay up to let you know what's going on. Okay, these storms can still pack a punch, but I do notice looking here at the composite, they're starting to bow out a little bit now. Okay, so we're starting to get bowing segments, which means that if we keep our fingers crossed, we may be getting to that point where we'll still see some tornado warnings and so forth for sure, but we're starting to get to the point where it's going to be gusty, damaging straight line winds, heavy rain, and hail is going to be the pain in the butt more so than anything else. So I think we are making a little bit of progress here. Okay, and I see Lacey here calling us out for giving a little for not giving for not giving a sufficient lead time. And I get it. I 100% get it. Here's what I will say is that when there's only one of us, and there essentially one of us, maybe two of us, and you saw I had to reset my stream here, and there were perhaps 10, 15 or more tornado warnings here. That's why we were saying all day, make your plan and execute it and everything. And you never want to rely on a single source of warning. We pride ourselves on trying to take care of people to the very best of our ability. And Lacey, I'm sorry that you feel like we didn't live up to that. Okay, but by the same token, Ohio Valley Weather Watch should not be a sole source of warning for you or for anybody else. Okay, so I get what you're saying. That's one of your loved ones. You're upset because you feel like we missed the mark on that. I get it. Fair statement. But you also have to understand that this is a very high impact situation, multiple tornadoes, because I've still got 11 tornado warnings on the board across this line. It looks like, at least for the moment, they're kind of coming up back here now where the dynamic support's really just now starting to get tapped. I had to reset my computer and everything as well too to get the data in, because you guys saw it for a while. I couldn't even see that stuff, see the radar data and everything. So yeah, you never rely on a single source, regardless of that source, for a warning. You want to have at least two ways to get a tornado, to get severe weather warnings, period. Okay. So thank you for the comment, though. I do appreciate you, and I do appreciate your support tonight. Okay. Okay, tornado warning for north central Harrison, northwestern Floyd counties is canceled. Warning still active until 11:45 Eastern for northwestern Clark, Scott, and eastern Washington counties. That's for this one right here. And let me flip back over. Take a look here. Okay, yeah, this thing here, Lanesville, you guys need to get down. This thing is going to slide. It's going to miss Louisville. It's probably going to shoot the gap between Georgetown and New Albany. But Lanesville, Kentucky, excuse me, Lanesville, Kentucky, take your tornado precautions right now. That's the lowest floor of a site-built structure. That's going to be near the center of that structure and away from windows with as many walls between you and the outside as you can get. Okay. So if you are south of I-64, if you are outside of the bypass around Louisville, so if you're west of 264, if you are north of Turley Road southeast or Hess Jawtack Road northeast or north of Blanc Knob Road or east of Primmer's Chapel Road, you need to be taking your tornado precautions because Lanesville, the circulation looks like it's on top of you as we speak. Okay. Next in line, New Albany. Be ready to go to shelter in case this thing decides to take a turn to the right. I see judging by the street grid here, more than a few people are here. And then Sellersburg, Charlestown, you guys are next up, potentially having to take shelter from this storm here, from this tornado that is that tornado warning for northeastern Harrison, central Clark, and Floyd counties as well. Let's move down the line. Tornado warning canceled northeastern Hancock County, still active until 11 central, midnight eastern, southwestern Harrison, southeastern Crawford, eastern Perry, northwestern Meade, and northwestern Breckenridge counties. Looking to make sure that there's nothing, I don't see anything particularly crazy right there. Maybe some circulation here. Mooleyville, out in the open country south of Leopold. Pay attention. You guys might consider going to shelter as a course of least regret. Hardinsburg, Kentucky. Same thing for you guys. Tornado warning for south central Perry, southeastern Hancock, and northeastern Ohio counties. Canceled. Still active until 11 central, midnight eastern. South central Harrison, southern Meade, central Breckenridge. And we've got a new tornado warning here. This is a new tornado warning for Muhlenberg, northeastern Christian, and southeastern Hopkins counties in Kentucky until 11:15 Central. At 10:40, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Weir or 11 miles south of Central City, moving east at 60. This storm will be near Dunmore, Powderly, Central City, and Greenville here in the next probably about 3 to 5 minutes. Okay, so here's the storm right here. So it's already gone past Graham and Weir. It's on Greenville and Powderly right now. Drakesboro next in line. Drakesboro, Rochester, perhaps Belton. Take your tornado precautions. Lowest floor of a site-built structure near the center, away from windows, with as many walls between you and the outside as you can possibly get. All right. Let me try again and see if I can get another radar window up to behave for me here. Because I'm wondering if the level 2 data, okay, there it is. Yes, there we go. Very nice. Okay, and this is Paducah, so I can watch the storms going away, coming across the middle of the state here. Let me see. So we've got Louisville here. Probably going to switch to Fort Campbell, Hopkinsville here shortly because I'm getting to the point where I don't really think Evansville is going to be much of a use as far as looking at the line of storms. We're really starting to see these things bow out now, which would be indicative of maybe a mode shift into a severe wind threat. But based on the dynamics and the way these things are, they're still going to be spinning up some tornadic circulations as they move to the east. Okay, so let me look here. Let's look at the reflectivity. Okay, so as far as for Indiana, if you are in, let's see what counties we got here. Parker and Vigo County, Parker and Clay counties, I'm sorry. Parker, Vigo, Clay County, go to bed in Indiana. Vermilion County, go to bed. Sullivan, Knox counties, go to bed. City of Vincennes, have a good night. See what's going on tomorrow. Hazleton, Patoka, Princeton, give me about 20 minutes and we can probably send you to bed as well. Oops, I do see new tornado warning here. The northeastern fringes of the coverage area. New tornado warning 4 in Indiana, southeastern Wayne, Union, and east central Fayette counties, and Preble and west central Montgomery counties and west central Ohio until 12:15 Eastern. At 11:48, severe storm capable of producing a tornado is located over Liberty, moving northeast at 60. Impacted locations: Richmond Municipal Airport, Dunlapville, Whitewater State Park, Goodwin's Corner, Oklahoma, the city. West Florence, Brownsville, Cottage Grove, Liberty, West Alexandria, Wheatville, I-70 at US 127, Muttonville, Lakengren, Salem, New Hope, Springersville, Boston, Witts Station, and Fairhaven. And this also includes I-70 on Ohio between mileposts 3 and 18. So once again, tornado warning southeastern Wayne, Union, east central Fayette counties in Indiana, Preble and west central Montgomery counties and west central Ohio until 12:15 Eastern. Let's see what we got going over here. Okay, and for that, that's too far away. So where are we at now? Louisville. So I think we'll need to switch west. So stand by. I need to pick up Wilmington here, the next rad at Wilmington. So we'll do that. Select, get down here to Ohio. There we go. Ask it to show us that. There we go. Okay, yep, right here. Actually, there's 2. So we got this thing and we got that thing. So 2 circulations inside there. So Liberty, New Hope, Eaton, West Alexandria, Lewisburg, you guys are the ones that really need to be taking tornado precautions here sooner rather than later, all right? Okay, we'll come back down here. Let me jump back to Louisville. There we go. And we'll wait for it to load. Hopefully I didn't just irritate it. Okay, let's come over here to Paducah. I can take a look here. Okay, tornado warning canceled for southeastern Hopkins County. Still active until 11:15 Central for central Muhlenberg and northeastern Christian counties. And that's this warning right here. Not really seeing anything too crazy right there. Okay, you know what? I think we're at the point now where we probably need to switch here to Hopkinsville, Fort Campbell, Hopkinsville, and get a better look at storms there. So we'll go ahead and let that pull in and we'll reevaluate that. Okay. Okay, that's messy. We got broad rotation there just to the west of Dunmore right now. But regardless, if you're in the polygon, you need to get to a tornado safe place. Belton, Drakesboro, let me get some data in here and we'll loop this. Okay, yep. So I see what they did. That's moving very quickly. You may be able to catch just a little bit of it. But so what happened? See where this is at right now here at Weir? This thing did one of these. And that's why they warned. See that? So the circulation actually appears to be south of Belton right now. And then there's a secondary one west of Dunmore is what's going on there. There's that one. That was what they saw over here that made them pull the trigger for the tornado warning. Okay, so I'm not seeing anything really crazy there right now, though. Nope, not at all. Okay, clear some of these warning boxes off as well. So we're going to come back up here. And we'll check this one and make sure we're still okay here. Okay, Bow Echo there. We're coming back up to Louisville, so we'll give it a second to pull in the data from Louisville. So I'm just going to work up and down this line again as best I can, as I've tried to all night. And we've got this. Wow, that's intense. We got going there. Okay, yep. Okay, so hey, right here north of New Albany, State Highway 111. And that's on the Indiana side. Yep. So Indiana 111. So New Albany, Indiana, Indiana 111. And Indiana 311. So that's a tornado warning still active until midnight for Central Clark and Floyd counties. And that's for this thing right here. This thing is going to head up towards Sellersburg. Okay. So you want to be in a good, safe place. Lowest floor near the center away from windows. Look at that. So Sellersburg, Charlestown, you guys are next in line. Sellersburg, take your tornado precautions, then Charlestown, and eventually New Washington. Make sure that you're in a tornado safe spot. Okay, so now we're going to come all the way back up here to Ohio. We find it, Wilmington. There we go. So now we're going to take a look using the Ohio radar. So now it's going to take a minute because we're basically bouncing back and forth between 3 different NEXRADs in order to see what we need to see. Okay, so tornadic circulation right now in Ohio. I think is this new? Yes, this is a new tornado warning. Northeastern Preble, southeastern Dark, northwestern Montgomery, and southwestern Miami counties. So we'll keep this, but once the tornadic circulations leave Preble and Montgomery County, then we're going to let those go and focus back down in Kentucky. But Preble and Montgomery counties are ours. Okay, so and this is what they warned on right here. They warned on one, maybe something down here. Probably that one, if I had to guess. So they warned on those. No indication No crazy indications of lowered correlation coefficient. So there's that one. So yeah, make sure you're in a good safe place there. So this is going to be Ithaca, Gordon, Pittsburgh, Potsdam, Laura, Ludlow Falls, West Milton for this circulation right here, for that one, because it's doing this. Okay. The next southern one, tornado warning canceled for East Central Fayette County, still up until 12:15 Eastern, 12:15 a.m. Eastern for southeastern Wayne, northeastern Union, Preble, and west central Montgomery counties. So what we need to do is keep an eye on this and see. It's probably that. So I think we want to see, or maybe might be there. So we'll want to watch those and make sure that it doesn't tighten up again. Let's come back down to Louisville. Okay, because we got this. This is a new tornado warning. It's about a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes old. Tornado warning. Southern Harrison, South Central Floyd, Southeastern Meade, Western Jefferson, Northern Bullitt, and North Central Hardin counties in central Kentucky until 12:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Radar indicated situation. This storm will be near Valley Station around in about 5 minutes. Louisville, Pleasure Ridge Park, Fairdale, and Pleasure Ridge Par around 12:10, Watterson Park, Linview, Holly Villa, Poplar Hills, South Park View, Highview, Newburgh, and Oklahoma around 12:15. Excuse me, and then Jeffersontown, St. Regis Park, West Butchell, Hollow Creek, Houston Acres, Meadowview Estates, Spring Mill, Cambridge, Lincolnshire, and Butchell around 12:20. So the Louisville Metro, you guys, it's time for you guys to go. Tornado precautions now, lowest floor of a site-built structure near the center, away from windows with as many walls between you and the outside as you can get. Okay, so that's a storm out here. Let's look at base velocity. Storm relative. Okay. So that's this thing, I believe, right here. And that could potentially come right up through, if not the heart of Louisville, certainly the south and southeast sides and east side of Louisville. Elizabeth, Pleasure Ridge Park, Shively, Audubon Park, St. Matthews, Indian Hills, you guys all need to be on guard and taking your tornado precautions at this time, okay? So that's the Louisville metropolitan area tornado warning. We'll keep an eye on it. If it goes confirmed and it's pointed toward Louisville, you can expect the Louisville National Weather Service Office to go with a tornado emergency there, okay? So let's see here. Is this a new one? This is a new one right here. This is a new tornado warning for southeastern Jefferson. These counties in Indiana, southeastern Jefferson, central Clark, and northeastern Floyd. In Kentucky, central Oldham, Trimble, northwestern Henry, and north central Jefferson counties until 12:30. At midnight, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Jeffersonville moving northeast at 55. And this thing's going to be around Prospect and Bedford. Prospect in about 5 minutes, Bedford in about 15 or 20. Okay, so there you can see you got that donut hole right there. So that automatically kind of makes it suspect. Not seeing any crazy correlation coefficient yet. Absolutely seeing it in the wind data though, right there, because that thing is right here. That circulation is basically on Indiana 62. It's north of I-265. It is east of I-65, and it is south of Charlestown, specifically south of Cardinal Drive, Indiana 403. Okay, so, and it actually looks like it's getting ready to cross. It looks like it's getting ready to potentially either squeeze between Charlestown and the Kentucky-Indiana line, or it may cross back over. I think it's going to cross back over. Center of location with the radar update, or center of circulation, is now located. It's on 20th Street, south of Charlestown on the Indiana side. It's on Patrol Road coming out of Charlestown or going into. It's still on the Indiana side, but not by much. Okay, so you've got Patrol Road. You've got, what else do you got here? You've got Patrol Road. You've got Jersey Avenue. It's just a little bit south of Jersey Avenue. And I'm not getting any names out here. Well, yeah, so Jersey Avenue. Other than that, I'm not getting a lot of names out here in the database. So that thing looks like it might, I'm thinking probably it's gonna probably shoot the gap between Charlestown, Indiana, and Goshen, Kentucky. Probably hang out in the river for just a little bit, or it may stay completely on the Indiana side and just squeeze past Charlestown to the southeast, but it's too close. That's too close of a shave. So Charlestown, take your tornado precautions and go to a safe place, the lowest floor near the center, away from windows, okay? Just do that and be safe as a course of least regret for us. We'd appreciate it. Let's come back down here. Let's take a look at, let's come here down. Let's go down here to radar scope, because radar scope will let us move pretty quick. We're going to take a look at Fort Campbell. Hang on 1 second here. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Let me take a look here. Looking at the radar, make sure that, let's see what we can see. Oh, that's not what we want. We want velocity. There we go. So we have, okay, so you know what? I'm going to take the tornado watch boxes off here because that's getting kind of tricky to see the watch boxes. There we go. And tell the difference between those and the tornado warnings there, even though this late at night and as long as we've been going, as we've been at this going on 7 hours now. So we got a severe thunderstorm warning there and then a tornado warning inside that. We've already looked at these. Not really seeing a whole lot there. We're just waiting for this tornado warning here. We're waiting on the line of storms to move so we can release it out of the area. And that, so we've got a pretty good circulation right there between Laura and Ludlow Falls, West Milton, Potsdam. It's right smack in the middle of all four of those communities since they form an almost perfect square. So make sure you take your tornado precautions if you're in all of those communities. And then down here, this other tornado warning, I'm not really seeing anything crazy there right now. That looks more like a Boeing signature to me. Let's take a look, CC, if we can. There we go. Maybe a little bit. I don't really think that's anything around Eaton, but just as a course of least regret, let's Go to the reflectivity, let that pop in and take a look and see. I'm not really seeing a whole lot there to suggest rotation. Okay, so we're coming back over here. So let me come back down here and check on Louisville, make sure that we take care of you guys here. So we've got this storm here and it's moved. So it did what I said it might do. It shot the gap between Charlestown, Indiana and Goshen, Kentucky. Probably hung out in the river for a while. So it's out just north of Goshen, Kentucky right now. So Goshen is, of course, the least regret. Take your tornado precautions. Center of circulation appears to be North Buckeye Lane. It appears to be perhaps Cardinal Harbor Road, River Farms Road, Charlestown Bethlehem Road, North Buckeye Lane. And if we come back over on the Indiana side, those streets are on the Kentucky side. On the Indiana side, Charlestown Bethlehem Road and Bull Creek Road and Vesta Road. So those are the streets on the Indiana side of that right there. And let's see here. Okay, this looks like it might be trying to ramp up just a little bit here. We're starting to get a little bit more intense winds. Let me see so you can see anything here. Not really seeing anything there right now. If you're in Kentucky, though, I do want you to be paying attention still. Because we need to watch this that's trying to work its way up eventually into probably the Louisville Metro. As I come here, so it's actually quite a bit closer than I initially thought it was, but it's very difficult to see because this line is sitting basically right on top of the Louisville Next Rad radar right now. So it's pretty difficult to see because that radar can only tilt up so high. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so these storms here for now, so the only two tornado warnings on the board that for the moment that we have to be concerned about, and keep an eye on a couple coming potentially out of Tennessee into southwestern Kentucky, but the only two that are still on the board that we need to pay attention about are the ones that are bothering the Louisville Metro. Like we've got this notch right here that's starting to wrap right between Elizabeth and Valley Station, southwest of Pleasure Ridge Park. Okay, so we've got that one. Let me check here. There's still a tornado warning on. Yeah, this thing is sticking around like something that we don't. Bull Creek Road, circulation's still there. Gravy Road, Hibernia Road. Yeah, it's going past Bull Creek right now. Blue Ridge Road. And I see that it looks like they've expanded this. There's a whole bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings that are going on into southern and southwestern Ohio, which is good. So we're keeping an eye on this circulation up here. So here's what we're keeping an eye on at the moment that's in the area. We've got that, and then we've got that. So we're just those are the two things we're keeping an eye on right now. And if we come back here, base reflectivity, let's take a look here. Just some heavy rain, possibly some flash flooding issues. Evansville, go to bed. Henderson, go to bed. Morganfield, go to bed. Morganfield, Kentucky. Mount Vernon. The Evansville Metro should be able to go to bed. You're probably out of power. Princeton, same thing for you. Vincennes, good night. Washington, Indiana, good night. Petersburg, good night. Odon, good night. Bloomfield, good night. Let's take a look down here in Kentucky. Paducah and Mayfield in Kentucky, good night. Let's see here. Owensboro is getting there. Let me see. Other than some heavy rain, Smith Mills, Corydon, Henderson, Cairo, Kentucky, Antheston, Zion, Basket, Evansville, Newburgh, Melody, good night. All those cities in Kentucky. Smith Mills, Corydon, Cairo, Antheston, Zion, Henderson, Basket, Waverly, Morganfield, good night. Evansville and Newburgh, Indiana, good night. Boonville, other than heavy rain, good night. Princeton, Indiana, I think I said you guys already, though, good night. Let's see here. We've got, let's see, what I'm doing is I'm keeping an eye on this right here, the one, because that's getting close for comfort into the Louisville Metro because I'm not seeing tight circulation right now, but you're in a tornado warning. So Shepherdsville, Hillview, Mount Washington, Holly Villa, Heritage Creek, Oklahoma, Valley Station, Pleasure Ridge Park, Shively, Audubon Park, Hollow Creek, Jeffersontown, Louisville. You guys are going to want to be taking your tornado precautions. Louisville Metro also. Let's come back up here. I want to see what's going on with this thing up here. Looks like we got that circulation. I don't know how tight it is. Let's see if I can figure that one out for you. This looks like a fairly unidirectional wind field, but right over Westport. Okay, so we got kind of broad inflow there. That's not particularly tight from what I can see. Let's see, any update? The tornado warning canceled. Northeastern Floyd, North Central Jefferson counties. Still in for Southeastern Jefferson, Northeastern Clark, Central Oldham, Trimble, and Northwestern Henry counties. And we're still watching here. Let's see here. And I know I'm quiet, but that's what happens when you've been talking for almost 7 hours. And I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not missing anything here. What is this? Okay, so it's showing potential shear marker right there, and I'm seeing it. That is actually over here now because it moved, because we've got a hole in the reflectivity there, bounded weak echo region. Okay. Okay, so this tornado warning, hopefully if this doesn't cycle back up and they need to extend it, this tornado warning is going to expire in about 10 minutes here. The one that's got Goshen and Westport and Campbellsburg and Bedford and New Washington and Brooksburg and Port Royal all caught up right now. And this one that's coming, the line is coming through Louisville as we speak. Tornado warning canceled southeastern Harrison, south central Floyd, east central Meade, and north central Harding counties. Still up, though, for central Jefferson and northern Bullitt counties. And we've got the severe thunderstorm warning that's co-located with that, and that's a severe thunderstorm warning until 12:30. Southeastern Harrison, Jefferson, Clark, Floyd, Scott counties in Indiana, Oldham, Trimble, central Jefferson counties in central Kentucky. These storms are racing though. The line of storms extends from 9 miles south of Scottsburg to 7 miles west of Pleasure Ridge Park, and it's racing at 75 miles per hour, so it's not going to hang out long. Okay, so that's a good thing. It will not linger too long. So all we need to do is, let's see here. So both of these tornado warnings, assuming that they don't have to extend, and until the line decides, if the line doesn't decide to spin up and they have to extend, these will expire at 12:30. Both of these will. We're coming through the Louisville Metro right now, watching very carefully to make sure. See what we got there. That's just pretty noisy. Okay, and we've logged the storms there in Wilmington that we see from the Wilmington radar. Those have weakened and moved on. So we're going to come back here and just look at Louisville right now, and we can focus. We can get what we need here pretty much exclusively with the Louisville radar for the moment. Base velocity. Ooh, okay. Broad rotation right on the state line, basically right north of Louisville there, right on the river between Louisville and Jeffersonville. So guys, just because I told, if I'm clearing you out of the storms there, or clearing you and telling you to go ahead and have a good evening, look in here. Helen's talking to a friend of hers on the page here. They're talking in our chat back and forth. So yeah, Helen, and just because I say that you guys can go to bed, that doesn't mean that there's not strong thunderstorms in the area. Okay, so please hear that loud and clear. We still got some severe thunderstorm warnings coming up from the south right now, and one of the tornado warnings we're down is gone. It looks like they pulled the plug on it. So that's good. We're getting down to one. We're down to one single tornado warning right now. Warning for southeastern Harrison, south central Floyd, and east central Meade and north central Harding canceled. So we're just waiting on this one for central Jefferson and Bullitt counties. They will be very careful with that one because this one does involve the Louisville Metro. We've got a bow segment right there with some pretty significant winds up around 70 knots. So that's about 75, 80 mile per hour winds there right at the surface. So you'll probably get some damage from some wind damage there. And then you've got this kind of this broad rotation thing that has moved past Jeffersonville and Louisville and is coming into Indian Hills right now. Fortunately, I'm not seeing anything crazy there. I could still see where they may have to extend this one though, because this one looks like it's starting to bend right there and potentially get a new inflow notch as it comes through Audubon Park and Heritage Creek and Hillview. Okay, let's take a look here. Let's see, who else can we potentially clear here? So I tell you what, from Owensboro, Kentucky, going north, if you are west of US 231, have a good night. If you are in Kentucky and you are west of US 68 or US 60, I would say have a good night. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning here that's just popped in until midnight Central, 1 a.m. Eastern. This is for all these counties in Kentucky: northwestern Hart, Butler, Grayson, northwestern Warren, southeastern Breckenridge, southwestern Hardin, southeastern Ohio, and northern Edmonson counties. Okay, and this is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail falling out of the storm, and it's going to be this bow segment right here from basically just west of Sugar Grove all the way up to Short Creek. We got a bow segment there. Second severe thunderstorm warning. Trigg is out of this severe thunderstorm warning right here, southeastern Trigg, because the storm moved out of the area. There's still a warning until 11:45 Central for southeastern Christian and Todd counties, though. And this is kind of turning into a bow segment here, too. And I'm just watching this. Uh-oh. Right here. See that? See this right there? Oh, that's not going to work. Let's pick another color, Mike. No, I said pick another color, not pick another product. But you see that bend in the line right there? Let's go blue, maybe. Right there. Keep an eye on that. That may necessitate an extension of the warning. I hope that that's just a bend in the line and it decides, okay, and that's because you got really intense winds there. You got winds on the order of 60 or 70 knots. Very, very broad rotation. That's because that pocket of wind is going so fast, it's swirling the rest of the winds and system around it. Okay, so they did extend, but they extended with a severe thunderstorm warning. So let's take a look here. Let's see here. And we've got, so since they're going to extend here, so let's see what the status message is here. So this tornado warning actually has been canceled. So that is going to drop off the board. And for the first time in 7 hours, we do not have any tornado warnings on the board. So we'll see how long that lasts. But for the first time in 7 hours, there have been no tornado warnings on on the board. So we will go ahead and just put this back in reflectivity mode, or did I speak too soon? Oh, doggone it. Spoke too soon. I lied. I figured that we were going to be good to go. They just hadn't gotten the new warning up yet, and it's right at that bend where I suggested a tornado warning. Southeastern Oldham, northern Shelby, southwestern Henry, and east central Jefferson counties until 1 a.m. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado located over Butchel, moving northeast at 70. So again, the good news is these things are not going to hang out long. This thing is racing fast, and it's spun up another circulation. That's why I was watching it. West Butchel, so right there, just south of Jeffersontown. Not seeing any correlation coefficient drop out though, so they had to reissue based on that rotation right there. But I will say that that's the only game in town right now, though. Is that tornado warning right there? As far as tornado warnings, that is the only one in our area at this point. Okay, so hang on a second, guys. I need to let me go grab a quick sip of water here. I don't see anything on the board where it looks like somebody's going to take a hit for anything bad. But what I will say is, since you're in the polygon, Jeffersontown, Middletown, Anchorage, Simpsonville, Smithfield, Eminence, Pleasureville, Cropper, Newcastle, take your tornado precautions at this time, and I'll be right back with you. Okay, guys, forecaster Mike back with you here on Ohio Valley Weather Watch. And let's take a look here. We've got the single tornado warning in the area right now, and this is a tornado warning. This is for southeastern Oldham, northern Shelby, southwestern Henry, and east central Jefferson counties until 1 a.m. Eastern. At 12:28, a severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located over Butchel, moving northeast at 70. The storm will be near Middletown, Douglas Hills, Anchorage, and Woodland Hills at around 12:35. And then it's got a little bit of ground to cover before it potentially impacts LS Park, Mulberry, Forest Hills, Simpsonville, Chestnut Grove, Fisherville, Montclair, Floydsburg, Ballardsville, and Pleasureville. Okay. So we have got that right there. And I was hoping that it would behave and not spin up, but it got sufficiently tight. The National Weather Service wanted to warn for it and put a tornado warning on it, which is fine. That's their job. So, and this is that's the single tornado warning we've got on the board right now. And it looks like everything else is, we're starting to get to just a steady soaking rain type situation right now. So let me take a look here. And the other thing I can tell you just for a second, let me take the radar data off here. Okay, so um and take the warning data off. So they're starting to trim out counties from the PDS Tornado Watch, which is good. So these cities, Clinton, so Hickman, Fulton, Clinton, Bardwell, La Center, Paducah, Mayfield, Benton, Calvert City, Princeton, Kentucky, Marion, Madisonville, Kentucky, Seabury, Providence, Dixon, Owensboro, Kentucky, go to bed. If you're in Indiana, Dale, Rockport, Tennyson, Boonville, Evansville Metro, including Newburgh, Mount Vernon, Indiana, New Harmony, Poseyville, Darmstadt, Elberfeld, Linville, Fort Branch, Princeton, Oakland City, Francisco, Winslow, Cato, Petersburg, Alfredsville, Shoals, Lagodi, Montgomery, Glendale, Washington, Monroe City, Vincennes, Bruceville, Bicknell, Plainville, Sanborn, Elnora, Odon, Indian Springs, Williams, Bedford, Owensburg, Colleen, Bloomfield, Lyons, Linton, Duggar, Sullivan, Carlisle, Oaktown, Fairbanks. Go to bed.
Hey, Mike, just want to let you know I jumped back on with you here. I apologize. We got back here to Newburgh, but the power was out for a little bit.
Oh, that's no problem, Austin. Good evening. And I kind of figured, like I said, I'll go ahead and soldier on. Not a big deal. Let's see what we got here.
With the viewers that we have left, I just want to get out there and say that Mike did an absolutely fantastic job. I know there were times where I jumped in and out with live streaming and stuff, but if any of the viewers out there felt really safe tonight, shoot a thank you in the comment section for Mike because he did an absolutely amazing job.
It's all part of a day's work. I appreciate that, Austin. It's very gracious of you. Let's see here. So, and looks like we're finally, you know what? I'm not going to say it because every time I say it, I jinx myself. Man, single tornado warning on the board, though. We'll come back over here to the next rad radar. And again, I was hoping that this line will behave. You've got a bow segment right here. And this just went to a confirmed tornado. I did not want to see that. So let's see here. Confirmed tornado located near Middletown, moving northeast at 70. So where is this thing at? Oh, there he is. There's your confirmed tornado right there. And the center of circulation is literally sitting on the 65, on the 265 and I-64 junction right now. So a confirmed tornado right on the I-65, 264 junction. So you need to take your immediate tornado precautions there. This is going to go between Middletown and Simpsonville. It's south right now of US 60, but it is going to head, let's see here. Now let's see, is this a radar confirmed tornado? No, this is an observed tornado. Okay, so it says, oh, radar confirmed. Okay, so they saw sufficient evidence on the radar. Okay, I was like, if a spotter managed to find that, oh, wow, that's why they said that. That thing is chewing up stuff, everybody. That's correlation coefficient, and look how fast it jumped from the last scan. So now that tornadic circulation is on US 60. Excuse me, there's a lot of open country between Simpsonville and Middletown right on 60, but there's also a lot of open country until you get up toward Eminence and Pleasureville, Cropper, and Smithfield. So you definitely want to take your tornado precautions and be in a safe place, all right? That's going to be the lowest floor of a site-built structure. That's going to be near the center and away from windows with as many walls between you and the outside as you can get. Okay, so there's that. So let's give you some streets here. So it's US 60. It is State High. It's Kentucky 1531. It's Davenport Drive. It's Turtle Creek Trail. It's Flat Rock Road. It's Long Run Road and Whitewood Ridge Drive. This is moving at 75 miles per hour. So yeah, this thing's hauling the mail. It's not gonna be in the area long, but that also doesn't give you much reaction time, Austin.
Yeah, Mike, you're exactly right. And seeing that debris signature staying consistent here, not only is it crossing a major highway, but also, these tornadoes have had multiple instances of being on the ground for more than 15, 20 minutes. So, obviously that gets more concerning as it continues to move eastward here. The hope is that as we head throughout the evening and these start to move further northeast, that they start to lose out on some of that intensity, Mike.
That's for sure. And let's see here. So and this is surrounded, and that thing spun up really quick because I was watching that very closely, and that setup dropped and started rolling within a matter of probably 5 to 7 minutes. So it's still it look at that. That is literally, according to the map there, that is literally right on the 65 264 cloverleaf right there. So
Yeah,
that's
you
not a
don't
good
like
situation.
to see confirmed tornadoes with a debris signature crossing major highways.
And this one is getting its money's worth because it's doing going two for the price of one. So again, be sure you take your tornado precautions here. This is probably going to slide north of Simpsonville, miss it northwest by a couple miles. Assuming the long track, intense nature that Austin just referenced, Eminence, Pleasureville, you're going to be in the most danger of this. If it gets really wound up and tight, it may turn slightly right and head toward Cropper, but it's going to be Eminence and Pleasureville. Okay, so let's take a look here. And that thing's got a 5 on it right now, Austin, as far as uh, the tornado vortex signature. And that's basically a confirmed one when the computer fills in that triangle and puts a number in there instead of it just being the open green triangle like this, but turned upside down. So if you know people in the east suburbs, call them. Gosh, look at that. That thing turned to the right. It's not picking up as much debris and stuff because it's not that deep, intense dark blue, but it also turned wobbled to the right just a little bit. So Simpsonville, you guys probably will want to take your tornado precautions. If you're on and this is going to be north of US 60. So if you know somebody that might be out driving, I don't know why they would be, but if they're out driving, if they're headed west coming out of Shelbyville, stop them at Simpsonville. If they're headed east coming in through like Middletown, stop them at Middletown, get them off the road. This tornadic circulation is over Notting Hill Boulevard. It is over Standwick Drive, Sturbridge Circle. It is over Locust Creek Boulevard, Bridgemore Lane, Bridge Hill Court. It's coming up on Brooks Lane, and I don't have a name for that street there. It's up on Forest Trail Place. Is that still Bridgemore Lane? Bella Vista Place. It is Long Run Road. I think I said Locust Creek Boulevard already. Bookshade Lane. So that looks almost like a little subdivision or something out there, judging by the road layout. So I hope all you guys are in your tornado safe place right now, and that's lowest floor near the center, away from windows, with as many walls as you can get between you and the outside. So we'll see what happens as this continues to evolve and develop. New severe thunderstorm warning. I can grab that real quick since it's right in proximity. New severe thunderstorm warning until 1:15 a.m. Eastern. Spencer, Southern Shelby, Northern Nelson, Western Anderson, North Central Washington, Eastern Bullitt, and Southwestern Franklin counties. Will Timmy, is that a debris ball? Close. That is a tornado debris signature. We're using a product called correlation coefficient CC, alias debris tracker. This is, we tell the computer to look at everything it's seeing and let us know if there's an area of low correlation where instead of seeing raindrops or hailstones or what we call hydrometeors, precipitation, we're seeing things that don't look like that: bricks, boards, glass, nails, shrapnel, leaves, that type of thing, right? So this is the radar telling us that it's like, whoa, which of these, some of these things don't look like the others, is what it's essentially telling us. And it does that. And the lower the quality of the match, the deeper the blues get. We use this as a proxy, as a second source of confirmation for tornadic activity. Let's see here. And that's the only thing that I'm seeing right now, too, because that's the crazy thing. I'm not seeing anything in the Doppler in the wind data. So that's very unusual that we're just seeing it right there.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Mike, if we're getting a little bit of a lag on the radar sweep here, because I would think that the next sweep that goes through, we probably are not going to see as significant or defined debris signature.
You're probably right about that because it's been ramping down. So it probably spun up. And instead of it being here, it's probably, you can imagine it's probably out here if there's anything still left of it at Kentucky 362, Kentucky 1848, Cooper Lane, let's see, Aiken Road. It's probably way up here by now. And you're right, it's probably not going to look like that when that fresh data comes in. Let me look and see if I can find that. Let's see what we got on two here. Well, still kind of seeing it here, but again, not as pronounced. It's north of Simpsonville, so Simpsonville, give it about 5 or 10 more minutes. And then, even though you're in a tornado warning, I'm not telling you to come out because that's about the dumbest thing that you can do, especially at night. But what I will say is the odds of it, of a tornadic circulation coming through and picking you off, are pretty low. Let's look here, storm relative velocity.
I would definitely say, Mike, that they today definitely lived up to the hype without a doubt.
Yep, and I know we had a few trolls in our chat in our chats and so forth saying that, oh, it'll be nothing, it'll bust. So I wonder if those people are sitting in the dark or whether they took damage. And I'll just leave it there. This might be tightening up again a little bit too. Let's see, status update here. Northeastern Jefferson County, you're out of the tornado warnings canceled because the storm at 75 miles per hour. I told you it wouldn't hang out long, so it's moving. Still in effect until 1 a.m. for southeastern Oldham, northern Shelby, and southwestern Henry counties. Eminence, Pleasureville, Cropper, you guys want to take your tornado precautions now because the circulation is still there. It's pretty broad, but it would not shock me if they end up having to continue extend this warning and not with a severe thunderstorm warning either. But um, not seeing anything at the moment here. Other than that, let's go back to reflectivity. See, we're getting these new severe thunderstorm warnings again. And the thing that's kind of concerning me right now, Austin, is that the line looks like it's starting to lose its linear definition, and we're starting to almost kind of revert back to a cellular mode. So these storms may decide to get feisty again because they've actually got some room to run and they're not marching in a line at this point.
Yeah, that's right, Mike, and especially because there's a lot of these areas, far eastern Kentucky and southwestern Ohio, that have not seen a lot of rain today or convection. So there is still instability out there for these storms to tap into.
That is for sure, because I'm actually checking on the off screen right now just to see on the off chance of what is their thinking about perhaps issuing new watches. Yep, and I see a couple of mesoscale discussions. Severe weather threat might be slow to completely diminish, and they're just a little bit better than than even money. They're at 60% that they're going to have to put a watch out for for farther east in Kentucky here. But if we can get these storms and get them to behave until we can get over here to I-75, because that's the limit of the coverage area right here. So once we can get the storms to and across I-75, then I know I've seen some pages out here somewhere in like the Virginias and so forth, and I know that will be their bailiwick, and we will be able to maybe unwind a little bit. But see, look at this. We're starting to get some popcorn out ahead of the line down here, and this is where that air has been untapped thus far tonight.
Yeah, exactly. So that would be concerning, especially, this is kind of the same setup that we saw earlier today in Evansville before storms really started to pop off, was getting some of those little showers out ahead of it, and then seeing the ones behind them kind of strengthen up, especially now that we've gone into the evening, the cap there has really deteriorated. So these storms, if the instability that's still out there, will just be able to grow into the atmosphere even further.
That's right. Let's look here. Storm relative velocity, base velocity, base reflectivity. Okay, I'm just looking here, trying to see if we can identify. Okay, see, and that's good. We've just about lost that tornado debris signature, because based on that radar presentation, that it was down. No doubt in my mind, it was down.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You get a signature that defined like that, something has touched down, and these radars are really good at picking up what doesn't look the same out there, especially when you're considering it to be precipitation. Uh, Sometimes when there's not a lot of rain out there, you'll actually get what looks like a debris signature, but there won't be any storms, and it's actually a flock of birds that you could see out there sometimes too. I've seen that multiple times. So uh, you know, it, when these radars pick something up like that in a severe thunderstorm, there is no question that what you're seeing is debris.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I'm looking here right now. I'm reading the detail of the Storm Prediction Center's discussion. So they're saying they may need watches, one or two more watches here before they can well and truly stick a fork in this event and say that it's a done deal. Let me look. I'm looking here. Tornado warning canceled for southeastern Oldham. Still in effect until 1 a.m. for northeastern Shelby and southwestern Henry County. So we're getting there. And I'm going to look here and make sure, because I'm going to come off of this and go back to the other system, because I want to get some more people in here and tell them, hey, it's time to go to bed. You know what I mean, Austin? Let's see. Okay, so most of Indiana, we've still got that tornado watch sticking around until 2 Eastern, 1 Central. Or I'm sorry, what did they just put a new one up? I think they did. Let's see here what we got. Yep, they went ahead and pulled the trigger on it. See that? So this is a new one. And that's why the colors were a little bit strange. So there is a new tornado watch that was just issued by the Storm Prediction Center. So let me go ahead and grab that. Not exactly what we wanted to see, but current weather watches. Here we go. So we've got a new tornado watch, and that is this one right here. And this includes central and eastern Kentucky, as well as northwestern Alabama, northern Mississippi, and middle Tennessee. And that is active until 6 a.m. Central, 7 o'clock Eastern. this morning. So that's what they were saying, that the possibility of that diminishing, of that threat diminishing, is a little bit slower than they would like, so they would need to do a second one here. Let
And that
me look.
coincides as well with their day 2 severe outlook, because they had that area outlined in an enhanced risk. I believe is what I saw with what was most updated.
Yep, and I'm taking a look here just to see what else we got here. So we also have another small, okay, this tornado watch right here that basically is from pretty much Indiana and just a couple of counties here in central Kentucky. This goes away at 1 a.m. Central, right here. This one from Madison to Jasper to Louisville to Tell City. So Indiana will be pretty much completely done with the severe weather threat if all goes according to plan at 1 a.m.
Well, we've still got viewers out there. We got a viewer, Lindsay. We just got a new watch until 7 a.m. Eastern. And then we have, who's this? Jocelyn here. Bed. I'm over in Northeast Cincinnati. Going to be awake for a while.
Yep. And that's why I said I want to get some people to bed, because yeah, so see, they're filling in the watches. They're loading, they're setting the table for their watches for this morning. So yeah, it's we still got quite a while to go here, unfortunately, I think.
Now, what I would like to do, Mike, if you have a quick second, I pulled this image through.
Yeah,
This was from
absolutely.
earlier today, this evening. That was from earlier in Evansville today.
Wow. Now all I have to do is just find the page here, because I buried the buried my tab.
Oh,
Oh
that's
man.
okay.
Yeah, I buried
So
my tab. So much. Let me see. Let me find it here.
in Evansville this evening, on this image that you're looking at here, you can actually see that was a power flash in the background there. And this was looking west at Mount Vernon earlier this evening, towards Mount Vernon, when that was moving in towards the Evansville area there. And you can clearly see at least a funnel there. But with that power flash, I'm inclined to believe that there could have been some debris or rotation down towards the ground there.
Oh, I really think that 100% that there was something there, and you just couldn't really, other than that amazing video that you had there to show everybody from the top of the parking deck there, that I really think that there was 100% something down there and on the ground. No question about it in my mind whatsoever. Okay, did I? Well, if I had closed your tab out, if I had closed your browser tab out, then we probably wouldn't be talking right now. So I don't know where the thing went. That is crazy.
That's all right, Mike. You got a lot going on back there behind the scenes. We all know you've been working hard tonight. And again, if you felt safe tonight, make sure to give just a quick thank you in the comments for Mike out there. I mean, he's been with you all night long, wall to wall coverage here. I've had to jump off a few times to take shelter myself, but even while I was in shelter, he made sure to stay live out there with you guys and get you all the information. I do here we go. We got another comment here. Tornado sirens still going off in Louisville. So there's still
All right,
activity
let's go
going on.
back. Let's get back over there and make sure we didn't miss anything then. Okay, so does Louisville still have the old sirens where they warn county-wide? I didn't think they did. I thought that they were able to do selective warn on those, because I'm looking here. Let's put the radar data back on. I didn't mean to loop it, but let's put that back on. So I see that a tornado warning, they did extend. It's a new tornado warning for northeastern Shelby, southeastern Henry, and northwestern Franklin until 1:30 Eastern. At 12:45, a severe storm capable of producing a tornado is located near Newcastle, moving northeast at 70. So this is that same line here. That thing is hauling the mail, because for the moment there's nothing coming up toward Louisville. So if they still got sirens going on, that's a little bit unusual.
Sherry threw a big thank you in the comments for you there, Mike.
I appreciate that because I'm still trying to find the doggone tab so I can see, excuse me, so I can see what I need to see here. So no, we're not creating anything. There we go. It looks like for whatever reason, I got bopped right out of the studio. Is Henderson in the clear? Yeah, let me get. Oh, I see what happened.
I would say I could take that answer, Mike, and I do think that if you're in far western Kentucky here, still near the tri-state, uh, most of the severe activity is going to be over for tonight. We do have a round of showers and storms to expect for tomorrow. Still in a slight risk for severe weather as we head into tomorrow. Our day 2 outlook from the SPC has us outlined for a slight risk of severe weather. Definitely not expecting a total outbreak, but could see some stronger storms with maybe a smaller hail and strong winds in there. All right. I think Mike is having a little bit of technical difficulties with his audio. Let me go ahead and see if I can pull him back in here. Do we still have you, Mike?
Trying.
There we go. Got you back. I got you here. As Mike was saying, that tornado warning being extended out near Shelbyville, Kentucky. That's going to be northeast of Louisville, Kentucky there. So if you're still hearing sirens near the metro area, that's going to be for the storm that just passed through downtown not too long ago, and that tornado warning continuing off to the northeast. There are a few severe thunderstorm warnings off to the east and southeast of there as well, but those again continuing to move northeast, not really going to be affecting the downtown metro area in Louisville.
Right. And this is going on until 1:30. And okay, that's what they right here, probably right there. And they just added another severe thunderstorm warning as well.
So what this goes to show for us, for the viewers that we still have here, especially going further east into the Ohio Valley, is that there's still untapped instability in the atmosphere, even as we head into the evening and overnight hours. So if you haven't experienced any severe weather yet and you're further east in the Ohio Valley, make sure to pay attention, have a way to get warnings, especially if you are going to go to bed. I know it's very late. Everyone has work in the morning, so make sure that you keep yourself weather aware, whether it's a weather radio, your cell phone. Just have a way to get warnings and make sure that those have batteries and are charged. Mike?
I don't want to jump completely out, but it looks like that might be the only way for me to get back in here because I don't know if it sounds okay to you guys. I can try to keep working with it, but it sounds atrocious on my end.
Again, I think Mike's having a little bit of technical
Here we
difficulties.
go.
Oh, there he goes. He's back.
Let's see here. Yeah, because I'm in here like 3 different times now.
No, that's okay. We can certainly get some of these fixed up here.
There we go. Appreciate that.
Oh, I do see that we have Tony still in here. I think he's still
I
with
think
us.
he went to bed a long time ago.
Okay.
And I see there's a new tornado warning that was just issued too.
Oh boy.
New tornado warning, northeastern Shelby, southeastern Henry, northwestern Franklin until 1:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Let's see, this will be mainly over the open country of northeastern Shelby, southeastern Henry, and northwestern Franklin counties, including North Pleasureville, Bethlehem, Slabtown, Elmberg, Orville, Pleasureville, Defoe, Cropper, Follis, and Lockport. Okay, I'm taking. I want to see that picture now. Oh, yep, I see it. Good grief. I just will take that full because I wanted to see it for myself. I didn't get to see it when you
Oh
had it
yeah,
up
absolutely.
earlier.
And you can definitely see at least a funnel there, but that was right when the power flash went off too. So it definitely gave me some concern that there was at least some rotation, possibly reaching the ground there. And we actually had reports of damage on the southeastern side, I believe, of Evansville.
Yeah, and I know that Tony said he wanted to go, excuse me, and look around and check out damage there.
I will say this, Mike. I think one of the great things being out tonight and being in downtown, I noticed there, it seemed what was like a ghost town almost, which was a fantastic thing. It was a little eerie being down there with nobody else, but everybody was inside. There wasn't a lot of traffic. So I really believe that a lot of people heeded the warnings for the storms that were coming this evening. And that was really, really great to see.
Let's see here. Is that another? Yep. So we're back at it again. New tornado warning for Nelson, North Central LaRue, Northwestern Marion, Washington, and East Central Hardin counties until 1:30. Storm will be near Bardstown around 1:10. And other locations impacted by the tornadic storm: Burke Spring, Dant, Booker, Bellwood, Paulding, Crokes, Balltown, Nelsonville, Pleasant Grove, and Bourbon Springs.
Chelsea, it's a great thing you're charging your phone, especially if you're further east there. Thank you for keeping us updated with that. And again, you follow Chelsea's lead here. If you're further east in the Ohio Valley, have those phones charged, ready to go, and a way to get warnings, especially if you're headed to bed tonight. Tonight would be one of those nights where even if you haven't experienced any severe weather yet and you're going to head to bed, maybe if you can, sleep in your safe place tonight. If you have a basement with a couch in there or a bed downstairs, that might be a better bet for you tonight, just to be safe, Mike.
That's for sure. And again, you definitely don't want to have one source of warning. If you're going to go to sleep, make sure your wireless emergency alerts are turned on your phone because that will wake you up. If you've got a weather radio, that will definitely wake you up as long as it's plugged in and has power or the battery backup is working. Let's see here. Yeah, look at this. I see why the Storm Prediction Center was concerned because look at this. Now we're more discreet again, bowing segments, getting some decent spacing between them. Let's take a look at this line down here from the Fort Campbell next rad and see what we've got. And I'm noticing an uptick in the tornado warnings because we were lulled here. We went for probably almost an hour, maybe a little more. No tornado warnings, and now they're starting to flare up down in Tennessee again. Flash flood warning there. And there's that popcorn activity. Let's see what the Nashville radar will show us, because that'll show us that popcorn in southern Kentucky. Pretty good. Oh, wow. Look at that, Austin. Getting a great view of it, shooting it from the south.
Yeah, these storms are going to continue to fire up as we head throughout the evening. As Mike and I both have mentioned here, over the next couple hours, there's untapped potential in the atmosphere headed into the morning hours. And it actually will get to be a little bit concerning as these storms make their way into portions of eastern Ohio and then into the Virginias out there, because that's when people are going to be affected during the morning commute. And so these storms are going to track on for quite a while, and they're still going to pack a punch. Even when the tornado threat is over, they're still going to pack a heavy punch with winds, heavy rain, and even possibly some hail.
Yep, this is not over by any stretch of the imagination. Let's see. Copious rain starting to come into western Kentucky now. You've got the flash flood warnings up. Another tornado warning up in the fringes of the coverage area here. Let me hop up here to Wilmington's next right, and we'll take a look at that. There's actually two there, right? So this is a new tornado warning, southeastern Warren and northwestern Clinton counties in southwestern Ohio until 1:30. And let's see, locations impacted: the Clarksville State Route 350, US 22, Middleborough, Morrow, Ogden rather, Oakland, and Wilmington. This includes I-71 between mileposts 41 and 50. And then another tornado warning for southeastern Warren and northwestern Clinton counties until 1:30. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Morrow, moving northeast at 60.
Unfortunately, Mike, I am going to have to hop off here shortly.
That's
I
fine.
do have to get with the family here. My wife's having a hard time with the baby at the moment. You can actually possibly hear them in the background.
Family
They have
first.
school in
Family
the
first.
morning.
Austin, get out of here.
But I do want to say thank you to all the viewers tonight that tuned in. I want to say thank you to everyone that stayed tuned with us during the severe weather coverage. And Mike is doing a fantastic job. And again, throughout tonight, make sure to throw those thank yous in the comments section tonight, because he's doing everything he can to keep you and your family safe this evening.
Meteorologist Austin Stantz, thanks for your help in the video and the support. Have a good evening. Enjoy the time with the family. We'll take it from here and get these storms out of the area.
Have a good night, everybody. And most of all, stay safe and stay weather aware.
Okay, that was meteorologist Austin Stantz, and he's going to be calling it a night here. And let's see. So we're back up to 1, 2, 3. We've got 4 tornado warnings in the area right now. And I am still having problems over here. I'm probably going to have to reset. Are you guys able to hear me? Are you guys able to hear me? Let's see here. I see it looks like certified forecaster JB Justin Burton is joined the party here. As far as we can see, though, okay, so we've still got 1, 2, 3 tornado warnings on the board. Let's look at this one. Tornado warning for northeastern Shelby County is canceled. Still in play until 1:30 a.m. Eastern for northwestern Scott, southeastern Henry, west central Harrison, and northeastern Franklin counties. Okay, and that's probably why right there. A little bit of rotation. That is the strangest polygon I've seen, though. Okay, let's come back out here and we will switch to Wilmington again. So we'll go back and forth and just bounce between these warnings, give them equal time. Not really seeing a correlation coefficient drop out, which is good. Storm relative velocity, base velocity. Okay, that update right there, that looks like a unidirectional wind field. So this one will probably maybe be allowed to expire in 12 minutes. And I see they've already carried on with it to a severe thunderstorm warning. Is this a new one? I think this is a new one. Yes, it is. This is a new tornado warning for central Grant and central Pendleton counties until 1:45 Eastern. At 1:16, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles southwest of Williamstown, moving northeast at 65. Locations impacted: Goforth, Stewartsville, Dry Ridge, Greenwood, Cherry Grove, Williamstown Lake, Knoxville, Morgan, Marcus, Twin Bridges, Kiefer, Catawba, Camp Northward, Gene Snyder Airport, Falmouth, Holbrook, Lawrenceville, Cordova, and Butler. So just make sure that you're in a good, safe place, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows, with as many walls between you and the outside as you can possibly get. Okay, we'll come down here. We'll shoot this radar. We'll shoot this storm using this radar. Come back to Louisville. And it looks like here, not seeing anything in the correlation coefficient, not seeing much. Tiniest little bit of rotation maybe, no big deal. I think these storms are going to be pulsing up and down, and as fast as they set something up and start it, then they're going to go away. Because here's another one. They've actually extended this tornado warning. This is a new one for northern Scott and Harrison counties until 1:45. The storm is going to be mainly over open country between Scott and Harrison counties, but it could impact Long Lick, Alberta, Skinnersburg, Renneker, Stonewall, Davis, US Route 62 at Kentucky 19, Josephine, Porter, and Hinton. So you'll want to be, again, lowest floor near the center, away from windows, with as many walls between you and the outside as you can possibly get. Okay, and that tornado warning that was up here right around Wilmington, that one has been canceled. So we're back down to 4 tornado warnings on the board. Yep, and this system just will not quit because I'm looking down in southwestern Tennessee, and there's a confirmed tornado warning box down there. And let's take a look here. And the power is out in Newburgh, so I am flying solo once again, but for no fault of anyone on the team. That was Mother Nature decided to do that. So we'll take a look here. Okay, now we've got a confirmed tornado. We're gonna have to go back up here to Wilmington to take a look at this. Let's see what's going on with this one. The National Weather Service in Wilmington issued a tornado warning for northern Brown, southwestern Fayette, southeastern Clinton, and northern Highland counties until 1:45. Radar confirmed tornado with debris in the air. Locations impacted Lees Creek, Leesburg, New Vienna, East Monroe, Samantha, Lynchburg, St. Martin, Highland, and Martinsville. Okay, yep, and there it is right there. There's your warning, or there's your confirmed tornado. Lynchburg, you guys are going to be in the nearest danger right here. So you want to be in the lowest floor of a site-built structure near the center away from windows. There's the update. Lynchburg stays sheltered, even though it looks like the rotation will likely slide just to the south of you. So once again, that is a confirmed, radar confirmed tornado. Northern Brown, southwestern Fayette, southeastern Clinton, and northern Highland counties in southwestern Ohio. Okay, and that is going to be on until 1:45. And then once this warning expires, storms get out there past Fayette, Cleveland, and Adams counties, we hand those off. Okay, Tony, I see you back on here, I think. Tony, you on?
Yes.
Okay, there he is. So just when we thought we might be able to take a breather, didn't happen. Confirmed tornado warning there. We still got the 2 in Kentucky, or 3 in Kentucky, actually. No, 4. Is this a new one? Okay, 1 just expired. Tornado warning until 1:45 for southeastern Grant and central Pendleton counties, as well as central Scott and west central Harrison counties, and then northeastern Scott and Harrison. And then we've got this warning down here. Tornado warning still up until 1:30 for central Nelson, northwestern Marion, and central Washington counties. And let's go back here. Get back to Louisville. Okay. And I'm not really saying anything suspicious in the data here. That just looks like a bow echo. This may have been rotation at one point.
There's a bow echo getting ready to go through the Bowling Green area.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. Okay, yep, I see it right there. Let's come down here to Fort Campbell and take a look.
When they clear Bowling Green, Cincinnati and Lexington, that should be all she wrote for the coverage area.
Okay, let's get the reflectivity. Yep, so there's the bow that you're talking about right there. So far, that just looks like a bow. I'm not really seeing. Well, here's probably the problem.
Stepping away for just a second. Be right back.
Okay, yep. But right here, that looks like it's starting to collapse. So we may see that spin up into something here once it gets past Auburn before it gets over here to Woodburn, Richmond Pond, Memphis Junction, and so forth. Okay, so we've got the tornado warning for northern Brown County is kind of up here to the east-north of Cincinnati. Tornado warning still up until 1:45 for southwestern Fayette, southeastern Clinton, and northern Highland counties. Tornado warning canceled for southeastern Grant County, still up until 1:45 for southern Pendleton. Tornado warning in effect until 1:45 for northeastern Scott and Harrison. This one should be expiring in a couple minutes right here. So now let's come back up here. Nashville's already caught it a few times this season, and it looks like they're about to get smoked again down in Tennessee. And while I've got a hot second, let me do this. Okay, if you're north of Cincinnati, Hamilton, Eaton, Dayton, Camden, Oxford, I would say you could probably You could probably go to bed, I would think. Most of Indiana will be able to go to bed now. Well, let's see. Hey, guys, one thing we need to do, we're gonna need to reset the stream to continue our coverage because Facebook enforces an 8-hour limit, and we've passed it. So let's go ahead and get that reset, and we'll come back up.